and it's indiscriminate graffiti in Washington D.C. So, in terms of domain or real estate, Donald Trump is officially declaring Washington D.C. his capital, and he's taking it over. And I hope he rolls it out to Chicago, L.A., New York, Seattle, Portland, wherever Antifa and wherever agents of chaos are aliens. I think it's necessary, and I think he's going to roll it out.
So let me go to Craig. Patient's been waiting. Craig, the mic is yours, my friend.
No, the only reason why it's not gonna work, John, is because Washington from DC, or not from DC, but from LA, Chicago, all those other places. It's because Washington, that's a federal state, right? So everything that's going to be happening over there, no matter what type of crime you get, it automatically becomes a federal offense. That just wouldn't work in California. Unless
wait, Craig, is that true? If you get arrested in DC, it's a federal crime?
For the most part, just depending on what it is.
DC's not a state.
No. There's parts. Yeah, if you do something, say on the National Mall, on Martin Luther King Mall, you do something that there are pockets that are federal territory, and it's only okay.
Yeah, I think that if you're on federal territory, then you're probably more exposed to being federally prosecuted versus being on non-federal property or territories in DC.
Yeah, and also it matters the nature of the crime. So if you're doing more intelligent crimes, for example, like embezzling or fraud or things like that, those are more likely to be federally prosecuted, as opposed to if you get arrested for domestic violence or something like that, that's more likely to be considered state crime.
Thank you, everybody. Slow down.
Yeah, there's not much that's going to happen on federal property, really, because, obviously there's federal law enforcement always right there. The most that happens is that you illegally park, and so your tickets are different from a ticket that would come from DC, District of Columbia Police. So that's what I'll say.
That's not true because, like airports, for example, like Reagan or Dulles or any airports around the country are sort of quasi sort of federal entities. And so if, we've heard about the no-flies list, if you go and start acting real stupid in airports that have FAA and other federal agencies, and there's a huge chance that you're going to be prosecuted federally. So I wouldn't sort of dismiss, the role of the federal properties and not really being held to the high standards of federal prosecution versus local ones. So that would be an example.
I did not dismiss it. I said that given his example about domestic violence on federal lands, that was the example. So I'm the most that typically happens around the federal lands in DC are mostly either drinking or the kids stay out too late or parking illegally. That's what I said, and that's what I'm referring to.
Just real quick, I wanted to address something for John. I asked John a question. John, do you identify as a Republican, more on the right side of the aisle or the left side of the aisle? Just before I ask the question, I want to know where you're coming from.
I'm running a Republican in the 16th District of Illinois as a fiscal conservative.
Okay, cool. So, as a Republican, with what your last submission was, I'd just like to know why, when Biden says we have to stay in for a couple weeks at home, it's totalitarian and it's the worst thing and the government's too big. But Trump wanting to take over cities and make it his own, as you said, quote unquote, is completely fine, and you want to see him do that in other places with people that disagree with you. Why is big government only a problem if the Democrats enforce things that expand governmental power and not Trump?
Well, I think you might be talking about the COVID-19 vaccine lockdowns as opposed to ridding our streets of crime and illegal alien invaders.
No, I'm referring
gonna like the
whether it be COVID at the
response.
time or whether it be crime, and seeing how the principal Republicans, quote unquote, the ones that always stand on small government, we know big government, the government's already too big, drain the swamp, are now the number one people that are now siding with the feds, now being like, okay, yes, we need more government, we need them to go into these cities, we need them to exert more power, etc. The same people that are now super down with the FBI and everybody else, even though 4 years ago they were saying that's the most corrupt institution of all time, that they don't work for anything, that they're in the pockets, they're part of the deep state, they're the swamps, etc. I really just wonder, what in your brain, where does it click to all of a sudden one side is perfectly okay as long as Trump runs it, but the same exact thing happening under a Democrat is
What does that have to do with racial profiling in America? I'm just curious.
No, it was based on John's last submission. I just really like to know.
John, you got 30 seconds, and I'd like to get back on topic, please. John, yes or no? All right, let me go to Blake. What's up, Blake, man? How you doing, brother?
What's up, JP? Man, I came in and they were talking about that last topic, and I was itching to get in on what the brother XG said. But if you want to stay on, get back to the topic.
Blake, you can speak on anything you want. I just don't want to distract too far away from the topic because Adam's asked me specifically to open this room for him. So, but you know how I run my room. Say whatever you want, bro. I don't care.
Yeah, XG. So I'm gonna come out full disclosure. JP knows I'm generally leaning to the right. And the question you just asked is a question that the actual principal conservatives are asking the same question that you are asking right now. Right now, principal conservatives do have a problem with federal overreach, but there is a part of this side that I want to call Trump tards. Trust me. I was down with Trump, I voted Trump, but all this federal overreach stuff doesn't apply for Republicans and people like me who are principal. And we got a problem with this, but I will give you the difference and the distinction. You're talking about a virus that had a lot of conflicting information and overreach of the government and overreaction to that, ruining economies, ruining people's livelihoods due to government's overreach versus crime that is right in front of our face. We're talking about an immediate result of crime that we've been dealing with since 2020. Well, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying, and I'm gonna let you dispute. We got direct retribution for crime every day in cities across the U.S., including mine, especially mine, the epicenter of the 2020 riots and crime spike in America. So, look, you're talking about crime.
Are you in Minneapolis?
Yeah, absolutely. We're just this week, 150 cars got smashed and broken into in a row. And police can't do nothing. We got people's garages and homes being broken into by crackheads and
Blake, give me some clarity. Where are these cars being stolen out of? Where's this place?
Minneapolis has had a ridiculous crime spike since the riots in 2020. Where the police are overwhelmed or the police just don't want to do their job because they don't want to accidentally have to kill somebody in the line of their work. So we got a lot of OG cops who know the streets, who know they got experience, have left the force because our mayor, a Democratic mayor, and our governor threw the police department under the bus, allowed the 3rd Precinct to burn down. And police have been like, why am I going to stick around and lose my pension and lose my opportunity to, retire after all the work I've done in this city? I might as well just cash it in right now. So you got a lot of OG cops with experience that have left the force. You got a lot of cops that are just hanging on, that are just milking it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Just take the play. I just need you to land your plane.
Yeah. So the point back to back to the point XG is making, like, nah, man, principal principal conservatives are not okay with this federal overreach. And I say that this overreach is a result of pendulum swing and a result of the way your side run your cities. It's an overreaction, and I'm not okay with it, but I understand what's going on. It's an overreaction.
Yeah, sure. So my response to that would be, I also would agree that there's conflicting information when it comes to the DC accounts, and that comes from our own White House too, because Trump says that DC is so fucking horrible, the crime's spiking over there, et cetera. Things are so bad. Yet on January 3rd of the same exact year, we get a report from DC saying, let's see, it's from the United States Attorney's Office from the District of Columbia. Quote, total violent crime for 2024 in the District of Columbia is down 35% from 2023 and is the lowest it has been in over 30 years, according to data collected by the Metropolitan Police Department and announced by the United States Attorney Matthew M. Graves. A breakdown of data is available here. In addition to overall violent crime reduction, homicides are down 32%, robberies are down 39%, armed carjackings are down 53%, assaults with a dangerous weapon are down 27%, and compared with 2023 levels, with the district reporting the fewest assaults with dangerous weapons and burglaries in over 30 years. So I'm really questioning, what's all the federal overreach needed for a place that has a 30-year low in crime?
Let me just say something really fast. Let me say something. Oh my God.
Gentleman, Hood, I got you. I was coming to you next, so I know you've been trying to jump in. But Hood, after you, I definitely want to go to Nita. So go ahead, Hood.
Yeah, so listen, again, as a 25-year DC resident, homeowner, I'll just sort of like land with those demographics. Like, listen, I'm split on this issue with, sort of what Trump's trying to do and what I consider abject failure of liberal politics and Democrats to DC. And what I would say is that, listen, don't throw out these statistics on how DC has improved and how, crime is down 26%. And as a 26-year resident, because those statistics are only anchored in the fact that they're throwing out the criminals and the degenerates of DC because they're bringing in wealthy people, wealthy liberals who live in Capitol Hill, wealthy liberals that live in Columbia Heights.
Wait,
wealthy, let me finish. Wealthy.
You gotta take a breath. I have a question for you, man.
Let me finish.
Okay,
Let me finish.
But let me just tell you how I run my rooms. You get it? You can't go on these long-winded soliloquies and not ask people to jump in. I get it. You live in DC. I don't. I live in Brooklyn. I come out prime. The only thing I wanted to ask you is, you say they're getting rid of people. Where they're putting them? This is healthy debates. We go back and forth. You're more than welcome to come back up to show a little decorum, man. Nina, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. You want to chime in, ma'am?
I just want y'all to get y'all Cheeto out of the office.
Can I just finish? Let me just finish. Listen, the only reason that crime has been reduced.
Okay, I know the woman was, this lady, this Nina was speaking. And it's so important for him to get off of his chest. So, Hood, I'm going to bring you back up one more time. I'm going to ask you to show a little mic restraint. I promise you'll get to say whatever you like. But we definitely don't interrupt the women on here. Nina, go ahead, ma'am.
Just let it breathe. Let it breathe. I just think that whoever's in office right now we're going down a rabbit hole. Are we gonna be able to pick this up? Y'all gonna be able to fix this?
Nope.
I mean, we survived Bush, man, so.
That's true, Rich. That's true, Brian.
But I mean, to be honest, do me a solid.
No, it's okay. But I want to go to Hood because I was a little rude to him. I apologize, sir. But I just want my room a little different. So just get familiar with the lay of the land, and I'll let you speak all night, I promise. Again, Hood.
Yeah, let me just finish. Listen, the only reason, which is like, I don't play this game with like, white liberals and like white conservatives when it comes to the black population and like who's better than the other, because I think that white liberals are as racist as fucking white conservatives, and that ultimately the two play good cop versus bad cop when it comes to the needs of black people, especially in DC. And the point that I'm making is that as much as like you white racist liberals, because I think that you're as fucking disgusting and as racist as fucking white conservatives, the only reason that like crime is down in DC and you want to beat your chest about it is the fact that
I'm not.
Let me finish. Is that racist white liberals are the ones who are gentrifying DC and pushing poor black and native DC people out of DC. That's the only reason why your numbers are looking good. Like, racist white liberals are no fucking better than fucking racist white conservatives. Like, you guys are as fucking disgusting as you claim racist white conservatives to be. So don't fucking come to me as a 25-year DC resident black one and homeowner bragging about the reduction of like crime rates in DC, because the only reason why crime rates are being reduced is because racist white liberals are coming into DC and essentially eradicating and weaponizing ethnocide against the native black American population to force them to areas where they can't afford. And so you're no better than like racist white fucking conservatives, in my opinion. And I'll let
I'll let you go in a second. I have to say. I'll let you go in a second. I have to say something. Thank you. Adam's Craig Sloan. I hate to do this. I need to step aside for 2 minutes. I got to do something with my puppy. Can you guys run it? Just for 2 minutes. Thank you, Sloan.
No problem. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And Sloan, don't be afraid to move people down, please. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Who wants to respond to the book?
Yeah, me, because it was addressed to me. So let me address the fucking degenerate retard that thinks I'm a white liberal. First of all, I'm not white. Second,
I never said
white
you were
liberal on
fucking white
the stage.
liberal. I don't even know who you are, bro.
Dude, I'm after the shut the fuck up since you wanted so much fucking speaking time.
Why are you so upset,
So much fucking speaking time. No, because
Okay,
you tried to attack me and characterize me based on something that I'm not, which is something that I'm not gonna do. Again, I'm not doing that with you. So if you want to go ahead and fucking concrete walls, go ahead and do that on your own time. You want to do cannonballs at the empty swimming pools, go ahead and do that. You want to go ahead and wear the bungee cord for your fat ass as a belt, go ahead and do that. Don't fucking try me. Right idea, wrong bitch. So again, everything I stated was statistically correct. Because you can give the reasons why, and I'm more than happy to agree with you. White liberals are fucking garbage, which is why I'm not one of them. Because A, I'm not white, and B, I'm not a liberal. I'm a fucking socialist. I'm completely different than the fucking libs. So I agree, their methods of fucking doing things or trying to fix things are not fucking conducive to a lot of the things that they think that they're doing, especially with a lot of them having the white savior complex that they do. So I don't disagree there. But again, just to point out that statistically it is true that DC is at a 30 fucking year low in crime, yet Trump is trying to act like it's a hellhole of a city. It's insane considering that Miami, the place that he has residences at, and the place he has property at, is statistically more dangerous than DC is right now. So again, it's just fucking rich and little identity part of rich white liberals are fucking running out of your mouth. You're at it. Exactly. Right. Fucking either call your uncle to give you some things.
Fucking white liberals are as fucking disgusting as fucking white conservatives.
Jesus
like,
Christ.
get over it, bro.
And the black conservatives hanging on the same trees as the white liberals.
Racist person on stage, whoever got that opinion.
Okay. Who wants to respond to XG?
Yeah, I
like 1 second. It just made everybody get quiet. That's crazy. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro. I don't know if you was going to be. My bad, man. I'm trying to step your toes. But, I'm like XG. Both you and Hood got some points. But I think all of us missing the overall point. People do play with statistics, man. They doing the same thing in my city right now, XG, and they are incentivized to make the numbers look low. So there's ways about just the same way they play with the statistics on unemployment by not counting the people who no longer receive unemployment benefits but have not received a job. So technically on paper, unemployment look low. So you can play with statistics all day long. Like anybody that does any job with analytics, anybody that does any accounting by the minimum amount of accounting, you can figure out a way to allocate a result by moving it over here and, inserting X there. So statistics ain't gonna tell you what people actually are experiencing and dealing with on the ground, bro. Like 150 cars broken into one night, and this is the second time within 1 month.
Blake, let me
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I gotta do a quick reset. So we're getting on totally off topic, but let me just say this. Is racial profiling real? Racial profiling, this is the vote. Absolutely real, total hogwash, figment of people's imaginations. It's a bigger issue than I realized. And we got some cool people down here. We got Rebecca, we got V-Bird. What's up, V-Bird? Mike, how you doing? KK, good to see you. Mia, good to see you. Jordan, how you doing? Guys, hold on, let me finish my reset. We have one person on stage, I'm curious who voted. It's a figment of people's imagination. That's interesting. VP, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, what's up, man? I think most people, when they talk about people being racist, and they can't give any tangible evidence of something personally that they can point to and say this is racist and this is what happened. Every time this conversation is talked about, it's talked about at a super high level, as if everybody's racist, and I think that's the figment of people's imagination. Nobody has.
I just want to get clarity. No, you don't have to communicate. I just want a little clarity. So basically, you're saying racial profiling is fake.
It's fake in the sense that people say that these people are racial profiling, but them themselves are just as equally racially profiling others. So to me, that doesn't add up unless you have physical, tangible something. Nobody has ever. I'd like to see somebody on stage give an example of how they personally were racially profiled and continue to be racially profiled.
Okay, so I can give an example. Hold on, William. I haven't heard from you. William, and then we'll go to Great Nicholas. William, go ahead.
I can give a specific example of actually witnessing racial profiling from inside of a police car. When I was a law student, I was down in Miami. One of the things we did was a police ride-along. And that was part of the assignment for criminal procedure. And so we rode along with the police and did that for a couple of nights. And they definitely were pulling people over, popping up over curbs, doing, U-turns in the street and going after people because they were black. And I witnessed it several times, and it's real. So this is just some actual tangible proof that it does happen, and I've seen it, and I've seen it done from the inside of the car.
Yeah. Nobody's saying that it's not real. Of course, there's racist people in this world. What I'm saying is people.
Let me ask you a question. Respect. Let me ask you a question, and then we go around the room. I don't know how old you are. It's not my business, but do you know who Rodney King was? Would you pull?
Was he the guy that got beat up in the streets in Los Angeles?
Yeah. Would you pull that? What we saw in that video as racial profiling or no?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, there's racial profiling happening right this second. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm saying that a lot of people, at least the people that I've talked to on Clubhouse and in person, they like to talk about racial profiling and how these people are racist and all that stuff, and then in everyday life they can't even give me examples of how they're racially profiled. they're pointing to Rodney King or to this or that, but them themselves don't got no examples for themselves. They're just like basically pushing narrative that they want to be true.
Blake, you wanted to say something, Blake?
Yeah, absolutely. Rodney King, JB. The Rodney King was being chased for felony fleeing for being drunk while driving about 100 miles an hour before they finally caught up to him. That's not saying he deserved, not saying legally he deserved to get his butt whooped, but after chasing a guy at 100 miles an hour while driving drunk, I think that even some brothers probably would have put hands on him. So that wasn't racial profiling. That was police. What do you call that? What do you call that? The misconduct. That was police brutality, but that wasn't racial profiling. That was a brother driving well beyond speeds that are safe for him and other people on the road, and he was evading the police, refusing to stop. And when he finally stopped, that's the part of the tape that they didn't show. They didn't show the chase. They didn't give America the full context. They showed the car getting pulled
Okay, but so I used a bad example.
Yeah.
Can you give a better example of racial profiling?
Well, hold on. Can someone just give an example?
You got one already.
If you want an example of racial profiling, just look at Obama's 2008 campaign and the birther movement.
Yeah, but
I mean, you're talking about people who personally experienced it, right? I mean, I can give extensive examples of where I personally experienced it.
We already answered your question. You want people to keep answering your question? There's some people waiting to talk.
well, it'd be nice for somebody to say to give an example of how they personally have to go through it every single day.
Sure, this is easy. I'm not going to say that I have to go through it every single day. But I live in California, and once again, I had said earlier, I'm mixed. I was in Roseville a couple of weeks ago with somebody. There was a ton of white people out there, and they all start calling me a nigger and start calling another black guy that I was with a nigger. So that's something that actually does happen out here in California, especially in certain demographics or certain areas. So that's something I've experienced. But another thing, when I went to a part that was very close to that city, I was talking to a couple of guys. They were friends of a friend, and they just make little passive suggestions that are racist. They made an implication. If you're familiar with Sacramento politics, they made some implications like, are you part of this particular gang and stuff like that, that they obviously wouldn't make toward any other white people. Also, it's the racial profiling that you can experience is not just from white people too. Even black people experience racial profiling from other black people. I've had people walk up to me and ask me, where are you from? Trying to figure out what set I'm from or where if I gangbang or anything like that, or if I'm neutral or anything like that. Whereas they wouldn't have done that with somebody who's white, and that's experienced regularly out here. So, like, if you are somebody who has experienced actual racial profiling, I'm not saying that it rules my life or anything like that, but it's definitely something I have to be aware of. If I go to certain neighborhoods, in certain bars or certain establishments, if I go to the club, there's been mass shootings out here that have happened just from people getting into it, trying to figure out where somebody's from. And then there's also, of course, pockets of white people, and I'm not a racist toward white people or dislike white people, but there is some racism that does go on. And it can be something that's very regular. So, yeah, I think it does affect people's lives.
I mean, I'm not talking about people getting hurt because of someone calling them a name. I'm talking about someone actually have like some type of consequences in their everyday life.
I have an establishment that I've never been banned from.
Everybody, hold on.
I'm talking about.
V. Hold on a second. Because I'm going to tell you one thing, man. The great Nicholas, he's been very patient, but I'm telling you, the dude won't wait much longer. The great Nicholas, the mic is yours.
Okay, I was going to say, so first of all, I think the question is really silly, right? You're setting up this impossible scenario where someone has to be racially profiled every single day for it to qualify as racial profiling, which I find to be ridiculous, to be an expectation from the start. I think that question is just silly. And the second thing, I actually want to back up real quick to Brother XG. You really should go on the Google and do your research before you talk about certain cities' crime rates, because DC has 2 times the amount of violent crime as the city of Miami. And also Doral, where Trump's golf course is 5 times safer than the city of DC, both in violent crimes and in murder. So check your facts before you come for my city. DC is way more.
Per capita?
Yes, per capita. DC is way more violent than Miami. I'm done.
gotta be honest, I've never been to DC, so I'd like to go. I'm a history buff. Just never got down there. So maybe what? Get Nicholas.
No, I was gonna say like we're almost
in DC, man. People think DC is like secluded and shit. Like, you know, it's all government. They think like, no, it's a lot of. DC is a real fucked up environment around that White House, man.
But I was gonna say was to JB was like we're like a near 50-year record low crime rate in Miami-Dade County. So I just think some people are still thinking Miami by 1970. That shit does not exist anymore down here. The city's well controlled, well policed. And Doral, where his golf course is actually pretty wealthy. So the comparison is just fucked up. I'm done.
So, Mother, why is he acting the way he's acting?
We're talking about DC versus Miami. I don't know what your question is about.
The guy that was speaking, who was that said that he just experienced something when he went out and everybody was calling him a nigga?
That was me. I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I don't believe you. Like, it bothers me that, you know, I don't know, like, I feel like there's a demographic of black people that haven't really been oppressed in life, period. Like they was pretty much born with a silver spoon. They never really experienced the inner city activities. And but somehow when they get older, they want to be a part of certain conversations to the point where they exaggerate.
Well, I guess realistically, what I would say is I feel
listen, bro. It's easy to say certain things in conversations if you're not a thinker. But my man, you can't tell me in 2025 you and your friends as a collective decided to find a location where you just so happen to be around a group, right? Because even in 2025, let's say you found one racist person in a bar. You telling me that the whole fucking establishment was calling you a nigger? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, that's just so fantasy. That's TV shit. Like let's have the bullshit to have. Let's have real conversations. Let's have real conversations. Let's have real honest conversations. And let's not try to trauma bond and make up fake ass stories just for the sake of diversity. It's weird.
RJ,
let's do that.
Let me jump in here real quick. RJ, first off, man, Brooklyn Love, it's good to see you. I haven't heard from you in a minute. Hope everything's well with you and your family. But I have a question for you. Is racial profiling real in America? And does it only impact the black community? Does the Latino community also get racial profile? What do you think, RJ?
I think that America is still a baby to civilization, and it was built literally on racism, and we haven't been far removed as of yet, right? We only maybe 150, 200 years where it even started to stop. So I feel like we have a lot. We're still going to have a lot of prejudice towards one another. There's still going to be conversations about, you know, how you feel one group may act, or you could identify someone, and often in your mind you're prejudging what someone is like. That's going to always be a thing, and I think that we still need at least about 200-300 years for us to not even speak about race at all.
Thank you, RJ. Man, I appreciate you. Hang out for a while. We're having a great conversation here.
How dare you host a space like that?
Easily, I opened up the room and people showed up. That's how I did it.
Where do you get these weirdos from?
Hold on. V, hold on a second. Hold on. So I gotta say hello to Vero real quick. I gotta almost say good morning, Vero. How you doing, Vero?
How dare you?
How dare I? The cracker in the corner is talking race relations in America. What am I thinking? But Vero, do you think racial profiling happens in the Latino community as well?
I mean, I'm a white passing Latina, so I think so, yeah. I think so. Not as much as in the black community, though, for sure. I just saw an irate guy
profiling is real, to say the least. Racial profiling is definitely real, but it's not every police that do it. It's not every person that do it. It's not everybody that do it. And everybody from every race does it at the same time. Does that make sense?
I think everybody has their
Yeah, that's what I say. Everybody from every race does it, but not everybody from every race does it all the time. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what I noticed, Chris? This is my lived experience, bro. I think as I'm getting older, racism, anti-Semitism, whatever ism you want to talk on, has become normalized in society. And I don't think we can put that genie back in the bottle. It's my opinion.
bro, I'm a big old light-skinned black man that got a 6-point star on and a bunch of Hebrew blasting all over my body. So I get the point of racism from every different direction. From the police to be like, oh, he's a gang member. From Jews to be like, watch out for him, he is. From other people to be like, oh, they're going to Israelites, he hates whites.
Shit, Chris. I go around the room, let everybody speak once, and then we go back to myself. I want to say a little Marcus, and then I want to say a little Pharaoh. Marcus, how you doing, man?
Why you say Marcus like that?
I mean, how she supposed to say it? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Happy Sunday. Racial profile all the time, man. You get racial profile, not just driving, workplace, education. When I went to Houston Community College before I got rich, so she's happy here and all that. She got all these degrees. I got out the Navy, and I went and tried to register, go straight to college. Right? They were like, well, you didn't take the SAT. I was like, well, I took the ASVAB. They were like, well, we can take that, but you still didn't take the SAT, so you got to take these math classes and test out, let us know where you fit. It's about taking tests. They tried to put me in like the 2 classes before college algebra, so they was like, yeah, you need to take remedial math. And they was like, yeah, I'll get your remedial math. It's not going to go towards your credit and shit. You got to pay for the class, but just take it anyway. If I listened to her, I wasted 2 semesters in remedial math classes and not just jumping straight into trigonometry. So they said I couldn't take college algebra because I wasn't qualified, so I need to register for remedial math. And instead of doing that, I registered for trigonometry. When they found out, I was already past the trigonometry, so they had to leave me in the class. So when I'm making this, you don't always have to listen to the people. And it might not be a black and white thing, but I don't think everybody always got to take these extra courses and shit. But they don't have to. It's a recommendation, so I want to throw that in there. Driving, man, I don't even drive fancy cars. I drive looks like a ton of regular. Just for that reason, I don't want to get pulled up. I don't even want the people looking at me to rob me. I don't want to get profiled at all. You know what I'm talking about? So don't profile me when I'm driving. Don't profile me in the retail store, in the car lot, and definitely not on the college campus. But yeah, man, it's happening. You know what I'm saying? Everybody going through it, but some people respond to it differently. I just keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? Like profile me. This is my last point. But when I get ready to profile driving, because I don't never do anything wrong, right? Like you put me up, I had an energy like, what the fuck did you put me over for, right? But instead of having that, I let them know, like, hey, I'm better. And then the profiling stops. You know what I'm saying? I'm a better. Look out for your boy, man. They're who y'all? And then they let me go sometimes.
Thank you, Marcus. Hold on, Chris. How am I supposed to say his name?
I thought you said Marcus.
That's that New York accent. That's that New York accent, man.
I liked it.
Thank you. Yeah, what's good, bro? Good, listen, how you feel, bro? Hey, here's something to stop, right? So we're talking about racial profiling in America. What's your opinion on this?
I think you lost from the 80s stuff. I really get that until I came to Ohio. He definitely right. It is an area, as you know, the city. It's all like everything, baby. So it ain't really like you get harassed by the cops unless you out there, because they black and shit. But here in Ohio, I came to Ohio. He absolutely right. You better not look like him.
tell what city?
Oh, I'm in a city called Toledo, it's in Ohio. It's about like 45 minutes from the D.
Yeah, right outside of Detroit.
Yeah, I
Y'all familiar? Y'all familiar? Stay away from here.
you don't get it in Cleveland, you don't get it in Columbus. You kind of get it in Cincinnati. Yeah, I'm a Buckeye. Yeah.
I think it's in the Midwest though. Like, you know what I'm saying? That whole,
Let's say hello to Jamal. I'm trying to explain to say, what's up, Jamal? How you doing?
Peace, what's up? Good to hear y'all. Can y'all hear me at all?
Yes, sir. The mic is yours.
All right. Racial profile. If it wasn't an issue, you wouldn't have to ask about it. I think it's as simple as that. If you have to ask, then you already know it's an issue. But at the same time, I think that it's ingrained in the fiber of our culture, American culture. And I don't think, unless white people really had a long look in the mirror, and I don't think they're looking anywhere close to it, it would ever be fixed with this country. So I just think it's just a part of the United States, like the Rocky Mountains or the Mississippi River. It's just a part of where it's at, like the Washington Monument or or what's her name? This got the statue of Liberty. You know, the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, it's the same. It's just as American as any of those things. It's as white as apple pie. And I think
Jamal, let me ask you a question. And I think we're all in agreement, right? We have one person on stage that said this is bit, but I mean, that person's an idiot, right? But let me just say that listen, we know that racial profiling from it definitely 1,000,000% impacts your communities. How do we fix it? What's the solution? Is there a solution?
I think the only real solution, there were a couple of countries that I've heard about had reconciliation. I think one of them was in Asia, somewhere in the South Pacific, where they basically put a board of people to fix the racial problem. They made it into the government, and then I know I think South Africa may have tried to do something, but in order to fix the racial problem that America has, they would have to take a really deep, long look at themselves. And I think you have a better chance of getting rid of guns in America than you do.
That ain't racist, bro. That you know, I both know that you not both know that's not gonna happen. But before I that,
So
I have a follow-up question to you, and everybody will choose about themselves. But Jamal, here's a follow-up question. Is racism only rooted in the white community, or is it rooted throughout the whole communities? Be honest, Jamal.
I think, well, I'm going to be very honest. No one else has the power to push on racism other than white people because of white supremacy. I think other people may be prejudiced, and I think our prejudices are real in Black community or Mexican community or others. But no one else has the power to administer racism other than white people here in America. And so that's just the reality of being a part of this country. And I think as black people, we live in throughout the duration. So I don't even know how I would feel if it was any other way. I wouldn't even trust it. I'll land there.
Thank you, Jamal. Chris, you want to jump in? I just wanted to say, for your landing point.
absolutely right. You just said like the literal definition of racism as the form of, being able to actually systematically oppress somebody because of this, that, or the other. But I just want to say, flowers for that, bro. But for the other part with the racial profiling is that everybody gets racially profiled. Blacks, Mexican, white. Because like I said, it's like I'm from California. Growing up on the West, I was, if you're from there, you know. Wait, so I'm not racial. I don't like to be racial profile. I'm about to sincerely tell me. I'm about to learn me, baby. I'm about to learn you. It's right. Okay. Everyone wants to know. Listen. On the West Coast, there are like different sections of the West Coast. There's rich people and all that shit, and then there's the rest, right? Now there's blacks, there's Mexicans, and then there's the whites. And the whites, and I'm not talking about the rich. This is all separate from rich folks, because in California they don't got KKK, but what we do got is like Nazi lowriders and skinheads and some other shit. And these white boys is gangbangers. Alright? They get profiled as niggas because they wear suspenders and combat boots, bald heads, tatted up. They just like this. Can I say that? My bad.
Just gotta ask you real quick, what part of California?
Oh, I'm from Northern Cali, bro.
Oh, same.
Yeah, I'm from Sac.
Oh, I'm from Sac, bro. That's what's up.
Yeah, I'm from North Island, though.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, I know what you was talking about. Cause you got the like the trailer park white. That's different. They just, and it's not even necessarily the trailer park. I know some gangster white boys that they don't even like black folks. Or I can't even say they don't like black folks. Well, I live near Orange County. Have you been to Orange County? They don't even like. My family from Antelope Valley. The rest of my family from Nicholson Gardens, bro. I am California official. My daddy from Fresno. I grew up in Sac. My people in LA. They in Frisco. Yeah, you can't even go to Huntington Beach.
You got the white Rosevilles type of racist.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, I've met white boys that I won't say they like look or dress black or anything like that, but they look and dress a certain way to where when people see them, they're gonna want it in the same way they do on us. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. They learning the craft, but they don't take their clothes off. I said it's small.
No, they can't take their clothes off. I'm talking about can't do this.
Hold on one second. Miro tries to jump in. I try to get her in.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
It's no bad. You don't talk very
Oh, JB, I have a question for you.
Yeah,
no, for sure. No, just to kind of plant the foundation for it to be racially profiled isn't necessarily a negative thing when you're profiling someone. It's just to kind of create stereotypes. So when you see like a white man with a puffer vest and a white checkered shirt and some slacks and some tennis shoe loafers, get the finance for it. We just profile the fuck out of that man, so it's not necessarily a negative thing. That's all.
thank you, girl. Hold on, gentlemen. Nina had a question. Nina, go ahead. I can't hear you if you're speaking. Can you ask me you can ask me a question if you want.
I just think that you were gaslighting right now. Because if you have to ask this, first of all, as a white man, because you're a white man, right?
Ask me that.
All right, so I think you're already gaslighting the space. But you have good rights.
Well, no, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not exactly gaslighting.
I just think that if you ask certain questions in a space where you know that people are marginalized, it could be very gaslighting.
I'm sorry you feel that way. It's actually, this wasn't my space, but Adam's speaking right now. He's out to me. gone to and I'll continue to go to. But for me to get to the solution, I have to ask the questions. And that's just how I feel. So about gaslighting, if that's how you feel, I sincerely apologize. That's not my intention. No, I'm just trying to learn. That's all. It's a little popcorn style, guys.
That's not good.
I mean, Jamie isn't even like a WASP white guy. Like, he's a New Yorker white guy, right? Like, that's more culture than just race. You don't need any defense, but I mean, he's always kind of rocking with all races and cultures. So I don't perceive it personally as gaslighting in the conversation. I think he often has some cultural conversations.
I think there's some people don't understand the differential between white people that don't like black people just because they black, and white people that say, you know what, I just only want to be with white people because I know black people that only just want to be with black people. And I got white friends that only want to be with white people. And actually some of my best friends, they fuck with black folks all day, but they just don't believe in like interracial mixing. Does that make them racist?
No, Chris, they're entitled to that. But his question,
does that make them racist?
I don't know if it makes them racist or not, but smoke like I mean, yeah, it's exactly. But Jamie spoke, touched on a good point. Right? New York is a different beast because we are a melting pot. We don't live. We're not spread out like Houston's very big states spread out, so you can stay away from white people, you can stay away from Spanish, black, and so on. Here in New York, we live on top of each other. So either we're going to learn to live with each other or we're going to learn to kill each other. That's just how it works out. But here's a question I have to know because, and I found it before. I found it before where people say white people should be hosting rooms like this. I'm like, really? Why? Why can't I learn about community? Now, a person wants to open a black space and I'm welcoming white people. Be my guest. But let me tell you something. One thing I learned on the step after 5 years, one of the hardest spaces to run is race relations. And I have to say this from the run tastefully. But you don't each other, let's each other. So, if people feel that I should be hosting spaces, that's your opinion. If that speech is that's not acceptable, quietly, but. So,
Who said that?
okay, come on, you do your shit, JB. You've been doing your job, though.
JB always got nice
You've been doing your shit. So, and like, honestly, even if you were a racist, like, and I'm not saying you are, but if you was, you conduct yourself as a professional to conduct a space with race issues. So,
I still think it's a little gaslighting, like racial, like profiling happens. That's what I meant by gaslighting. Like the answer is yes. I know you know that.
So everybody might know that they know that, but if you look at the top of the room, there's only 88% of people know that. And then 6% people say something else, and then 6% of people say something else, and then 2% of people say something else. So everybody don't know that.
So this is how I see it, right? Everybody doesn't know because it's not their lived experience. Chris, you know what your lived experience is. Neither is yours. It's slow. It's Barrows. It's mine. I don't do that racial profile. I have profiles for other things.
But you can't, because you're a white man.
Okay.
Profile white men all the time.
Let me say this.
How is a white man going to be racial profile?
I literally gave a whole breakdown as to how white boys get racially profiled.
Yeah, me too.
Well, let me just say this real quick. There's a section in Brooklyn, you're right. If you're in New York, you understand. Well, Williamsburg, very gentrified area, but there's a small pocket in there, right? That is very religious Jewish people, right? Very secular people. I don't care if you're pink, local dots, if you walk through there and you're not a Hasidic Jew, they are following you around everywhere you go.
Oh, yeah.
So there is, you'll get profiled by that community. So, look, I'm not going to say pricey white people in profile. I'm sure we do it. I get profiled for other reasons, not because of my skin color. But let's go pop this out, guys.
Well, that's kind of the whole point, too, on what Barrow was touching on. She was saying that about somebody's psychology and their behaviors. So, and then you're doing it on the basis of something racial. That's not always negative. You might assume something that could be true on the basis of something like that. But yeah, of course, everybody's going to experience racial profiling because we're always going to be profiling people, and of course, we're going to incorporate race into that analysis.
That was a great take give. Thank you. I'm gonna give you a little piece. It's just my opinion. I don't speak for all white people, but I think white people are afraid and intimidated by black people, and that's why they racially profile. That's always been my opinion.
Wake it up. Wake it up.
I don't think that really has much to do with it. I think it's an economic thing, and it's a way of keeping order so that they can administer, I guess, their white supremacy onto the country, because they have to keep blacks at a certain mind state and level, and a level of respect so they can see comfort. Because God forbid if blacks ever decided to revolt or really act a fool, then they would only have their dogs and guns to protect them. And so I think the racial profiling and the racism and the way they conduct all their business here in America is so that they can sue comfort. So they don't have to worry about going to war because they don't want to go to war, although they're all armed and they're all ready for war and anticipating some of them. But they really don't want that. And so I think they do racial profiling and amongst other things to try to keep blacks in line. I'll end that.
I want to ask you, Jamal, just curiously, like, and I don't have like any opinion, or I do have a little bit of an opinion, but more so curiosity. What like percentage of the general white person do you feel like is in that mind state necessarily versus kind of like Chris was touching on, where sometimes people just prefer to associate within their own demographics and people that they find culturally related?
I would know the answer to that is about as well as I would know what goes on at Christmas dinner at a white person's house, or what goes on in Hanukkah at JD's grandmother and granddad's house at Hanukkah time. I'm not privy to that, and that's the whole point of it. They're passing down information to their children. They're passing down knowledge to each other, and they're sharing information at all times.
Well, if you like a Christmas dinner, I'd be more than happy to come. I'll bring you so many good desserts you want to go that.
I'm sure you would, but the answer to the question is you would have no way of knowing that question, because it is what it is. They're passing information directly down, and their kids know very quickly how to speak to you. They're taught that from the beginning. They know it's not right to say certain slurs or phrases to you. They know how to carry themselves with you when they're around you, and they also have information on the ways that they feel about you and your level of intelligence. So how would I know what percentage it would be? It could be all of them, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up question, Jamal. Do you agree with racism as well? Because kids are inherently born racist, so you have a group of...
I say this talk about it. The mother.
He just told y'all, it's a house, it's passed down.
This is
John, if I could put it in the queue.
It's your turn, John.
Yeah, I don't think profiling is really the big issue. To me, it's representation. Meaning, if you think we live in a structural white racist society, well, then it's not just profiling that should be the issue. It should be representation on the board of directors at the Federal Reserve, Bank of America, J.P. Morgan, Chase, Pfizer, Moderna, Coca-Cola, J&J, etc. If you want your seat at the board of directors and you want equal compensation based on racial breakdowns, well, that's an argument. I mean, so I'm just saying the real racism isn't from profiling. The real racism is from lack of representation in the Fortune 500, proportionally.
That's fine, John, that you think that. But do you understand what we're speaking about?
Yes, I speak English and I understand what you're saying.
Real profiling.
Yeah, I have a profile on this app. It's called John Kitover. You have a profile named Nina. Is anybody racially profiling you right now in this room?
Right. So I want to ask you a question. Do you understand that there are people that are subjected to inequalities that you might not have to experience?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes they look like brown people. And you know that, right?
Is that a serious question? Yes, again.
I'm serious. So then why would you just come off the mic and act like profiling doesn't exist?
Because representation is a bigger issue than profiling. I hate to break the bad news to you.
Oh, God. But you know why there's not representation?
Well, I'm making a case that if you believe there's structural racism, well, then profiling is not a primary issue. Representation is the more primary.
Is there structural racism that's happening?
You tell me.
I'm not the one that's in charge, so you tell me.
Well, I'm not in charge either. I'm running for Congress to try to get in charge. If you want to donate to the campaign to elect John Kitover, I'll be happy to put the link in the chat. You can send $10 and we can help you can help organize and get started right now.
No fundraising, please. Let me do a quick reset. John, I promise I'll do a review one day. Just guys, there's nothing that makes racial profiling real. Racial profiling is absolutely real. So I'll watch the thing in people's imagination or a bigger issue than I realized. There's cool people moving that edge, that like Moon, Lady MD, love that PTO. Jane, how you doing? Keith, how you doing, guys? Welcome, people, welcome. If you have a pink ticket, cash it. MJ, you said I am a professional racist, and please those some words. MJ is true. You're more than welcome to come to the stage and expose me for the racist I am. Please, by all means, you're more than welcome to. But let me welcome Nine to the stage. Nine, I'm happy to hear because I'm going to eat. I didn't want to open this room, but Adams is Adams. Hi, Nine.
What's up, JB Adams? What's up, Sloan? What's up, stage? Hey, Nine. John. What's up, Congressman? Also, around these roads, happy Sunday evening, everyone.
Alright, guys, we're going to go popcorn style. Slow gang, slow.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think while John makes a valid point, it is a misplaced comment for this conversation. Thank you. Yeah, because we are talking about day-to-day, regular life, people going about their day to go to work, go to school. We're talking about just a regular old day. This systemic racism, this systemic issues, they exist, yes, but that's not this conversation, John. But yes, there is a place for what you're talking about, and the bigger issues. This is a very important issue, just day-to-day racial profiling. But the bigger conversation, yeah, that could be had. Just it's not right in this one, but yeah.
Well, I mean, in defense, all I would say is that the title is all or nothing, is racial profiling. It doesn't open up the room for any other conversation.
Okay.
Welcome back, Chris. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style.
John, I think that they were just addressing the particular concerns that they were addressing more on a globalized level rather than a systemic level.
Well, I mean, I'll just be quiet for now because I agree. If you want to stay on topic, that's fine.
Like, here's the problem with staying on topic, right? When you stay on topic, but I think everybody agrees that racial profile is real. You even going for a job. And I asked a question, like, I don't know, an hour ago. How do we fix it? There has to be a solution to it. Somewhere. Where's the start? But these kids are being taught to be racist. I don't think you can unteach them. But how do we make sure the next generation isn't taught these cancerous thoughts? Chris, you wanted to say something?
I think honestly that the majority of today's society, at least around like the places that I go, because I do a decent bit of traveling, and I do like winter sports, I snowboard, and then the summer I wakeboard, this and that. And I'm a little older, so I run into a lot of younger people. I don't think that racism today is like something that is like predominant. I think it's there, yes. And is it still being taught? Yes. But I think it's also fighting a losing fight.
Let me know each other's 2 seconds, Mr. Spinoff and said, Chris. John, you put the chat education. I want to tell you why education is important, in my opinion. When we're not going to be honest about the black community's history and teach them the real history, and we're teaching them the bullshit that we teach them now, how's education going to work? But we don't even let them learn about their own history. So they actually won't. That I believe to be a fact. Go to these schools where they teach these kids about black history.
Maybe they're teaching lies, but that right there is why it's systemic. That's something that we can't change. But what we can change is how we raise our children, the way our children perceive other children, and the way we interact with people of different cultures. We can't change the systemic part because everyone knows that black history is a monumental history. And it was erased and turned into a history of slavery. But that's a whole different subject.
Listen, hold on, Jamal. Listen, I'm way back in the corner. I can't speak on black history. But I know there's a lot more to it than what I've learned. And that's the part I want to learn. That's the voices I want to hear. I think it's about time that it's not going to happen. Maybe it's just a utopian fantasy out there. But white Americans will step back and say, just let's embrace these people. Let's learn about their history, their strength, how far they've come. But the white supremacists in this country, they ain't never going to let that happen.
JB, I feel like you kind of have good intentions with that, but at the same time, you want people to know that like all the things that we suffered and like what we went through and this and this and this.
I want to know about the infected people whose parents were stolen. I want to know it all. Because I know slavery is not indicative of your entire history.
Yeah, and I would dare to say that people should look into the fact that there are a lot of indigenous black folks, because you can definitely tell the difference between black people and Africans. And there's Africans who've been here for 400 years, and there's black
Shout out to the Africans.
Shout out to the Africans. Shout out to them. But you can tell the difference between native blacks and the other ones. There's black
like the FBAs.
Can we have one right now, please?
There are blacks. There are blacks that have been here. We've been here. They were the slaves.
Well, Chris, let me go to eat because he's been trying to get us for 20 minutes. Eat that, man.
I was just responding to what you had said earlier. You said that you had mentioned something about racism, and I think that I just wanted to differentiate the difference between racial profiling versus racism, because I think there's the racism is from, we had talked introduce you, I can automatically hear that you're from New York. You know what I mean? That's profiling based on the way that you talk, and I'm gathering accurate information as a result of it. That's not negative, but I think the racism component of it is actually the negative.
Actually, let me say it before Keith and then Concrete, and then we'll go up. What's up, Keith? What's good, man?
Hey, what's up, Jay?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man.
You want to chime in?
Yeah, on the topic, I just think that, like what he just said, the racism profiling is pretty good if you get more information about that person and you just come up with, you from New York or you from this place or that place. But what I think is it puts us in a box. I was speaking earlier and I was telling them how I came from nothing to where I was successful. And I was in another room, is what I'm saying. And when I told them I was light skinned, hazel eyes, but at the same time I identified as a black person because both my mother and father was both black, but I just happened to be light skinned with hazel eyes. I started getting profiled by my own people. And they started saying, hey, you like this or you like that. And it was crazy because they knew what I was making yearly with my company. And I probably shouldn't have said that. But it came out, but it was coming out in a way that I was saying, look, I'm not educated, but I still got myself to a certain point where I was successful. And then all of a sudden it was profile, but I don't want to get on that note. I just want to say that a lot of times I believe in a profile, it hurts the person who profile. It hurts the people that does it because the rich will always get rich. It's a numbers game. The more that we come at each other and we separate ourselves, because you from the east side, I'm from the west side, you dark, I'm light, you Jew, I'm not, whatever the case may be, the rich get rich because at the end, to me, and it's my opinion, it's the poor and it's the rich.
Well, I think that class is really trying to put you apart. But guys, before I come back to you, let me say hello to Concrete Santa Cruz, like you don't know pop. So, Concrete, how you doing, man? I'm doing fantastic. You want to chime in on the subject, sir?
I just came in the room. Just so I understand.
Well, we're talking about racial profile in real America.
Talking about somebody law enforcement standpoint.
From any standpoint, have you experienced racial profiling in your life?
I'm sure I've had. When you used to shop at department stores.
And they follow you around. Sorry, Chris. Sorry, Susie.
Concrete. Let me paint a little bit of Seneca. What's up, Seneca? How you doing? I'm doing fantastic. Do you want to chime in, sir?
Yeah, we think racial profiling is not a systemic phenomenon. So it can be considered racial. Let's be racial, that's racism. Must be systemic. So there's a narrative of a framework that probably attributes racism very often as I think it's various way by behavior and by today. As a clean cut gentleman walk into a store, less likely to be profiled, right, or considered for acts or misconducts if I behave in a way and dress me in a way that is reasonably appropriate by societal standards. If I'm sagging my pants and have crazy looking hair and I've got a long chain on my nose.
What's crazy here?
What the fuck is crazy hair and I wear a gold chain, bro?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You know the kind.
Okay, concrete is in. I know let Nina go, please. Let Nina go. Go ahead, Nina.
So what did you say about the lot and the twist? You said something.
Just let that, don't be afraid of the police.
concepts and psychology into how he is navigating this world. Right? And that's why we should not be upset with him, because obviously that wasn't like a well thought out statement. That's like an emotional reaction. And whether or not he's intending to trigger, he's definitely intending to separate himself. And that separation is, in fact, defense mechanism. Because the world is shooting at black people. And he's saying, not me, them. Stop shooting at me. Right? And I understand it. And like I said, there's something that should be paid. Because obviously he has that power.
Beat yourself, but I appreciate you.
Alright, so let me just say this real quick. He wanted to know about what I felt or what we felt was a limit to racial profiling. And went in another rabbit hole, but I'm going to try to bring it back. I think the only real limit that in my mind I can see is land, maybe 2 or 3 states, where we would succeed the union or try to come out of the country, but we could settle a couple of states. I'm in a state called Wyoming right now. I'm headed to Utah, where the brother says he's from. I'm going to get out there.
Evanston, what do you mean?
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, it's like, you're missing the point, Chris. All right, yeah. All I'm saying is, as I was driving on Highway 80 heading west, I see a Walmart distribution center that's hiring for $30.65 an hour. Now, I know Walmart distribution centers, and I know Wyoming is a white-ass state. So they have settled certain areas of the country, and they have business in those areas. They're still Americans. I'm saying all that to say, Carolina, and some of these states we can settle and make our own. Do business, make money, create our own hourly minimum wages. Because I'm thinking to myself, how the hell are these white people in Walmart distribution center all making minimum of $30 an hour? And so I just find that very interesting, because I know if you go down south, they're probably getting paid $16 an hour, right? So we can settle some of these areas, and that would be the biggest way to stop racial profiling, is to police ourselves in our section of the country, in our community, and settle those areas. That's the best example I can think of for a remedy. I like it.
Seneca, I just wanted to respond to some of what you said. Well, I disagree with most of what you said, and more so probably disagree with the presentation of it. And it just feels like it was a little too broad, and it wasn't as precise as it could have been. And I think that's where the problem, where stereotypes can come into play. But there was one thing you did say that I somewhat agree with in terms of the words black and white. I think that they're overly used. They're speaking for different black country or African countries, and there's about 44 to 48 somewhere like that, European countries, and they all have different histories, different lineages, and these do influence the culture. So
looked. Just imagine. You think they would feel love or anything like that? No, they wouldn't. But you know what? Who those people are, and however their life brought them to decide to tat their body or whatever they did, I don't care. They reach people because for my Christian belief, it's important to reach everybody and love everybody. So, but they can reach people I can't reach because I don't look like that, and so you judging people like that and then choosing to say you're elite, and coming across elite. We know you're not elite, but it, yeah, you need to stop. You really just need to reconsider what your beliefs are. John even gave you a little hot pepper, like that was a spicy comment. No, because how you dress, how you look, it's how you act, and what your character is what really matters. So what if somebody's playing their trap music and they have tattoos? Big deal. That's not what you judge people on. And if you don't have the wherewithal to take time to know, then just keep going on with your life. You don't need to create opinions and put people down because it doesn't bring you up to put people down. It really exposes who you actually are. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we want to give Seneca a chance to respond. Go ahead, Seneca.
Just, like, there's a community of people that just live in division. And I'm just, first of all, I'm so glad that I have my heritage. My heritage and my religion. Okay, give me definitions of who I should be and how I should respond in circumstances, how I should dress, what I should eat, how I should speak. Like, the police officer is very upset. And he's elegant and very sweet and concerned. Very sweet and concerned. I'm sorry, sir. I cannot work as a heritage. That is not informed by any culture or heritage or values of his heritage. He refuses to serve God. He refuses to serve God and decides to serve the tarot cards and zodiac signs. Okay? And chooses to essentially be anti-Christ and anti-religion, anti-Islam. Okay? Because he's not informed by any definition of who he should be. He assumes that he needs to be as black as can be. What does it mean to be black? It means to be ferocious, argumentative, this comes with it. So, and black boys raised right then and there. That's how it's going. That's how I get to shut up.
We're gonna let Seneca land. You don't have anything to respond.
When you go and you look at all of this, from the Black Lives Matter, all the people that were in there, you do not find one hatred. You do not find one survival. You do not find one convenience. And then this thing come on. All of them are Black Americans. All of them are Black Americans that don't have a heritage, don't know their culture, don't know where they're from, and are not informed by any culture other than being as ghetto and niggerish as possible. Okay?
Okay, I'm next. I gotta go again. Hold on. When Seneca lands, we go to the mods first. So we'll go Seneca and then of course Queen Sloan. And then Chris, I know you want to respond. So Seneca, let's let him land first, please.
Okay, yes, I'm going to land here because I know you have Black Americans have self-respect and self-control. At the end of the day,
Seneca, hold on. I have a question. I stopped listening to you talk because you're blowing me away with what you're saying. And keep it real with me because we always have good conversations. Do you actually believe everything you're saying right now?
yes, because I'm tired of people acting like animals and not. If I was Black American, okay, and I didn't know my heritage to inform my values, I would be Muslim. Okay, because at least there's a community, there's the Ummah that will inform me of and provide a culture that will ensure that when I meet a police officer and that position of
Read that man bio, he is Muslim. He lying.
Yes. Well, when I am Muslim, I'm not lying. What are you talking about? I
never said I
Don't worry, I'm gonna cook your ass in a minute. As soon as I get to the mic,
that's
I'm
okay.
gonna cook
That's
your
okay.
ass.
You can
Hold on,
not,
Chris.
that's
Just
okay.
stand down,
Let
Chris.
me
Hold on.
just let me pretend you can control yourself. Okay, you know, if I was Black American, okay, and I didn't have a heritage, I would adopt the cultural values of Islam, the Ummah, okay, that teach me humility and modesty, that teach me to dress in a hijab, okay, not in a hijab, to cover up everything from my navel down to my knees. As a woman, to wear a hijab if you're a woman, okay.
Tell the other Jamar that
And to respect the game.
Chris, let him land.
And to respect authority. These Black people do not respect authority. They act rambunctious. They act like wild hyenas and animals, and then they expect to be respected. And that's just not how the world works. If you respect yourself, people respect you. If you act like you don't have a heritage, you didn't come from a home, you want to have tattoos all over your face and then put a chain on your neck and then go into corporate America, no, they're gonna kick you out. You don't belong there. Okay, if it walks like a criminal, acts like a criminal, it's a criminal. That's my way.
Thank you, Seneca. I think Sloan wanted to go, and then we'll go to Chris. Anybody want to speak after Chris? I have Q. E, I see E. Anybody else?
I do too.
That's Keith. Okay. Anybody else after Keith? All right, cool. Please don't interrupt as the speakers come off mic. Cool. Sloan, you got it, sister.
I'm not even going to say very much because I just don't really need to give my energy to ignorance. I really don't. He believes what he believes. I gave a very good example of why he should not judge people based on appearance, and he chose not to even acknowledge that. That's fine. But you see, and this isn't to talk, I'm not even talking to him, and I'm not going to center myself, but I will say that it is important to know that Blacks in this country may not know their heritage, not through any fault of their own, but through the capitalism called slavery. And that is important to know when you decide to pass judgment on someone that doesn't know their culture. And let me be clear, I am Black. I am not African American, and I'm okay with that. In fact, after meeting you, I am more than okay with not being African American. I am Black, happily Black. And to further make my point, I'm actually, I am in the lineage of George Washington. My Black woman, and she's my family is on the slave side of George Washington. We're in the Smithsonian Historical Museum for African American History and Culture. So when you say people don't know their culture and they act a certain way, yeah, things come with that. And this of the capitalism of slavery. I wouldn't wish to be a Nigerian based on your nasty attitude. I wouldn't. I'm happy being a Black American, and I'm proud of that. But when you look at me, it comes from a place of imperialism, of colonialism, of things possibly your Nigerian ancestors probably gave our asses up. So that's what I think of you and your opinions. Thank you.
Let me jump in real quick, my 2 cents. Small, please don't think this you and I don't have shit space alone. I appreciate you, and I understand trying to understand your energy. But I appreciate you. Let me just say this real quick, because I noticed people that all back from this room, right? Healthy debates does not endorse anything that's being said by individual speakers. I'm not signing off on any of this stuff. So before you guys go peruse it, healthy debates is hard-written or racist. I don't want to hear that shit. So good, back to you, now.
For the record, before we go to Chris, for anybody who has, I personally don't identify as Black, African, or Negro. I'm a time born from the Dominican Gallery. Thank you, Chris.
I don't feel that as you hear your vote out, so I've been listening. You're going to believe what you believe. I know I'm not changing anybody's mind. But you kind of knocked me off tonight because the data energy doesn't live here in you, as far as I know.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different cultures in different markets. I think in areas that were being surrounded by immigrants, right? But even JP in Brooklyn, right? Trinidadians, the Jamaicans, they're not sad. Most of them are not. Some of them smoking weed and stuff, but they're not like out here acting like criminals, sacking their pets, out at wee hours of the night. That's just wow. I want a graveyard sale. What if I want a graveyard? Does that put me out in the wee hours of the night? Because I used to be a bouncer in Miami, and you know where I live now. I used to work at the club as security, so I was out in the wee hours of the night. And what the fuck does it mean if I sag my pants? Why you looking at my pants? Why you watching my pants? What that's what criminals do? Why? Then you need to stop watching TV, dog, because I did 5 years, and that's not the case. That's not the case. You don't watch TV. You need to stop watching TV, brother. Because you've never been there. Stop talking about shit you've never been to. And fuck corporate America, because I work in corporate America. I work in corporate America. But you're lying.
Hold on, Chris. We have to have one mic so everyone can hear. And G, I see you flashing away at the queue. So after Chris, we have Keith, and then we got you, FG. Seneca, go ahead, Lynn.
Put the one in the queue. Yeah.
I got you, bro.
See, black people don't want to hear anything that moves from social responsibility for behavior. Like that environment. That's what people do. Okay, when you look at African American, they have the highest overcome, right? But they have the highest percentage of suicide events.
Yeah, you know what?
When you look at Black American, Black Americans come volumes 23% of them come from the single parent households. Okay, but the systemic issue, the source of the cause of the systemic issues will be that is their behaviors, is their attitudes, and the distance from their members. Okay, even the ones that are Christian are out here putting their TVs on the phone and they're having their ass up talking about God first and Jesus first. Okay, but if you want to steal these people, the holiness and disrespect self, religious self-respect, okay, is what puts them in these situations when you adopt a value system, a framework that is informed by your customs, from your heritage, or from your religion. You're not privy to a lot of the type of legend that you get from the East and everything like that. There's not one Nigerian, okay, that you can find on the list of people that were killed during that COVID Black Lives Matter era. Not one. All of us lawyers, doctors, engineers, successful people. See, a lot of other Africans, when you see all of them as people looking down the list, one Democrat gets on that list, Black Lives Matter list, it's all Black Americans, and it's funny, it wasn't the shit days and Jamal's up there. I can't wait to get here. I can't let's just be honest. Can we just be honest in this room today? Okay, let's be honest about it. Let's Senator Lance, please. Yeah, they're not going to really accept it. It's just be black is to not accept it as well. Well, I mean, okay, like, wait. We gotta make everybody keep their submissions under. Let's go. We got E, Keith, XG, and then Thug. Who wants to go after Thug?
I'll go John. Put John in here.
Okay, so Chris, hold on. We'll after Thug, we have Chris. I think I heard Sean come off mic, and then her. Go ahead, Keith.
So, Seneca, I'm just going to say that I think that while I'm not particularly offended by what you're saying, I think it is understandably offensive. And I also am going to say that I fundamentally don't think that your intentions behind what sometimes convenience, it can go way too far. That's like, I live in California, that's like an earthquake happening in California, so they say, well, you should have known about fault lines and tectonic plates and shouldn't have lived in California. There's a point where the level of accountability that you're expecting from somebody is just not a realistic sense, and there's things that are beyond people's control. So I think that while your intentions are really just to be accountable and to take responsibility, it is really probably more of an empowering message that I think you're trying to have, and that you take that with yourself. You seem frustrated with hearing people you feel have not taken accountability. I do think that it is misguided because it doesn't encompass a balance of you. And so that's pretty much all I have to say about it.
Thank you, Keith. Go ahead, Keith.
Yes, I just wanted to say this, Seneca, man. I like, part of me, like, I understand I'm the same as he, but the other part is like, bro, you kind of coming at black people with this generalization, meaning the same thing he said. You take one situation and you put it on all, and just saying this is who you guys are, and it's no Nigerians, they got in the black, live movement and all of that. But I just want to say, my profile is my son. He got the box. He went to school to Xavier, had a 3.7. His father, so I'm his stepfather, is a sheriff in Cleveland, and his mother, who I'm married to, is a nurse, and they are African. I just came back from Africa, and he was wearing a locks out there, and they didn't tell him. They said, hey, look, down here, as he was free and he walked around in Africa, he did get the freedom as a black man and not getting profiled by, people, because everybody was out there was African. So that was real good, and he enjoyed that. But they did say, hey, you gotta be aware of your environment. They did talk to him, and I did talk to him too about that situation. We do have to know our environment. I mean, I'll just say this, and I know a lot of people gonna come at you, but if I got some Jordans and I got my gold chain on, it's some places in the hood that I'm not gonna walk, and they go the same way for the way that we present ourselves when we in different situations. So I agree on that side, but Seneca, I think the way that you explain it, you kind of throw all of us under the bus the way you do it. Okay, so
Streets first, and then it's on you. Go ahead, Street.
Yeah, I'll keep it short.
Wait, who said wants to kill that was Jamal? Who said they want to get in?
Chuck.
This is how we're going. It's FG and Thug. We have FG, Thug, Chris, John Berg, and then Job Wells. Okay, cool. Go ahead, FG.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I think, in short, like TLDR, is that in short, you're an uptight, self-righteous dude. But that way, all you do and everything you speak, just let's recommend the black people further back or African Americans. So to say, even though you kind of describe Nigeria, the number one threat of Nigerian parents who bring the U.S. to send their children back to the shithole of a country that Nigeria is. So again, I'm really confused as to how black Americans are the bottom of the barrel and African Americans are the bottom of the barrel, and yet the worst living African American in the U.S. probably lives a high class life in fucking Africa. So like that's what I'm confused about. It's always Africans are so much better than African Americans, yet all of them have to migrate to make anything of themselves. That's hilarious to me. That you guys have to go ahead and flex 50-year-old technological advancements being made by fucking sticks and stones and act like it's fucking amazing in Africa when we did that 50 years ago. I'm so sorry, you're still catching up. So to try to act like Africans are the pinnacle of society, pinnacle of morality, when half of them still can't let their women drive, half of them just got the right to vote. The other half, they're so fucking societally behind and technologically behind that for you to imply that the Africans are somehow so much more superior to the African Americans, it's mind-blowing to me. It's mind-blowing to me. It's the pinnacle and the epitome of this coon-ass Candace Owens state of mind that you trap yourself into to keep sucking the white man's dick from under the chair. Like, I'm really confused as to how you kowtowing this bad to white people and
this is their lifestyle in Africa. It's false. It's a lie. These are the Nigerians. And you look at the makeup on their face, they make them lighter. These women are pitch black. And they are using makeup to have the images of what they would like American, or the American standard of what beauty is. They're trying to use that show to have all Africans on the continent portray themselves as such. So this whole idea that he's trying to make it seem like black Americans are the worst degenerative images on the world, your allegedly best people are trying to portray those images. They're trying to look exactly like the degenerative thing that you're saying that we are. And your children are growing up that way. Your children are growing up loving hip-hop, loving sagging their pants, loving rapping about killing motherfucking Africans and doing all the rest of the stuff. They love that shit, right? So it just behooves listening to people like him, right? It only further gives me the ammunition to prepare my next generation to know that don't ever let these fucking niggers, because that's what you are, don't let these niggers, use their survival tactics of, saying all these black terms or trying to pretend to be cool because they're educating with you in school. Fuck them, right? Fuck them into the next century. I'm done speaking.
Okay, all right. Mom, we have a queue. I keep telling you you have a queue, and it's going Chris, John, Burke, and John. So I'll put you in after John. So, Chris is on the phone, so let's go ahead and John. Congressman John, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I would just say don't judge a book by its cover. And what that means is we're all Americans. And on the inside, we have pink brains and we have blood and we have other colors on the inside. So I would just say that when I say that education is lacking, it really is a spiritual education. Because we all have a translucent soul which is colorless, or at least all of our brains are pink and our hearts are red.
Let's go to the next person, please.
Congressman like that. That's messed up. Okay, wait, Chris, he broke the phone. Chris, you were next before John, so we'll go Chris, and then Bert, John, and Jamal. Go ahead.
I can't even think of anything else to say except man, it ain't crazy. And I will just yield my time to the next person because, like I said, I was on phone, so I can't even deal with that right now.
No problem. Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, Bert.
Yo. What's good, bro? Yo, bro, I need you to be solid, bro. Catching that pink ticket thing. I got you. That is my fucking plan. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's some of it I do. Some of it actually do hold with me. So you know what I'm saying? Because you want it, not because you're no, I didn't buy it. I did not buy it. I endorsed it. I intact it. There's no one defends it just because you live someplace that's your place. Sorry, that's natural law. It's natural law. That's so much. Hold on a second. I don't know, but you're a lawyer. Ain't you some amateur? Well, Lord, I would have to, like, natural law would also be, like, the
Great room title there, Rabbi. Really top notch. Very funny. Good stuff.
Go read the book and we'll look at that.
That's what I keep telling people on this app, fatty.
Do you know that they have turned out to be Sean? What? What's his name? Hickman?
Yeah.
He's a guy.
He's Jewish.
Yeah, he's a guy. I just think he said it so hard. He used to hate Trump, but he's actually started loving Trump because Trump is going for the Jews.
Oh, he's talking for the Jews.
That's right.
Really?
That's right. I don't right. I don't like people who are so easily swayed by either the foreign or by some people. People whose emotions are so easily and so readily aroused. I just don't like that.
The issue. I think you're very surface. With it, surface level ignorant, damn near MAGA. No offense to anybody else with MAGA. Just trying to make a point.
I hate it when some Black Americans use their typical cultural deflections, right? Whenever you hold them accountable, they would hold your country accountable. They would hold basically white people do it too. They say, oh no, you don't understand. Slavery happened to us. They make all these excuses upon excuses. They call out slavery like they're the only ones in the world that ever experienced hardship or ever came from generational hardship. Okay, it's just not an excuse. I'm sorry. We're tired of the bullshit. People come to this country, they don't even come from a country where they use the same characters, let alone speak the same language, let alone know the culture and the systems. And you have 400 years of knowledge in this country. Okay, you know the systems, you know the educational systems, the financial system, the justice systems, you know the culture, you can speak the language, and still you don't overcome, you don't succeed. Why? Because you're dropping out of class to school smoke weed. Okay, you're hanging around the wrong people, you're out there you come to work, you disrespect your teachers, you don't do your homework, you barely graduate from high school if you graduate. Okay, you don't go to college. Okay, and then you end up thinking you're the shit because you got a 15 hour per hour job while your immigrant counterparts are going to college, getting engineering degrees, getting accounting degrees, coming out making 6 figures. Okay, and then you want to whine and boo. Okay, that it's not fair, and blame slavery for your lack of discipline and lack of self-respect. No, we're sick of the shit. Okay, we're sick of your communities being so freaking crooked because you won't look at yourselves. You will tell your women to put on some clothes. Okay, you will tell your women to stop having promiscuous sex, disguising it as dating, looking for what? They're always looking for the one until they catch AIDS or until they get pregnant. Okay, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? No, I'm sure Keith is older than you. Sound like a really great gentleman and a gentleman that respects himself. Let's be honest. Even you are responsible. Why? Because it is your community. It is your community, and Black people need personal accountability for their community. Okay, but when you hold a Black woman accountable for their community, you know what they say? Oh, just let Black women be, just let other people be. I'm focused on myself and my family and my household. They don't even care, give a shit about their community. Okay?
Yes, let me jump in for a second, because I've been learning, and I know that I'm going to say is going to change your mind, and I want to keep it real with you. I find everything you're saying to be so violent, disgusting, and so intellectually dishonest. Because for me, right, JB,
it's his lived experience, JB.
I'm part of your community, I'm part of my own community, but here in New York, as you know, we're a melting pot, so we mix together. So you don't label an entire community of things you're saying. I'm going to keep it real, bro. It's reprehensible, disgusting to me. I can't speak for anybody else in this room. But I like to give everybody a chance to expose who they are. And I have to tell you, dude, you really, in my opinion, my advice to you is take a step back and listen to what other people are saying. Come out of that headspace because, bro, it's not reality. But I'm sorry for cutting you off. I had to say that.
It is reality. It's the reality.
That's how we see it's gross. Yes, if it is, they do it like very fucking.
Can I ask you a question, JD? Question. So, you're from the Italian community, right?
Yes, Italian Jewish.
Italian Jewish, okay. Do you see a difference in the behaviors and the culture of your community and the Black American community and how it has made your community more successful?
What I see beauty in the Black community, man. Here in Brooklyn, I live in Bed-Stuy, but no, let me, you ask me a question, let me answer it. I don't see any difference with all communities, right? But all people, listen, Bill and I argue every fucking day, bro, and I still go have a fucking drink with this guy. I don't give a shit. Let me find out the context of the person, not the whole community. I'm not gonna paint the entire community because one idiot did something stupid. That's just ridiculous. Listen, look at the narrative what happened in this world right now. The Jews own the media, Jews own the banks. Guys are not going down that rabbit hole right now. Just using this example. It's ridiculous, man. I'm not gonna sit here and paint an entire community because there's one person made a mistake. Because there's plenty of people in my community. I guarantee you, son, I'm making mistakes today. I'll make them again tomorrow. Does that make me the same
France on this time will be till the day I die. And let me just give you this little example, son.
It's not
if
his
you're driving
either.
down the road, the cop pulls you over because you're black, but you don't know that happens. That's entirely true. You think you can tell me, no, officer, hold on, I'm not black, I'm African. You think he's really gonna believe that bullshit?
So he can tell by the way I speak, the way I conduct myself, my behaviors. I call him sir. Even if he's angry or rambunctious, I de-escalate. He knows that's not the behavior of a black man. And 9 times out of 10, JB, they let me off in the morning. Even when I've been speeding, they let me off in the morning because I'm so respectful. That's not the characteristic of a black American man.
I disagree. I absolutely agree. Everybody did up there.
Please become a
Guys, we have a queue over here. And back to 9. I want to say hello to MG real quick. MG, put your seatbelt on because we got some craziness going on here.
I hear. Hey, JB. Hey, Don. Hey, Gabs. Hey, beautiful.
Please, I don't know what your queue is. It's just on.
I just want to do a quick room to reset for folks who came in. Healthy debates. We're talking about racial profiling. We have a poll at the top. Absolutely not is leading by 90%. If you don't see the poll, you have to go out and update the app, come back in. Absolutely not. Total hogwash, figment of people's imagination. Bigger issue that I realize. Those are your options. Please vote if you haven't voted already. Folks, I know everybody's heated and passionate and spicy, but we have to honor the queue. We have Jaw, Jamal, Mike, Chris. Trap joined the stage. Trap, do you want to get into the queue? If not, just let me know when you're ready. Okay, so we'll add Trap after Chris. So let's go ahead, Jaw, and then Jamal.
John next, but John, can you do me a solid, bro? Please cash your pink ticket.
Thank you, JB. Jaw, the mic is yours. Please, everybody, remember, keep your submissions under 2 minutes.
If there's anyone worthy of being doxxed, it's him.
No, we ain't doing that block party, man, ducks. That's not a bad job.
No, because, I'm South Sudanese, so, like, I'm African, South Sudanese. I see African Americans, you know what I mean, stuff we agree with, because, we both get drunk, we both like to fight, so, you know what I mean, but, like, stuff that's African American, I don't get that's their problem. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's their issue. I sit back, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what am I gonna do? It's their problem to solve. Like, I just sit back, like, you know what I mean? Why would I go in there and start talking shit? You know what I mean? Make it work? No, it's that you can't. You know what I mean? They gotta solve it themselves. You can't really tell people. All right.
Thank you, Jamal. I'm a Jaw. Jamal,
I'm be shit too. Okay. We do some bullshit too. But they don't tell us all the bullshit we do. They just be like, oh yeah, all right, yeah.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Go ahead, John.
You know, so I hope y'all can hear me clearly. I'll get some other answer. Seneca has touched on and articulated very well a lot of my own personal feelings, and I'm from the United States of America, the foundation, African American myself. And I agree with him. I know that he is gaslighting a lot of it, probably, and upsetting people. And the way that he said it so smug and matter of fact, and it's a little disrespectful the way he said it. But everything he has said is right. And I agree with him. And I think we as African American, Black people, foundational Black American, we have to come to terms with some of this stuff in order to really, really go back to the title. And the title is about this racial profiling. There's a way that you have to deal with police
a little bit of like taking a punch to give a punch. It's actually a very difficult style of boxing to learn. It's not. It literally takes years for people who had long amateur careers and have boxed that were pros for years as well.
Is that what happened to your brain when you got TBI? Was it in the pressure fight?
Yeah, I usually don't get TBI from one fight.
Well, I want to thank you, Pepe. You did it again. You know, your doxing of Roger Mayhem, your stirring of the pot. You have, once again...
Somebody else moved in the
I did.
you tell them that you were watching. You were watching.
Stir the pot.
Yeah, that's definitely was hot for a little bit. I was an amateur, and then like hey guys, he's like, let me tell you guys.
Oh man, we need Roger back. We need Roger back.
Child.
Ooh, child, things gonna get easier. Ooh, child, things are gonna get harder. Ooh, child, Roger Mayhem's gonna get fluffier.
I like it over. I like it over too, but it has a name. If you want to get it.
When are you guys going to donate to the campaign to elect John Kitover? Oh, that's right. You're Canadian. You can't donate to the campaign anyways.
Why not? I actually could. There's some slide around about that. That's fun. Make that bag of it.
I saw him on here earlier today, but I didn't see the web.
He's no longer showing up to gun counts on the Twitter because he's been exposed as an English guy. Hold up, right? Sean Mickman. As he misspelled Sean. Child, enjoy smacking, selling Pokemon cards while talking about gold. That's right. Check. You have to understand John Kitover. You have to understand. This room, we are nigga minimizing. That's right. We are studying LIFO, and specific identification as far as inventory management. That's right. We actually do plans, unlike Roger Faggot Mayhem, who actually Pokemon cards while talking about gold and ungold. That's right. Who finance? And we don't do niggas. We're nigga minimizing. Okay, so these are privileges just for you to know. And you should feel more than lucky to be at the biggest Satoshi Shaker Fund.
But can we what? So this Muslim chick on Hinge is like, what are you looking for on here? I said, whatever you're looking for. She says, I'm looking to get married. I said, we shall see if that's in the cards. She wrote, you're Muslim? I said, no. Can we Ummah and do 2 wives?
I actually feel like I like it over. People don't appreciate it though. I think because I never appreciate it. I just think
She wrote, so are you considering it? Sure. Can you believe these people want to have these like ridiculous text conversations on the dating app? People are really fucking stupid. And this girl is a physician, a fucking doctor. That's why I give no credibility to the medical industrial complex. It's just basically people who tested well and now they work in consumer packaged goods. That's it.
I completely agree on that. I don't know if I agree with that.
Are you serious?
I think there are aspects of this where critical thinking is required, but that thinking is like
Rico Bosco, you should consider contributing to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Let me put the link in the chat, Rico Bosco. You should become a donor to the campaign to elect John Kitover. I'm not Polish. I'm not Jewish. You shawarma, Jordanian, kanafa eating motherfucker. You motherfucker.
This would be funny to see John Kitover just troll Congress, so I would enjoy that.
We're gonna get on the ballot. I already worked out today. We're gonna get on that ballot, but I need money to actually get the signatures. Well, that's okay. Just buy some more put options because Bitcoin's going down, and then you can contribute to the campaign.
Hi, you've reached 1773913.
You Indians for study.
I agree. I think we are brother and sister.
Okay, I'm with you. I'll go along the road.
I like that. You got a husband?
More than one.
More than one.
She said brother and sister, and now you want to you have a husband.
No. I'm asking.
White people, you get to a certain age, of course you're gonna have some stereotypes. You feel me about white people when you see them. You feel me, and then you're gonna racially profile them, even if it is on accident. Like, hey y'all put this in your potato salad and shit like that. Like I see us do it more than anybody else. Matter of fact,
Yeah, it's human nature.
I'm also tell us this. I've seen black people racially profile motherfuckers more than anybody else. Black people, we racially profile Africans, we racially profile other black people, we racially profile whites, we racially profile Asians, racially profile fucking Arabs. We always think one of them motherfuckers walking around with their jobs. Is that what they call it? Whatever they call the little shit that they put on their head. We always think one of them about to blow some shit up, you feel me? Like, we racially profile motherfuckers more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. I'm just going to put that out there. So, yeah, again, it just comes when you don't have the knowledge about the other race, you feel me? You don't fit into proximity with certain people. Yeah, you fall under racially profile.
Thank you, Trap.
Did he ask Trap a question?
Hold on a second. If you want mad, I'd let you ask two questions. Hold on a second. Now, we haven't heard from Trayvon yet, and George hasn't spoken yet. I'm going to let Mike ask his question, then you want to get these other guys involved. It's on you.
Yeah, it's a quick one. Trap, I actually agree with everything you said. I think you're a very level-headed man here. Would you say you're afraid of police officers?
No, sir.
All right. See, that's what I'm saying. See, and that's that. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Trayvon, are you there, Trayvon?
Man, what's poppin'?
What's going on, man? You want to jump in this conversation? You just want to hang out?
Man, I guess I chime in real quick. I'm going to say that everybody got different views, you feel me? So we ain't never going to sit here and actually build on something that we attacking everybody's point of view. You feel me? So I'm going to go ahead and put that out there. And in regards to it, racial profiling is definitely a real thing.
Trust and believe that. Now, I like to see things from, in between. I try not to take sides of it. So, to be clear, a lot of times that, we get racially profiled. From my own personal experience, we are doing something that causes us to be looked at in some type of way. And let's be real about it. And to be 100%, I do feel that within a community, we don't take accountability, but I do feel that there's times in which we do things to cause, people to look at us a certain way. Prime example, in certain places, as much as we would all like to, value cannabis, in certain places, cannabis is illegal. It's definitely been times in which, some person gets pulled over under the influence of cannabis, under the influence of alcohol, you know what I mean? And it just goes down. It goes into a downfall. It spirals down. I don't like that. And it causes people to look at them suspicious. But there's also times where it's not anything that gives them a reason to look at us suspicious aside from our skin. So there is those times in which racial profiling is just what it is, racial profiling. So I'm going to keep it brief at that and let y'all brothers continue better know what y'all better know.
Thank you, Trayvon. I always appreciate when you come in. So I'm going to go to George and then I'm going to go to Seneca. George, you there?
Hey. Yeah.
Hey, you want to chime in?
Sure. Yeah, I believe that racial profiling is definitely real. I think there will always be racism in the state of affairs. I also think that people should be on their best behavior, of course. I mean, it's just good strategy. And you don't see that. If you're on your best behavior, it's not a problem. So that's it.
Thank you, George. Senator, you there, Senator?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if you wanted to chime in or not.
Yes, I did. Thank you. So the gentleman earlier, I think it was he said that, you don't have to show your license and it's your right? And, you don't have to show your license for police officer, and so we have to work your identification, right? But here's the thing. There's certain things that we don't have to do that we ought to do, right? And there's certain things that we can do that we probably ought not to do. For instance, we have the right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression, and anyone here can say anything that they like, right? But if, say, Mike Allen or maybe another white man calls someone in this room a nigger, right? Does he have the freedom to do that? Yes. Ought he do that? Probably not. Okay, probably not, because it's very disrespectful. In the same way, regardless of whether it's your right or not, we are informed as Nigerians, as Africans, as Somalis, as Ethiopians, as Sudanese, okay, that when you have an authority figure, let's say an elder in the community, or an older brother is considered your uncle, okay? When you have what we call our older brothers and older sisters, uncle and auntie sometimes, because we recognize authority figures, and we recognize that we are not mates, we are not equal to our authority figures, and that cascades into relationship with police. And as a Nigerian, when a police officer asks for my identification, it does not matter whether it's my right or not. I'm not even only thinking about my rights in that moment. I'm thinking that someone in authority has given me an instruction that I obey because I'm obedient. I'm obedient because I'm Nigerian. I'm obedient because I'm evil, and that's what it means to be evil. I'm obedient because I'm Muslim. Okay, and that's what it means to be Muslim.
For the most part, I don't disagree with you in terms of you saying that you want to do something, even if you're not required to do it. I think the problem is that you seem to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, you seem to be supporting arbitrary punishments that people could inflict as a result of somebody not having done that. So if I am not required to present my ID, there's times where I may not want to present my ID because I might feel think that sometimes people are exercising their rights for their protection, and while I do think it is the decent thing generally to comply, there is also, you have to take into account human nature that police officers are not perfect, and some of them are wrong and corrupt as well. And those are the times to exercise your rights, and that's what rights are for. Rights are for preventing against being encroached upon unfairly. So I don't think that I don't think it's the decent thing to do to let a police officer search my vehicle if I haven't done anything wrong, because I don't think it's the decent thing to do to go search somebody's vehicle that hasn't done anything wrong. So to some extent, there's common courtesy and there's decency and there's I generally will comply. I'm not gonna lie, I got pulled over by the police like a week ago, and I actually was. I said, I apologize, sir. Maybe I was, going a little fast, whatever it was. And I completely complied with him. He said, well, your vehicle with me, so I'm gonna let you go with the ticket. I could give you reckless driving because you were going like 95, but so generally, yeah, I showed him my ID. Yeah, I did. I complied with him in the ways that I should have. But there's also been other circumstances where police were very hostile, very aggressive, and I don't think that you should unconditionally just bow down to people. So I think that's where I more so take issue with what you're saying, is that I think people should be able to have their rights and not have to, they don't have to.
Thank you, Nine. I think that's it. So now we got a couple of new people on stage. We got CM. We got Bella on stage. I'm gonna hand over to you. I'm gonna sit back and listen for a minute. By the way, now you're doing an amazing job today. You are crushing it.
Thank you, Mike. So listen, guys, I know this conversation is very heated, so I just want to keep it orderly and run a queue. The queue list is ended, so I'm going to start a new queue. Please let me know who would like to speak.
I know there's people over there, but let's do it.
Yes, we'll go back in.
Hold on, we have Seneca, then we have Mike. I see Trump wants to speak. So Seneca,
for sure, but I'll wait my turn. Some people are there first.
He takes a double edged from his pen and all of that. So as the proliferation, sorry, I'm still high. As the proliferation of marijuana starts becoming legalized, you see a lot.
Oh, hey, Julian. What are you doing with these highbrow financiers, Julian? I thought you wanted to make love to Mangione and free him. Oh, hey, Edmund. Hey, Edmund.
Edmund, whatever your name is. I'm a man of duality. Margione came from a lot of money. This fun that this is the music Kitover listens to as he goes to chemical hell. Not where I am, but you take, to sit on his seat.
I do think it'd be amazing to see Kitover in a congressional session, grandstanding, just doing yoga, what do you say? Everything's hypnosis.
That's right.
All communication is hypnosis. I would love to see Colin Congress grandstanding, giving a speech about development, all communication is hypnosis.
Well, all you have to do is give $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover. Link is in the chat.
I don't think he will do that. I think he really got he will do that. He told him to first. Just all of them. It's not going to be evident.
That's right. Israel's my number 2. America's my number 1, baby.
No, Israel's the number 1. America's the number 2.
Nah, you Jordanian shawarma eating motherfucking faggot.
That's right. That's good.
Link is in the chat, faggot. Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat.
I seen it earlier. I was laughing at it, but it was funny. I seen it. Yeah. I laughed at that. I laughed at that.
Yeah, it was actually funny. But
it's sad though, how they, hang on to y'all know what y'all saying, that y'all just having to deal with freedom people who came up under a time where they were told y'all oppressed them.
I understand. So,
it's a time for everything. And it is a time when these people are going to start terrorizing you. It ain't going to be safe to do that.
where are they getting back there?
That's how they're going to try to do it. They want to get it so we can devour each other. So we're going to have all the blacks saying they want revenge for slavery. And they're going to try to get it out of it.
But not you, because you've got reparations, so you understand, right?
Not reparations, so I'm trying to help people how to get it without fear, not one blood.
Well, I think whenever we can do some people don't shed blood is fair. Like, come and get some bloodshed.
Right. We've had too much of that already. See what that do.
That's right. That's right.
Supposed to learn from that. Whatever we're written for our learning, so that we do patience and come to the scriptures we might have. Now we can choose.
Have you met Lucifer? The one guy you asked that up there.
Who's Lucifer? Man, Lucifer. Oh, he's just
Oh man, Jamel, stop it with the devil worship shit.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
So, boy,
Really, he's worshiping the devil by hating me. I love your hate. I love it. So just keep hating me and dividing amongst each other. Keep your biases. I think that being prejudiced is healthy. I really do. You guys are entitled to have your preference of staying within your groups. I think you should stay in your groups. Please don't. Thank you, Stu. I love you too.
You know what? He might really like that. I think that might really be good.
Jamel, Lucifer, real. Come on. We know God is just a hokey dokey piece of shit.
no, Lucifer.
No, you baby, you believe it, don't you?
Lucifer, do you know what a jinn is?
That's me, baby boy. I'm a jinn.
Oh my god. I've never felt better in this life.
I feel amazing. So wait, Penny, you believe in God, Penny? Oh my goodness. Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, is God outside of you or inside of you?
I'm going inside.
Yeah, go inside. Is God inside of you or outside of you?
Right.
Is God coming inside?
No,
Yes, ma'am. What's wrong? Oh, okay. Usually when I hear someone wanting me to behave, it's almost like I could trigger other people, is what you're saying. So I could get inside of other people, possibly. They're going to blame it on me, though, right? That's pretty sexy. All right, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to just keep my mouth closed. Tell everybody.
Daddy.
Oh, Daddy's interesting, yeah. I was talking to Daddy a few times. She's been very helpful with me getting acclimated to the Jewish community.
Don't say that.
Daddy
been so clear with that.
Danny, you did say that you were Jewish.
No, I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite.
Wait a minute, damn it, Jenny. This is actually sexy. Now you're a Black Hebrew Israelite. I love that shit. And you know what? And I am a fairy godmother from Wizard of Oz.
This is from an NOI member, so just a
What's an NOI?
Nation of Islam.
Oh, you're Mr. Farrakhan guy. That's what's up, man. Nation of Islam in the building. Shout out
That's
to
what's
Allah.
up. You know, they say that the devil doesn't live outside of you. The devil's inside of you.
And John Kitover is here, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Congressman. You guys know Congressman John Kitover. He's my motherfucking dude. That is the hippest, that is the blackest white dude that you'll ever meet. John Kitover. He is a nigger for real.
You ain't black if you don't vote for John Kitover for Congress.
Hey, John, that would be funny as shit if you did that. You should put some humor in your campaign, brother. Some real raw humor. Like shock humor. You're too scared to do that, though. You're a politician.
No, we're creating content all the time.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Jamil. If you love niggas for real, you can talk shit to them. You feel me? Like, you won't be scared to talk shit to them. And sitting there basically like, nigga, what you taking this shit for real? Like, you really ain't no feelings. Nigga, like, what's your problem? You feel me? You sound like a nigga. Yeah, I can be anything you want me to be. Sometimes I sound like a straight bitch. Yeah, thanks, boo. But yeah, like, dude, John, what you say, John? You say you do have?
I'm saying I do a lot of comedy. I mean, I'm filming myself 18 hours a day and putting it on 10 different YouTubes.
Provocative content, John.
It's pretty provocative.
No, what's provocative, John, is you going to the hood, nigga, and playing basketball with the hood niggas and call them a bunch of niggas and dogging them and dunking all on them.
Well, I'm running against La Hood. His name is Darren La Hood.
Okay. You're getting close. Okay. That's what I'm talking. What I'm saying, John, is okay. You're a congressman, so you're a people person. So you got to be able to smile with Karen and have potato salad with raisins, and then step over a few blocks down the street and motherfucker shake a tail feather with Keisha and them. You feel me?
I feel you.
Alright, guys. So you need me. Anyway, you know you can always call me for advice, my nigga. So you're gonna need advice when you get that off. Some nigga advice, some brotherly love.
Well, I'll be sure to look up the Love Hard podcast on Spotify.
Yeah, look that up or look up Love Hard Network, because you know I am a synergy specialist. I'm a consultant, so you can hire my services. Yeah.
Well, how do we get Pennywise to Chicago so we can get married and start a family?
Who's starting a family?
Me and Pennywise.
Oh shit, Pennywise! Congratulations.
She recently broke up with her Michelin Ashkenazi boyfriend.
Wait, dude, you don't want no rebound pussy.
Have you seen how hot she is?
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck how hot she is, John. Don't do it.
It's not rebound pussy. She's a real woman. She wants to free Palestine, and together we're gonna free the world.
John, just call me on the back end, dude. Like, if you're being serious right now, like, okay, fuck that. I love you, John. You know I do.
I knew it. Lucifer had the thing for John, and he's trying to psyop John right now.
Stop trying to cock block him and let him shoot a shot.
Yeah, let me shoot my shot. I'm trying to get some John dick. Damn.
damn girl.
Somebody
Anyway,
told me on my YouTube channel that I'm not funny.
Well, John, what does Penny think? Penny, is he funny? She's lying already to you, John. Don't fucking do it, bro. Unless you like a liar. Now, if you like a liar, which they can be very spicy and very, like, being with a liar, because it's very, you don't know what you're going to get, right? You never know. It's so inconsistent. It's so inconsistent, dog. And it is actually, it's fun. It's really fun. So, honestly, I really, what the hell? Make sure you guys just, like, videotape your escapades, your love. I think if you put it on the Congressman in Love on YouTube, I think that is television.
Can you sing, Lucifer?
Baby, I can do anything. Okay? She's almost up singing song. Ain't this?
Yeah, sing bars, please.
Oh, no, not right now.
No, come on.
It's too early in the evening. I don't sing. I only sing around angelical hours around 3 a.m., 3 to 6 a.m. That's when my wings come out, my fangs. But this is what book were you reading? It says come read a book for me.
No, I wanted someone to read for me, actually.
Did you get them to read for you?
Yeah, someone did.
Oh, okay.
John will read
Oh, I got some Ruby for you, baby.
Oh, yeah, John loves to read books.
Oh, I love poetry. Oh my god.
Okay, I got
Have you
it.
checked
Here we go.
Arabic poetry? So good.
I got a poem.
Okay, go ahead.
Hickory dock. No, not that one. There was an old lady who lived in a shoe. She had so many children, she didn't know what to do. I call bullshit.
There once was a woman from Thrace whose corset was too tight to lace. Her mother said there's something in your stomach that didn't come through your face.
Little Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. At least that's what those freaks told y'all. They went up on the hill to get busy. Jill came down.
No, that was Jack and Diane. I think you're getting confused with the stories, you know?
What? Jack and Jill?
There once was a boy named Carter. By golly, he was a farter. When the winds wouldn't blow and the ships wouldn't go, Carter had to start her.
I like that.
Yeah, I know that.
I like that. At least, we should have like a poetry time where we're just doing nasty, naughty, like adult poetry with kitty, like nursery rhymes. Adult.
Hi.
Nursery rhymes.
Hi,
There once was a vampire named Mabel. Whose periods were eerily stable. Thus, every full moon, she'd get out a spoon and drink herself under the table.
I like that one. Yeah, we should get even gorier, more gory with it.
How about this one?
Party was great.
There was
Go
a
ahead.
ghetto. A lot of people adore a witch, but shout out to Trump and January 6th. How about that?
That's just
Adore witch, Trump in January. What happened January 6th?
Some retarded white people.
Oh, you talking about?
Look at your PTR, right? Is that it?
Oh, did they storm the Capitol? Was that January 6th? They stormed the Capitol. Oh,
Yeah, it was.
And you can put
Shout out to them for that.
Shout out, yeah, exactly. Shout out to those independent individuals who decided to do what they wanted to do, and now, it's all good.
Does anyone have a limerick on that? Because do you remember the photo of that little old lady, and she's holding the American flag in the middle of the Capitol with all this craziness happening? Hold on, I have to find it.
You know what? Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Remember this? Remember when they said a plane hit the Pentagon? How many people in here believe that?
What, the plane hit the Pentagon?
Yeah.
They showed they showed where it hit the building. That's what they said.
It was a fucking hit the Pentagon. That was not a fucking plane that hit the Pentagon.
They did show
It was a
missile.
Okay.
That's right.
So plane, missiles, all the same shit.
No.
What's the
No,
difference?
it completely deconstructs the actual narrative for the American psyop that they have provided us here in the United States.
Exactly.
Wait, Stu, what do you mean? What you say?
I thought it was the walls that they built in the explosive.
That's in the World Trade Center. That was all done by actual Mossad and the American CIA, who's CIA operatives and Mossad.
So wait, the CIA and the Mossad, are they tight? They cool as shit together?
Absolutely. They're one another.
They're inseparable.
This is why Jewish men, please don't have children with non-Jewish women, because then your children end up like Michael Bronstein. And they're very confused, and they have a lot of internalized anti-Semitism. So that's your warning.
John.
Oh, John's another patrilineal.
John.
The Wahhabis. It's all the Wahhabis.
John, help me out here.
Well, the two patrilineals agree on it, I guess.
John. Fucking motherfucker. Now you don't want to talk, John. What the fuck?
Well, I'm good on Yali's good side right now. I don't want to upset her anymore. She's a very easily agitated young woman. I know she's for male castration, so I don't want to upset her.
Damn, she's for male castration.
Chemical castration.
Holy shit, bro.
No, I think I said male birth control.
Male birth?
Which would be
like neutering.
No, so they would be given a dose of estrogen, and it would be a chemical, quote unquote, castration. But it's not a permanent one. It's sort of like what men do now anyway. If you add extra hormones to prevent pregnancy, men can do the same. But John is horrified by this.
We add extra hormones to prevent pregnancy?
Yeah, that's what birth control is.
Well, it's extra hormones.
They've already for a long time been turning all of the men into fags. So what's a couple extra hormones gonna do?
You sound so sad when you say that, Issa.
No, I'm sick of fags. I hate fags.
I'm so sad when you're sad.
Issa,
no, that's the only thing that the God of Abraham and I have in common is we both hate fags.
You know something? It's not the only thing you have in common.
What?
Why hate fags? Because they're always performing.
Why do I hate fags?
Abraham hates fags.
Lucy, you try dating a fag and then let me know.
Oh my God.
What happened?
Michael dated a bunch of them.
They're awful.
How many fags have you dated?
Too many.
They're not awful.
But how do you know you're not projecting and it's a you problem?
He's just playing.
Oh, it's 150% a me problem too.
Well,
because I'm also awful because I'm a fag.
See, that's just self-hatred. That's what it is.
No, when I say all fags are awful, I'm including myself.
Right, but awful. But you know what?
This is not bigotry. It is just observational.
But Issa, you're right, Issa, and I would like to say that I commend you on the. I owe you guys, all of you, the whole LGBTQ community. Everyone should get awards for performing arts. You guys are absolutely.
That's me.
You are drama queens. I fucking love it. This shit is hilarious.
You will read a bitch in a minute and cry about it, and then stab a nigga later on that evening, in the same evening. I love it.
Lucifer, you live in the Washington, D.C. area, right?
Yeah.
So what's it like having DEA, FBI, and police rounding up all the criminals?
I knew it was I told everybody it was going to happen. I had already called this like 2 years ago. Because we need to clean up. We have to trim the fat. It is that the fat has to be trimmed, right? The corruption, the performance is coming to an end. I need to clean the house. I just wanted to see for a few decades or centuries how things would be. We've got the economy moving. We're about to move into a whole fucking another direction. Boom. We got everybody queued. The psyops have been working, right? So killing is kind of like everybody kills somebody. It's no big deal, right? To kill a motherfucker. Steal an apple, nigga, your whole head get chopped off. It's all good. So now.
What's your name on the PSN? Yeah, I'm typing it in.
Bitch, you're gonna have to memorize them. If you want to calculate tangible book value, Rico, what do?
I don't know.
You have to remove from the stockholders
slavery, right? And they have gone on to procreate with more blacks, such that they might have darker skin than white people, and white people go on to procreate with whites keep their lighter skin. And then still, there's going to be two families that are going to converge.
And of course, I'm just speaking from an individualistic point of view. I want to make it home at the end of the night. I'm not arguing with the police. You did? Take the ID, do the background check if you have to, and let me go on about my way. I'm not going to stand there and start quoting the amendments and all this other nonsense because I want to go home. Y'all can, whatever y'all want to do with your encounters with the police, that's cool. And then if you get your wagon knocked the fuck off because you've encountered a cop with a bad attitude, or he's racist, or he doesn't give an F about you reciting your rights, then don't call on me to be mammying and windmilling and marching in the streets because another black man or a black woman statistic, and then we see the police body cam, and y'all are combative and argumentative when all you had to do was just hand over your ID. It's not about being defeatist. It's not about bowing down. And let's really get to the nitty and the gritty. Elect better political officials. You want police reform, elect better politicians, and demand tangibles. Demand police reform. We vote blue no matter who in these liberal, urban, big cities, and it's your politicians that you vote for that enable these police. Elect better politicians. These politicians don't give a fuck about us. They protect the cops, right? We see what happens if one of us gets shot or beat in the street. What happens? They barely get convictions. They barely serve time in jail. It all goes back up to the top. So never mind what black people are supposed to do. Hold your politicians accountable. How about that?
So sometimes, and I agree with comply, but sometimes it can go further than you just comply. So if you are obeying all the laws and a policeman pull you over, you have the right to ask, why am I being pulled over?
You're right, I agree.
That can often, and I've seen it, turn into something else. I'll tell you in a minute. License and registration. You hand them the license and registration, and you're still asking, okay, well, why did you stop me, officer? Did I do something? I'll tell you in a minute. That right there tells, what is the harm in the officer saying, I pulled you over because you blew the stop sign? Or, and then it goes further. Do you mind stepping out of the car? Why am I stepping out? Now, you're saying comply, but at some point, there's a violation to where you haven't told me why I'm being stopped. Then you asking me to get out of my vehicle. Now I am feeling threatened for my safety because this can go left really fast. You haven't even announced what the offense is. And so I've seen this over and over and over again, even under someone who has handed the license. And it's basically, to me, it just seems like a slave patrol to where now I have to tell you, oh, well, where are you headed? Where are you coming from? If I got a damn ticket, give me the ticket. Don't ask me where am I coming from, where am I going? What business is it of yours if I did a violation, a traffic violation? And that's where I understand a brother saying, do you give away your rights? Or basically what he said.
I want to give an example. I was arrested, right? I was arrested one day. I had some illegal shit in my car, right? And the police, confiscated the illegal stuff that I had in my car. So when I got to the judge, my lawyer, right? They allegedly pulled me over for a traffic stop. These are narcotics undercover police that just so happened to pull me over for some bullshit and found some shit, but it was allegedly a traffic violation. So my lawyer to the judge said, Your Honor, our president, and it was Obama at the time, he said, our president passed a law that says that once there is a traffic stop for a traffic violation, that is the extent of a police officer's investigation. Like, there can be no further. There's no search and seizures. There's none of that, right? A traffic violation is a traffic violation. That is it. You cannot go further. You can't say, I smell weed. I can't do none of that shit. If you pull me over for a taillight, illegal turn, whatever the traffic violation is, that is it. And I walked away scot-free by getting caught with 106 fraudulent credit cards in my car. Scot-free, I walked away because they violated my right for searches and seizures.
Thank you, Thug. Hold on, I think Mike Allen was trying to jump in there.
Do you think him? He had 106 stolen credit cards in his car. What the fuck?
No. Excuse me. They were not stolen.
Y'all can't be this slow.
Hold on. They were not stolen credit cards.
They weren't stolen. They were fake. That makes it so much better.
They were fraudulent. That's it. They were fraudulent.
That's so much better.
They're not stolen, but they're not stolen.
Yeah. You're right. That makes it so much less criminal.
So 100% less criminal.
It doesn't make it less criminal, but there are elements to a crime when you're being charged. If you charge me with murder, you have to prove intent. If you charge me with stealing, if you charge me with stealing, you have to prove that I stole it. So it's not stolen. It's not stolen.
And y'all are missing.
So why were there 106 fraudulent credit cards in your car?
That was my business why. That's my business why. I was giving the account about what the law entails as far as traffic violations and police stopping people. But you're so much derailed on. Y'all just really.
Listen, the Black King said he wasn't criminalized and didn't go to jail. Some of y'all should be happy about this. He beat the dog.
Yay! The criminal got away.
Okay, so we're not gonna interrogate him over his credit cards. If y'all want to know,
I didn't get away because I wasn't committing a crime. The police violated my rights, and the judge, according to my lawyer, right, saw that my rights were violated, and I walked away scot-free. Watch this. Let's just say it wasn't credit card. Let's say if it was a gun in my car, right? A gun that was purchased legally but wasn't legally registered, right? Let's say it was purchased legally, was legally registered, and I got pulled over with that gun. They still violated my rights, and I would have walked away scot-free.
There it is, people. The through line of the conversation tonight. His rights were violated. He walked away. The system worked. Go ahead, Mike.
It did not work. He had fraudulent credit cards. Jesus Christ. He failed us.
Bella, the judge said his rights were violated.
And he's free. So move along. Right after he violated the law. Yes.
But the judge said.
I hear you. I know. I get the technicality. He should have still probably gone to jail.
What crime did I commit by having forges? What crime?
You had fraudulent cards.
We're gonna move on. Okay. Let's go to Mike Allen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll be quick here. I think that first of all, Thug, I'll just address you real quick. I don't know if you heard about the recent story where the lady was pulled over for a traffic violation, and she was going all crazy, and they found 2 dead kids wrapped in garbage bags in her trunk. So they pulled her over, and then for a traffic violation, and then ended up finding dead children in her trunk. Are you saying like
she wasn't going crazy?
Traffic stop?
No, she wasn't going crazy. She did not go crazy. She was acting evasive, but she wasn't going crazy.
She had
Hold on.
Let me
I
explain
think she
the
was
law to
past
you.
crazy. I think she was past crazy. They said the bitch killed 2. They said the bitch killed 2 kids.
Let me
She was
explain.
beyond crazy.
Let me explain the law. Let me explain.
Wait. One mic on truth. What I'm saying on truth.
Thank you. What I'm saying is the way he made it like that she was going like acting like a lunatic when they pulled her over. She wasn't. She was very calm. She acted like she was trying to portray herself as being normal, but something was off. That's all I meant when he said she was going crazy. She was acting crazy. She wasn't.
Okay, so here is the law to that, right? Since you said, what am I supposed to think about her having 2 dead children in the trunk? So there, search and seizures couples with a reasonable suspicion. See, there is where the law becomes particular. If the police have a reasonable suspicion to detain you, then they can search your vehicle. Now, that reasonable suspicion may have been something that triggered them to say, ma'am, step out of your vehicle, right? They have to explain that. All of this goes to court, right? Court, lawyers, prosecutors, they all have to explain the case and say why they searched this woman's vehicle. So when I went to, like in my instance, when I went to court and they explained why they searched the vehicle, they had no probable cause. So now when they go to court and they explain this woman been finding 2 babies in a car, they have to explain what their probable cause was. And the probable cause found those babies in that seat, thank God, and they had a decent burial. And I'm done speaking.
Okay.
And just really quick to
Hold on.
I think to everybody.
Wait. I want to see if Mike Allen had a chance to land, and then we'll go to you, E. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no. I only got 1 sentence. I mean, look, I was mentioning Thug's thing. If you get pulled over, whatever, okay with that. So Trap's not up here anymore, but I think Trap made a good point when we were talking about lowering the probability of something bad happening. Nothing good is going to come of not complying. It's always going to end bad for the person other than the cops. And what I think is not getting mentioned here is, look, if the cop asks you to identify yourself and you say no, the only people that say no are people that have shit to hide. If a cop's going to search my car at any point in time, they're going to waste their fucking time. Go ahead, cop. You're about to waste fucking 20 minutes searching my fucking car, you dumb fuck. Go ahead. You want to fucking run my ID? Go ahead. The only people that don't do that shit, and you know what it always ends up happening? They have warrants. They have other shit going on that they don't want to be found out. They have a suspended license. They shouldn't be driving in the first place. There's no reason other than you're trying to hide something when you say no to a police officer for anything. And I'll land right here with this. My next door neighbor's a cop. Now, he used to do he's older, so he does forensic accounting stuff, so he's got a desk job, but he used to be a patrol guy, whatever. He told me this. He goes, the 2 most dangerous calls a cop can respond to are domestic violence, because everyone at the domestic disturbance is in a bad mood, and none of them want the cop to be there. And the second most dangerous one is traffic stops. When that cop walks up to your car, they are walking in blind. They have no fucking clue what is about to happen to them. And you got to think about that for a second. Imagine if you let some guy, like, say you get a minor fender bender, and you get out of your car to check your damage, and the other guy doesn't want to get out of his car. So you got to, like, walk up to his window to be like, hey, man, we got to exchange information. You know how fucking, like, terrifying that would kind of be? You're like, yo, who the fuck is this guy? And by the way, the lady that mentioned that, I would say this to you. Every video I've ever seen, the first thing the cop says is, do you know why I stopped you? And they explain to them, I stopped you for this. Every time. That's like protocol. Do you know why I stopped you? You ran a stop sign. You have a tail light out. You were speeding. You were this. They tell you, now I need your license and registration. The reason they need their license and registration is to make sure they are willing or capable of driving a car with other people being on the road with them. So, like, not complying with the police officer is the worst decision you could possibly make. They don't want to be there just as much as you don't want to be there. They don't just pull people over for the fuck of it. They pull people over for a reason, and they want to see who it is. Bam. Here you go, cop. Bam. Bye. You're wasting your fucking time dealing with me. Sorry I sped. Give me my ticket. Most of the time when you're nice to them, they let you off with a warning.
Can I speak? Because can I speak to what he's saying?
Really quickly, Truth, I was next in the queue. I do want to hear what you got to say. I just wanted to respond really quick. I do feel like mostly everybody missed what Thug's whole point was. It had nothing to do with whatever he had going on at that point in his life, why he had those credit cards, but it did have to do with the reason it got dismissed is because there is a due process to things and there is a proper protocol that's supposed to be followed. So there's one thing, like I can't speak to whether he's right or wrong for what his situation was, but I can speak to the fact that I absolutely agree with it getting dismissed if the evidence was wrongfully obtained. There's all types of things that people do that the cops swear an oath to literally uphold justice, which means that when they go, I would have no issue with compliance, and I don't have an issue with compliance, which I've said multiple times. What I don't think is that people should absolutely have to comply when it's not appropriate. You should not just have to get your property searched or seized. You should not have to speak, and there's all types of reasons why these rights are why they came up with in the first place. For example, the Fifth Amendment rights probably one of your most important rights because anything you say can and will be used against you. Something like 10 to 15% of people who are actually convicted of criminal cases actually were not even guilty in the first place. They just take plea deals because they're scared of what's going to happen if it does go to trial and they're wrongfully accused. So whether they're guilty or not, you got people who take plea deals all the time, and it's absolutely in their best interest to exercise their rights. And in fact, if you have an attorney, that's the whole purpose of an attorney's job is for you to help you exercise your rights to the fullest extent. And they're going to tell you all of those same things. They're going to tell you don't answer any questions. They're going to tell you that, generally be compliant, but, if it's not in your best interest, don't. In that same regard, yes, you should be be generally compliant with police officers, but at the same time, yeah, you do have rights. So no, I don't think that. And to your point, Mike, when you're saying, do you understand how scary their job is? It seems like they don't understand how scary their job is because you know what? As a police officer, that's what you sign up for. You're dealing with violent crime. You're dealing with all types of shit. That doesn't give you a right to violate people's rights any more than if I sign up to go to Afghanistan, I don't get to go shoot civilians just because I'm scared that what if they got a bomb strapped to their chest? That's what you sign up for. You sign up for a very specific job, a difficult job that you have to be properly equipped for it. If you're not properly equipped for it, that doesn't mean that you get to break protocol, violate citizens' rights because you're scared. So I just don't think that that's a logical argument.
Thank you, E. Hold on, Truth. I know you wanted to go after Truth. We're going to pass the mic around to some of the new speakers. Frank B's on the stage if he wants to speak. Welcome Gillis to the stage. Black Girl, Concrete is back. So go ahead.
So basically, I was going to say the same thing he was saying. I don't know what videos Mike has been watching, but the videos that I have seen and the life experience that I have, they don't always ask you, do you know why I stopped you? They come up, license and registration. Do you have license and registration? So I guess it depends on what channel or station you're tuned into. The other thing is, you ask, well, why wouldn't I want someone, why wouldn't I just let them search or whatever, comply? Because I don't have to, is my answer. Even if I'm doing nothing, I don't have to agree for them to search. I don't have to step out my vehicle. I don't have to, if I'm in the passenger side, present an ID. For what? I am the passenger. You stop the driver. It's just a total violation. And then it just opens the door for them to, I watched one video that initially the guy said, well, I stopped you for this. Did you know this? And the young lady said, well, no, I wasn't aware. Oh, okay, can you step out? He gave her 4 different reasons why he stopped her after the first reason. And then when the other police officer showed up, he lied, outright lied. And so I think, like the brother said, pleading the fifth, you don't have to answer, but then we've seen it where, they're being uncooperative. I have the right not to cooperate with your line of questioning. I have the right to exercise my right not to speak at all. And that's just the bottom line of it.
And they're going to call you a cooperative.
Thank you, Truth. Thank you, Mike. Really quick room reset before I pass the mic to the speaker. If you just joined the room, this is Health Debate. We have a poll at the top. Racial profiling is it absolutely real? Is it total hogwash? Is it a figment of people's imagination or a bigger issue than I realized? 89% of the vote is absolutely real. If you do not see the poll at the top, that just means you need to update your Clubhouse app. So Frank B is here. Black Girl is here. Gildas is here. Would either one of you like to speak on this topic before we go to someone else?
Don't forget about concrete.
Concrete, yeah, concrete. Black Girl, Gildas.
I'm
okay.
Good, thank you.
Oh, concrete's good. Frank B, go ahead, sir.
No, I would just really like, racial profiling is definitely real. To those who spoke earlier, the gentleman who spoke earlier, basically saying, the police going over, do whatever they tell you, no matter what it is. If it's just a traffic infraction, he tells you to get out of the car, get out your car, stand on one leg, walk like a dog. You should do it. It's ridiculous. Because, let's say, for instance, guys like, Mr. Mike, you were going home. You were speeding by 10 miles over the speed limit. I pulled you over. Your license, your place on your car is accurate. Ask for your license, registration is accurate. But for some odd reason, I want to say I smell weed in your car. I know you ain't smoked no weed. You still gonna get out your car and feel like you're this is due process, or I'm actually policing the situation as an officer. No. And the thing that it seems like when I just hear you speak, and I guess you have your own opinion depending on where you're from, where you are. But for most of us, it's not the same reality. And when I hear people like, I don't want to say people like you, but when I hear the statements that you make, it helps me understand that you don't either understand the reality that we're speaking from, or you don't care. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Frank B. The stage is open. I think we'll go popcorn style. I don't have a cue, but please don't speak over each other. And so, popcorn style. Whoever wants to take the mic next.
New York, I forgot to say one thing. If I just wanted to.
Yeah, go ahead, True.
Thank you. It slipped my mind at first. I was riding through Virginia, a town in Virginia, and I got pulled over on this road. And I complied. I pulled on over once the car got behind me. When he came to my window and I asked him, why did I get pulled over? He said the reason he asked for license and registration, I handed it to him. I still had my Illinois license at the time, and my vehicle was still registered to Illinois. This fool, skinhead, said to me the reason why he pulled me over was because I fit the description of the registered owner of the vehicle. I will never forget it. I said, excuse me? He said, the reason why I pulled you over is because you fit the description of the registered owner of the vehicle. I said, give me your badge and your name. I said, this is nothing but profiling. I was going through a white town. He saw a black person coming down the road. I saw him park, and he got behind me. This is the stuff that we're trying to talk, that we're explaining to people. You can comply all you want, but when someone is profiling you, they will make up stupid reasons to say that they want your information. Anyway, I yield with that. That's all I want to say.
No, and on that note, and I'm glad you brought that up, and what I'm about to say is in no way to minimize that experience and that share, but that example highlights why, for me personally, that type of cop encounter, and I'm not suggesting you did this, Drew, but for me, if I had that type of cop encounter and I recognize I'm being racially profiled by a very problematic and seemingly racist cop going to do everything I can to make this encounter as short as possible. I'm not going to argue with him. I'm not going to debate laws. Run my plates, run my ID, and let me go the fuck home. If possible, you did?
Well, exactly. And I said,
really quick.
Hold on. I said the reason why I fit the description of the registered owner is because I am the registered owner. And he just looked at me and he handed me back my shit and he got in his car and I pulled off. It made no sense.
And Ryan, real quick, I just wanted to say, well, from a general perspective, like a pragmatic perspective, I do agree. Like, if I was in fear for my life, I'm going to prioritize my life over my rights, you know? But at the same time, I do want to just make an important psychological point that pertains to positive reinforcement. When a cop is violating your rights and you allow them to continue to do that, you are positively reinforcing that. So you don't know that that's necessarily going to protect you by complying. Sometimes the only thing that is actually stopping a cop from continuing to do something that could be harmful to you is the fact that now he's like, I've encountered somebody who does know their rights, and this happens all the time, where a cop is not able to manipulate somebody because you say, okay, no, I know it's my First Amendment right to record. I know it's my Fourth Amendment right not to be searched. And I know it's my Fifth Amendment right not to have to answer any of your questions. So sometimes that actually is the case because, you know, at the end of the day, cops don't want to go to jail too. They don't want to lose their jobs. They don't want to get suspended, you know, and sometimes the only people who really are going to hold them accountable is people who do know their rights or people who do have a lawyer or people who will file a complaint. You know, when they see that you're the type of citizen who is not going to let them violate their rights, that might be the only thing that actually does hold them accountable. So while I do think that sometimes compliance could very much so save your life in a certain situation like that, it also could be the positive reinforcement that you're providing to them to violate your rights, because essentially by definition, you are reinforcing that behavior of them violating your rights, and I think that could be problematic.
I agree. Thank you for that.
I've been pulled over before because I have them.
Wait, we didn't hear you. You went out. You've been pulled over because why?
Her tint was too dark. She said limo tint.
Why every time I ask her something, she don't respond?
She said limo tint. Her tint was too dark.
Thank you, white man, for answering. Go ahead, Mike.
So I wanted to respond to a couple of things people said. I mean, first of all, truth. Yeah, that was fucked up. That why that cop pulled you over. But I will say this: if a cop pulled me over and they're like, "Hey, you fit the description of the person that owns this car," I'd be like, "Yeah, sweet, your system works." And even you said he fucking looked like an idiot, handed you your shit back, and you were on your way. Yeah, I mean, if that's a dumbass cop. I'd be like, "Yeah, sweet, dude." So yeah, do the description, awesome. And Frank B, I mean, if they pull me over and they say they smell weed, they're like, "Hey, step out of your car, I smell weed," and I know I don't have any weed in the car, I wouldn't be like, "Bro, what do you mean you smell weed, bro? I don't fucking have any weed." I would get out of the car and let the guy waste his fucking time searching my fucking car. Right. I don't understand any of this. Well, here's another.
We're gonna let Mike have a land. Okay? We're gonna respect all things.
It's all good. I like interjections. Go ahead, though. But I appreciate it.
I don't. So go ahead and land.
It's your land. It's your room. I land. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, so here's another example without using the police, right? On my job, right? You got different tradesmen, right? Do various different, these particular ones were the plumbers. Most the plumbing positions are, you know, held by white men, right? Most of them, right? You got a few blacks in there, but on this day, me and my coworker, two black men, went into a storeroom. Now, I always wear my agency's ID lanyard around my neck, which is a requirement. These two plumbers, they don't do it, right? Because they're white. None of the white men usually adorn their cells with the lanyard so that they can be identified as employees. So we were entering the storeroom and we were using the key at the door. These two white plumbers were looking at, so now I'm observing them looking at each other and then looking at us, and then asked my coworker, because he had the key, he says, "Excuse me, does anybody know you're going in there?" So I looked at him and was like, "The fuck you mean, do anybody know that we're going in here? Like, this is a storeroom that is frequented by employees, right?" But the fact that he asked us, "Does anybody know that we're going here?" entailed that he was serving everything in the book. You could name white mayonnaise donkey, everything. You name it. I called him it. Right? I called him he's a racist piece of shit. You know, you should fuck yourself with a fucking. I just did everything I could think of to just make him want to fight. Talk about his mother, his kids, everything. I just wanted to say anything. He's like, I apologize. Nah, fuck your apology, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you dead ass in your thinking, we didn't have a right to be there, and the only right came in your mind because we were black. That's the profiling right there. Doesn't have to be police. There are people who are not in law enforcement that carry these stigmas about black people, and they carry them with our children too. They carry them with our children, and we sit here and illusion ourselves into believing that the world is somehow going to be different against us, right? It's not, and I don't carry myself believing that it is. I'm done.
Well, I would respond to that real quick, Thug, by saying, yeah, I mean, that's, again, there are racist pieces of shit in this world. And it's time for us good people to start making some fucking noise. It shouldn't, I'll say this, preface it, but I'm going to get to your point. It shouldn't be, a new cop joins the force and they're showing him around the bullpen or whatever. They're like, oh, well, that's Jimbo over there. Don't worry about him. He's a racist. No, it should be, hey, Jimbo, you're a fucking racist. Get with the program or get the fuck out. Sorry, dude. The South lost. I don't know what to tell you. We need to start making some fucking noise here. But Thug, in that situation, you're probably right. Those people were fucking douchebags. But what I thought, well, I'm not going to tell you how you can do your life, right? If I was in that situation and someone was like, hey, does someone know you're going in there? And I have the right to go in there? I would have looked at the guy and been like, no. Because he'd be like, well, does anyone know you're going in there? I'd be like, no. And I would have walked up in there. Because now that would have forced him to whatever he would have done. And they would have came and been like, well, this guy walked in there. And then he would have looked even more stupid because they'd be like, yeah, Doug is allowed to go in there. So why the fuck are you saying anything? If some dude asked me that, I'd be like, no one knows I'm going in here. And I would have kept going in there because you have the right to go in there. I think that, I look, did he do it because you're black? I don't know. Did he do it because people have been going in there and stealing shit, white or black? Doesn't matter. And he's like, well, fuck, now I need to make sure that nothing's going in there getting stolen by either a white plumber or a black plumber. So now he's asking the questions. And you're taking it as, well, he's profiling me because I'm black. I just would have been like, no one knows I'm going in here. And then I would have walked in there because I'm allowed to go in there and just moved on with my day. I think that I get what you guys are saying, right? I'm not saying that racial profiling doesn't exist. People pull people over. Cops are fishing for shit, right? They got quotas and blah, blah. They pull people over in a bad neighborhood hoping they're going to find drugs. They don't need a reason. They just make up a reason to pull them over just so they can get a hold of them and start looking through their car. I get it. This shit happens. I think all NY was saying, or I'm not going to talk for NY, but what Seneca earlier was saying was that in Trap 2, I think Trap made the best point. Trap was like, you lower the probability of something bad happening. They just lower the probability. There's no reason, right? It's never going to end good, ever. Because all they're going to do is be like, oh, fuck, they're going to radio, they're going to go, I'm getting a hard time for this motherfucker. Next thing you know, you got fucking 5 cops there. Just be like, dude, whatever, man. You want to, and I think Frank B, you're like, oh, they tell you to get out of the car and hop on one leg and bark like a dog. I would look at the guy and be like, that's fucking dumb. And then I'd get out of the car and I'd hop on one fucking leg and I'd bark like a fucking dog. And then I'd be like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Now that's never going to happen. No cop's going to do that. But dude, what? No, like saying no is never going to be a good idea. Ever. And I think that's all that people are pointing out.
So to really quick, Mark Allen, just to your point, I think it clarifies it for everybody exactly what you're saying. You said you would literally get out of the car, stand on one leg, and bark like a dog. To me, what that just strikes me as, and I don't mean this as any insult, I just mean definitionally, is without being as insulting as possible, that strikes me as a cowardice move. And I don't think that you can use your cowardice to justify a moral standard. So just because you would, like, I think it was really funny, Randy in the chat said, if a cop pulls out his dick, you better suck it from the back. That's the rules. Just because you're willing to comply with pretty much anything that somebody tells you because you're scared for your life does not necessarily mean that that is a justified principle to follow or a standard that everybody else wants to follow. Either it's wrong and it's much better rather than having a tyrannical police force that can arbitrarily enforce their will to operate on the standards of why we have rights in the first place and what's supposed to make America what it is to begin with. So I don't think that you can use, you might be willing to do that. You might be willing to get on your your knees and do whatever he says to do. And like you literally said, you'll stand on one leg and bark like a dog. Sorry, I'm not doing that.
Wow, really, bro?
But I'm just, I mean, that's what you said. I'm using your
Hold on, you can respond, let him land, like, hold on.
But the only thing I'm saying is that just because you're saying that and just because that's what you would do doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right thing to do. It doesn't justify a moral standard. And honestly, while it might in the short term, maybe you get what you want, maybe it will save your life, it actually has a more negative effect long term for everybody else, because if we set a standard that we're going to comply with police no matter what, under any circumstances, nothing positive ever happens. That's the whole basis. What if people just complied with slavery? Then how is it ever going to get overturned? What if there was no civil war? Simply compliance is not always a positive way of seeing the change that you're going to want to see. So yes, to some extent, I'm not always going to go for what's most short-term and immediately going to benefit me in that moment. Sometimes I'm going to look at like, man, I wish there was more people who could make a change, so that way we don't have to have our rights violated, because that's what we got them for in the first place. So that's where I'm at.
Mike, before you respond, I was reading some comments in the chat, and listen, I'm gonna pray that none of us, black, white, male, female, gay, straight, trans, doesn't matter, that none of us ever during a traffic stop have to suck cock, and gargle on cock cum. Because some of y'all in the chat said you would suck cock and drink cum if it meant a life or death. Please, God, don't let it come to that.
I'm not doing that.
I'm not doing that. We're gonna start a new movement. And Truth says some people have. Ain't that the truth though? The truth, ain't that the truth?
Real quick response to E. Again, we were going to Frank B's, which clearly Frank B was using a very hyperbolic scenario, right? No cops asking you to stand on one leg and park and talk. I think I was being hyperbolic when I was going with that. But the fact of it would be the cop asking you to step out of your car and sit on the curb while he searches your car, right? If no cop's gonna ask you to step on one leg and park and talk. So to call me a coward is ridiculous. But if the cop asks me to step out of my car and sit on the curb, I'm gonna step out of the car and sit on the curb. I'm not gonna be like, why do I gotta step out of my car? It's like, well, this. I'm like, I'm not stepping out of my car. It's like, sir, can you step out of your car? No, I don't have to. Well, I'm gonna need you to step out of your car. No, go get your supervisor. And then the supervisor gets there. Get out of your car. No, I mean, what are you doing? Just get out of your fucking car. No one's gonna ask you to hop on one leg and park your dog, but they're gonna ask you to get out of your car and sit on the curb, maybe. And the only people that aren't going to do that are people that are trying to hide something. That's it.
Yeah,
Somebody in the chat said it's just Dick, you'll be all right. Y'all are so funny. That's hilarious. Okay, who was that?
Frank, real quick, I'll be on in like 10 seconds.
Wait. My beautiful mind was coming off my privilege. MG, were you trying?
No, I mean, E is very passionate about this. I'm just trying to wrap my head around like your logic. I would comply. I'm just going to say yes.
It's a bad strategy, right?
What do you need? Here's my license. What else you need? My registration. Like, I'm not arguing back and forth, right? And I think short-term interim strategy and long-term strategy. Like,
I do think that to some extent they are.
Anybody responds, I said Frank B could go, but E, I'll let you go if you make this submission really quick.
I'll be very quick then. I do think that sometimes compliance and the reform are mutually exclusive. Mike Allen, to your point about the cowardice, I'm not referring to the cowardice of the particular event, the particular example of standing on one leg and barking like a dog. I think where the cowardice comes in is the unconditional compliance, regardless of whether it's morally justified, and the unwillingness to be able to stand up for your own rights. In MG, the only reason I'm passionate, I could just be very quick with an anecdotal example, is, for example, I'll just be personal. As a kid, I was abused pretty badly by both my mother and my father. And a lot of times I did comply with it. And it wasn't until I became about 13, 14 years old when I did start leaving and doing my own thing and actually did stand up for myself that the abuse actually stopped. So from my experience is that if you continue to enable abuse by positively reinforcing it, it's only going to get worse and worse and worse. And it's not going to stop until the moment that you actually decide that you're going to stand up against it. And I think it's the same way with police reform, and I think that's exactly what, the message of people like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X all in there.
I will say real quick,
Hold on.
myself a little bit better. I believe most of us who are in unison saying that police, the racial profiling is real, look at it from this perspective. Not all cops are bad. That's one thing. Let me get that out there straight. What I'm saying is this. If you were to take a real statistic from that side of the law, the policeman's side of the law, and you looked at the individual policemen that went from how they pulled people, the people that they pulled being race, and then when you dig into some of these police officers, what they call it, their history as being a cop, you seem to notice that most of them, it gets more egregious. It's pulling over the cars. Next thing you know, it's the assault on the person they pulling out the car. Then next thing you know, somebody's getting shot. Case in point, Laquan Smith, Chicago, I think it was 2016. The kid was high as hell, no doubt about it. The police walked beside, in their car, they traveled with this kid as he was walking down the street for about a half a block. And if anybody who's in the city, not big a half a block of the city is. The kid, when the police officers pulled over in front of him, he walked slightly away from the cop's car. The police officer got out of his car and shot this kid 16 times and said that he feared for his life. When they went back through that police officer's jacket, they noticed the same things I'm speaking about. Those are the policemen, and these are the reforms that need to be taken heed and taken care of immediately. These are the things I'm talking about. I'm not saying every cop that pulls you over, asks you for your registration, whatever, is going to turn into some old freak show. But there are certain cops, and when they get to that point, they don't get penalized. I had a cop tell me in another room about 2 weeks ago. They think about this right here. They have something called pushing the line. That terminology comes from gang talk. And when we asked them, well, what do you do as a good cop as opposed to pointing out the bad cops? Man, I have to fear for my life. Cops they have too much power. They have too much power.
Thank you, Frank. Wait, no. Oh, hold on, Mike. I know you want to respond.
Real quick. It's like 10 seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to say I'm sorry that happened to you, brother. It breaks my heart. And I know you're responding to MG, but the first part when you responded to what I was saying, it was actually a fair point. It was a fair point. I couldn't argue with any of that, what you said. And I'm sorry that happened to you. That's fucking awful.
Thank you, Mike. Bella, go ahead, Bella.
It actually just got touched on, but I just wanted to touch on it again. In general, when you look at police officers nationwide across the United States of America in particular, the majority of them are just trying to keep people safe. So they go into those domestic violence cases trying to keep people safe, trying to keep people alive. They're there to keep the people alive. That is what they pledge to do. They're not, like, we can't act like all police officers are out there just to, like, pull people over and beat them down, because we all know that that's not true. So can we just please keep that in mind? Because I feel like, in general, the majority, and I believe when you look at the statistics, it's at 95, and I really wish it was at like 99, but 95% of the incidents reported were expunged, or like 95% of our officers are doing the right thing for the good of the community. They're trying to save those babies from getting murdered. They're trying to make sure that your kids aren't child trafficked. They're not coming after you. Like, they're just not. That's not what they're doing. It's not this, like, some of this conversation sound like they're the mafia, and they're not. in general, they are the good people who are trying to keep us all safe and happy and living about our lives in an orderly fashion. So I just wanted to ask if we could all please remember that.
I can understand where you're coming from, Rip.
Truth is next. Hold on. Truth is next, and then you got it, Eagle. So I gave an example to what the brother was saying, that taking it outside the police car, and I don't know how many people you all seen this, but there was, I think it was on Reel, but there was a shop owner, black shop owner, who was in his shop after hours, him and an employee working on some things. Some white person called the police to say there were black people inside of a shop and the store should be closed around this time. Police showed up, knocked on the door. You could see the people inside the shop. It was a glass shop. Showed up. The shop owner came to the door, asked how could he help. The officer asked, what was he doing in LA? He says, well, we're doing some business. And he asked him, he said, do you know the owner? He said, do you know the owner? This is a black man. He said, yes. He said, you do? What's the owner? He said, I'm the owner. He said, oh, you're the owner? 2 white cops. And he said, yes, I'm the owner. He was like, well, can I see some ID? He was like, why? I'm inside my shop. He said, well, show us that you're the owner. Do you have the keys to the shop? So the store owner puts the keys in the shop. He's like, yes, I have the keys. He was like, well, we just need to see some ID. He said, why? I'm inside my shop. I told you I'm the owner. I have the key. Basically, it wasn't until a white man down the street at another shop happened to come out and tell the 2 white officers that, hey, that's his shop. Oh, it's his shop? Yeah, that's his shop, man. Leave him alone. The white cops immediately respected the other white man and said, oh, sir, we're sorry. They didn't ask the white man for his ID. They didn't ask him, was he the owner of the shop down the street? They just, and that's a profile right there. And I just wanted to give that example, that it doesn't just exist in the patrol car. It exists on the street, and we see it all the time. So we need to stop being so naive that, all these cops are here just to protect and the safety of the children. Yeah, some of them, but it's not no damn 90%. I can tell you that. And
can I ask for receipts?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Like you just claimed that you gave this, like, my mom told me this story about this guy once that was a shop owner that this happened to him by the cops. Do you have any receipts? Do you have a news report? Do you have a police report? Do you have anything to show receipts of what you just said? Or are you just trying to fuel the fire with bullshit?
Do you have receipts about your 90%?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well,
I do. Yeah. I mean, that's from fucking CNN, so you can have them.
Yeah, okay, you have CNN.
CNN.
Yeah. I have to be like, it's CNN.
Hold on, sir. You're going to get your chance, and I value your submissions often, but let me deal with this. I didn't say my mom did anything. I didn't say she took
but that's what you just gave a huge story.
I didn't say my mom.
You just gave a huge story. Do you have receipts? What city? What town? Where's the police reports?
First of all, Karen, I don't have to justify shit to you. I don't have to.
Of course you don't. Because you want to make it up for a reason not to get out of your car and comply with the police.
Come on. Shut the hell up, because I don't have to listen to you, and I don't have to prove anything. And that's the problem. White folks always want a black person to prove. Everywhere we go, you see what she has? Do I have a receipt? That's the very reason why when a motherfucker in the store and I get gas and he just act like, I say, no, give me a receipt, because the white man out here gonna ask me, did I pay for my gas? Even
bullshit. You guys ask for more receipts than we ever do. So bullshit.
First of all, you damn right we ask for receipts. Do you know why?
Exactly. So I'm not allowed to ask for receipts.
Do you know why? Do you know why a black person asks for a receipt?
Do you know why anyone asks for receipts?
Tell me why do black? You said you guys ask for receipts more than anybody. Tell me why.
I don't know why you ask for it. Everybody asks the right receipt. Says any and all.
Shut up.
Hold on, Drew.
asked her for receipts, and she was like, I don't owe you anything. That's how the conversation went down.
It sure did. It sure did. Yeah.
That's exactly how the conversation went down. It's like, you don't owe me anything, but I owe you everything. Why do I owe you anything?
No. Why do I owe you receipts? Because I gave a submission of an encounter that happened on a Facebook reel that we could see. It was posted from the camera.
This is the reason why. This is exactly the reason why. Because we're talking about law enforcement and we're talking about legal records. And so if you're going to talk about legal records with law enforcement, the reason that we can enforce body cams, the reason that we want to believe in our police force, that I want to believe that my police force is 90%, 95% good, not out, that they're really trying to catch the sex traffickers and not trying to just pull over random Black people. Sure as fuck hope that they're not doing that. But that is the reason, is because we are talking about the legal system. And so when you get into the governmental legal system, you have to have receipts. So if this happened, I would like to know the city and the state so that I can look up the police reports as to what happened.
Okay, so first of all, it wasn't no police report. What are you talking about? Who said it was a police report?
Well, it was a police encounter, but there's no report.
No report. I just told you, if you were listening with both of your white ears, that when the white man came out and told them to leave the Black shop owner alone, they didn't ask him to identify himself as a white shop owner.
Do you understand why this?
Hold on, let me finish because you didn't hear it. So
no, I heard it. It just still sounds like hearsay.
No, you didn't. No. Okay, so now tell me, because I'm going to get back to this, because you're not going to get out of this. Why do Black people ask for receipts more so than anybody, as you stated?
Well, you said that you had the answer for that, so you tell me.
No, I didn't say that. See how you hear what you trying to switch words around? You're crafty, but you're not. Yeah. You're not crafty enough for me. So when you said Black people ask for receipts, you guys more than anybody, I said we do. And then I asked you, do you know why?
You said we do. And I don't know why. I agree with you. I said you agreed, but I don't know why. So you clearly know why. So can you please explain to me why?
I think we should move on. I'm not going to
of course it is. Go ahead, shield her. Shield.
Hold on, Bella. I agree with you. We should move on. But when Bella says you guys ask for receipts more than anybody, she makes the submission as if she understands why. So I too was waiting for her to explain from her perspective, why do Black people ask for receipts more than anybody? You're the one that made the claim, Bella. And then said, I don't know.
Well, no. Truth was ready to explain it to me with all respect. I mean, I know you have a green bean, but you're not like the expert on this.
Hold on. Bella, hold on. You're right. I'm not an expert, green bean or no green bean. You made the submission. And now we're asking you to explain from your perspective, because you stated it. Don't be a smartass with me, miss. You're the one that stated Black people ask for receipts more than anybody, as if you understand why. If you don't understand why did you say we ask for receipts more than anybody? How would you know that?
I don't understand why you ask for receipts more than anybody, but I do know that you do ask for receipts more than anybody. So there's a difference there.
Why do you think that?
There's a difference there. Because I've been asked for receipts. The first thing that she asked me for was where's the receipt?
Okay, let's move on.
Like, that is the reason why.
She can't answer the question. She just wants to be
What are you talking about? No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm so sorry, Drew, but shut the fuck up. Like, literally, you're just... Okay, you're right. You're so right. Every white woman is a liar. You're right. We're all out there.
It's not everyone.
Hold on. Let me
You got a white woman here. You got a white woman here on this panel that literally called you a racist, fella. So you got to step down here.
I'm not stepping down for shit, Jess. You're the racist white bitch.
White girl, Mom?
This is just the white girl. Yeah.
guys calm down. Crazy, nasty. What's going on? Okay, I'm muting because the white girl mob is tagging the stage. Listen, all voices are welcome here. Black, white, male, female. Bella, I'm not giving you shit, and not at all. You're welcome to speak. I welcome your voice. But the thing about it is, you made the submission. Truth asked, why do you think, since you seemingly are aware that Black people ask for receipts more than everybody else, from your perspective, why do you think that is? And you said, I don't know. I think that was a great opportunity for you at least to just do a little bit of critical thinking for this conversation and just take a guesstimation. But you refused to do that. And then here comes Jess talking about stand down as if Bella's under attack. She's a grown woman. We just asked her a simple question. So, white girl mom, stand down. Bella doesn't want to engage. We'll give the mic back to Truth. And then Jess, since you have a lot to say, you can go after Truth.
If you don't mind, I did want to just chime in. Really, is that okay?
So for that very reason, she asked me, do I have receipts? I turned around and I asked her, she said yes. Then I said, why do I have to justify anything to you? Why do I have to show receipts? She gave an answer because she didn't believe me. And that's why Black people have receipts. They ask for them because when we go to purchase something, if we don't get a receipt, we're accused of lying that we made the purchase in the first place. And some have even been strung up and hung for stealing. Some have had their hands lopped off for stealing because they didn't get a fucking receipt. So when you ask a Black person to show your white self receipts, it's an offense, first of all. As if I'm naturally accused of doing something wrong, stealing or lying or cheating or doing something other of a nefarious state that I have to justify myself. Same as with the cops. Where are you going? Where are you coming from? The slave patrols. This is how we see it. I don't have to.
I call bullshit. Name the city. Name the date. I call bullshit. Name the date. No, this is bullshit. She wants to accuse cops of shit. She won't even say any of it. And she wants to go into some diatribe about getting hung. Like, this is ridiculous.
Frank B will give you a receipt.
Do not come out of blue without receipt.
Bella, Frank B is telling you.
I don't understand, Bella. You seemingly have self-control. When truth lands, you can respond, Bella. Okay? So let her land, and then I'll give you the mic to respond. Please don't interrupt. And when Bella speaks, no one interrupt her. Okay? Truth, go ahead.
So, thank you. I think that's New York, NY. I've given my submission. Obviously, someone who's new to Earth will not believe any of the facts of the history that has happened to people of color. And so it's no sense. They're not going to believe it because it didn't affect their lily whiteness.
Now, Bella, no one interrupt Bella. Bella, go ahead. Please, everyone keep their submissions under 2 minutes. Go.
I'll happily keep this underneath 2 minutes. It was very simple. I asked for a simple question of where this entire scenario happened, what city, so that I could look things up. She doesn't want to give any of that sort of information, and then she wants to claim that it's my fault because I'm white and that I'm asking for information to verify what she's talking about, the Black shop owner versus the white shop owner with the entire police interaction. What I'm saying is, and this is the reason that I started this conversation, was we've got to believe in the fact that in general, whether you're white, Black, Mexican, whatever race you are, that the people who are out there, who are in the cop cars, are fighting for the better society and that they're looking out for you. And if you don't feel like that and you're going to be combative, then yes, that's how these crazy things happen. Whether it's the woman getting dragged out of the car, like, I don't want to see any of it. But these tales, talking about these tales of stories from 20 years ago, don't do us any good. Like, can we talk about today? Can we talk about now? If you're going to bring up an incident, talk about what's going on today in our society. Don't bring up some bullshit about history to try and justify your point with absolutely no facts behind it. Please, that's all I'm asking.
Truth, let me ask you a question really quick before we go to Jess. When you shared this story, did you tell us the city, town that this incident took place in? No, I was just relating it to what the brother had shared about it's not his submission that it's not just profiling in the streets, it's profiling other places, and I was relating it to the reels that I had seen that someone had posted about this encounter. Now, for Bella's peace of mind, can you tell us? Do you recall where this incident took place, so she can go look up the police? No, I don't. But I was gonna go back and see if I could search it out. But for real, I want her to have unrest. I don't ever want her to have no peace of mind. Jesus. Okay. Wow. Okay. So let's go to Jess, because Jess came up to the stage with smoke. Jess, do you have something? Imagine that.
I'm thoroughly enjoying the comments with everybody. Just yielding to the mic. Love y'all. Yeah.
Well, I did just want to say real quick. Yeah, go ahead. I was waiting. Appreciate you. I was waiting for a little bit. Bella, throughout the conversation, I'm gonna do my best to try to be on track with what we were talking about, and two, be as fair to you as possible. But I do just want to say that you have made quite a lot of comments. In here, one, you made a comment that Black people ask for receipts more than anybody, which then you proceeded to say that you don't understand why. You also said that
didn't even try to understand why.
Okay. Didn't listen to that, and then you made a comment that Fourth Amendment rights only pertain to when you're on private property. That was incorrect. You made a comment that CNN is your source of statistics. So you said quite a lot of stuff, and then most recently, here's where I'm trying to be as fair to you as possible. You're saying that 90% of officers that they have good intentions. Okay, let's say that you're right. There's two demographics of people that I've experienced in my life who are some of the most traumatized demographics that I've seen. One is gangbangers and two is police officers. Why? Because both of them are constantly in life-threatening situations. So from looking at it from a police perspective, in all reality, when we have nurses, these people are required to go through medical school, 4 to 6 years of schooling in order to be able to operate, because they have people's lives in their hand. When you have any different profession where somebody's lives are in your hand, you usually are required to have an incredible level of competence. This is not the case with police officers. They don't have the psychological training. So even if what you are saying was true and that they had good intention, the reality is, yes, police see a lot of crazy shit and these people are traumatized as fuck. And so what do you think happens? You don't think that they're potentially going to be profiling people? You don't think that if a police has gotten shot at or has some type of crazy experience with a Black person, you don't think he's potentially likely then to go and profile the rest of Black people? I don't see how anything that you have said in this conversation, one, it's been primarily ad hominem. You haven't really made any actual arguments to anybody. You've just been insulting to everybody. You said fuck you to a bunch of people. It's really in some sense been kind of childish, but and I'm not even trying to be insulting. I'm just trying to keep it real with you. But at the same time, it doesn't seem like you're logically evaluating what you're actually even saying in terms of them having positive intent. No, you can't make that assumption that these people have positive intent. You're not in their psychology, and we've had too many examples of where that's not the case. And in order for you to even be able to make that assessment. So what are you really basing it off of?
I can get in right quick. It won't take but a second to add on to what he just said to Ms. Bell. I just pulled it up. It happened August 25th. August 25th, 2020. Store proprietor Yema Khalif, his wife and business partner at 1 o'clock a.m. This is the story the lady was telling you about. That's your receipt. And you said not something of 20 years ago. Well, there's a bridge between 20 years ago and now. Lumberton, North Carolina, they had to shut down a whole police station because they were involved in drug trafficking, prostitution, along with profiling and racism, and the police officers, majority of them were soldiers of white supremacy.
Friend B, did you land, Friend B? Because you're still, I want to make sure you land. Or are you still speaking? Oh, you landed? Okay, thank you, sir. Hold on, Mike Allen. Bella, did you hear the receipt?
I did. I'm really confused about the last one. What police station was shut down for being white supremacists in 2020?
No. The height of it became, and y'all remember when Michael Jordan's father was killed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. They went into a further investigation of the police station because he got killed right down the street on Highway 95 from that police station. I'm just trying to, when she spoke about, she don't want to hear something about 20 years ago. I'm just saying there's a bridge between that past and this present. Because, and when they went to further investigation of that Lumberton police department, they were drug trafficking. They had set up prostitution. What's the name? Right down the street, or right across from the department. And many of the so-called police officers were soldiers of white supremacy. And then I later went back to what the lady was talking about, the business owner at 1 o'clock in the morning. CBS News, I put it up on Google. And it's true. Those are receipts. All you gotta do is look up black store owner, question why police, and it will come up.
And I put it in the chat, and there was a settlement made by the city to the business owner. So there are your receipts.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let me just say this, and I'm gonna shut up for real. Miss Bella, the term "let us see the receipts," believe it or not, that term was basically brought about for us to hold each other accountable for the shit we say, meaning us black folks. So sometimes when you speaking on stuff, understand where it comes from before you just say we throwing it out there just to be throwing it out there, because we do hold each other accountable for the shit that we say.
And the original term was because you had to have your receipt in a store or you would be accused of stealing an item.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the history lesson. I greatly appreciate it.
You just blew us off.
Yeah, you know.
I mean,
people reveal themselves with what they say
without
revealing themselves. Bella says, with love, we see you, sis. Wink, wink, we see you.
Totally fine. Totally.
You know what I'm saying.
Yes, you hated me before I even started speaking, so it doesn't even matter.
Girl, why would I hate you? Wait. There she goes, victimizing herself. Wait, why, Bella, I don't know you. Why would I hate you? Mike, go on mute, please. Tell the stage, why would I hate you? And I don't know you. I think I've been nothing
because I'm asking
legitimate
questions and supporting the police department. I'm already hating it.
I've said many times on this stage tonight that we should listen to the police, because I too have respect for the police. So I want you to explain to me, since you just made this very ridiculous submission, why I hate you. We're going to center you since you want to be centered. Why do I hate you?
You hate me because I'm a white woman.
I'm on here.
Why? You probably
Pause. Everybody go on pause. Because this trick doesn't know me from a bag of dicks. She doesn't know my past, doesn't know my friendships. She doesn't know who I rock with. She doesn't know who I've made love to, who I've had dinner with.
Nor do I care.
And you actually think, that's because, you know what? Now I'm about to turn into a glass of whiskey and a pack of Newports. You don't care because you're very racist to your core and anti-black.
Oh, there it is. Yes.
But you've already revealed this about yourself, Bella.
Yes.
You've already revealed this about yourself.
Please tell me, how am I racist? Tell me how am I racist? How am I racist? Please, I want you to school me right now. I want you to tell me how I am racist.
No, cunt. You're going to tell me why I hate you. That's what we're going to do first. Okay? That's what we're going to do first.
That I'm a racist. I want to know why I'm a racist. Please,
you're going to answer my question first.
I already
already told
Why
you
do I
you hate me because
Why
I'm
do
a
I
white
hate
woman.
I don't hate white
because I'm a
people.
white. Well,
I don't hate white
clearly
people.
you do.
First of all.
Clearly you do. And definitely truth does. So, like, most black people hate white people. Most white people don't give a shit.
I just moved that dizzy ass broad to the audience. We're not doing that today. We're not doing that today. One mic on the mod. One mic on the mod. Jess, I gave you a chance to speak. You didn't want to speak, so you're not going to interrupt me. Okay, now when I'm done, I'll give you the mic. But this dizzy ass broad, you could tell by the things that she was saying that she's anti-black. I wasn't going to go there. That's why I said, wink, sis, I see you. I think a lot of us see you. I've shown this woman nothing but grace and respect. As a matter of fact, I agreed with her comments about police. Okay? Hate her because she's white? I don't hate white people. I was about to say something, but that's too personal. Anyway, she's got to go. Anybody else on the stage feels like I hate white women, state your piece so I can put you in the hallway with the rest of the peasants so you can go scroll and find a white supremacist room and y'all can go cry about black people. Jess?
I love you so much. I'm laughing my ass off. You were so not that way. She was rough. Wow. That was one piece of work. I love you in your room.
The hoe is probably drunk. She's
move
probably
on.
drunk.
Wow.
I was literally thinking that. I was literally thinking she sounded like she'd been drinking.
And she sounds like the type of white bitch that gargles on black dicks. So we're just gonna move on. Mike, let's pass the mic to the next person. Who would like to speak? We have Mike. I know Mike, you were trying to speak earlier. You're back. Not Mike Allen, Mike with the MYKE. Go ahead, Mike. If you want.
Yeah, he was saying good stuff.
All right, man. I just want to salute to the title, man. Salute the room. I've been here for a while listening. I want to just start saying, just to the title, racial profile real? Hell yeah, on Crit. Like, I be banging. Like, a nigga said earlier some shit about gang banging, which I don't really necessarily think is true, but just on some real shit, like a nigga could be posted on the block, you feel me, sagging, and a nigga get pulled over, cops start frisking him, all types of shit. Like, you got white folks, you feel me, you in the grocery store minding your business, they following you. So, I mean, to act like racial profiling don't exist, that's crazy on Crit. Like, that's really all I gotta say.
Bella, don't take shots in the chat. You're welcome to come up. You're welcome to come back up and speak your piece. But when you come back up, you're gonna have to explain to me, hold on, Mike, why I hate white women. That's what I'm saying. You're so delusional. You have no original thought that you resort to being a whiny Karen. You resort to being. I'm surprised you didn't start crying on the stage, to be honest with you. Elsie, ELLESE. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. But you got the mic. Go ahead. I want to just get some new voices on the stage.
I'm gonna go with Elise there.
Elise, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chicago. Elise, come up.
What part of Chicago?
She's part of Chicago. She's a CPS teacher. Elise.
CHSCHU.
Miss Bella's coming back. Let's show some grace to Miss Bella. Let's see if she let's see. I agree, Jess. I agree. I'm just gonna give her. I'm just gonna give her. I don't want to give her,
so,
Well, because here's what will happen.
Fine.
Just no. Jess, I'm with you, sis. I'm with you, sis. Hold on, just stand down for a minute.
Okay.
Stand down, Queen Jess. Hold on. Bella will hold on. Somebody just told me something about Bella in the back end.
Oh, of course he did.
Are you friends with somebody that just asked you Pepe? Are you one of Pepe's laptops?
No.
Okay.
But I also have the bunny right to my house. No, I'm sorry. I have to get the bunny out of my house. So I gotta go.
Okay, she's got bunnies in her house. Lord today. Go ahead, Mike.
So to throw the Bella thing to bed here, I mean, she was asking for proof of the story. I think it got convoluted with receipts of paper, and when Bella's asked for receipts of the story, did it come off weird? Yeah, I think that Bella didn't help herself here, but I think it was all kind of harmless here. Now, Jess, I want to say something to you, Jess. I've heard you say it twice, and it kind of harkens back to what Truth was saying. In Truth's scenario, Truth said there was Black Americans that owned the shop, and no one believed them until a white guy came over and told the cops, and they believed the white guy. And the very first thing you said when you got here, Jess, you said to Bella, you go, Bella, you are racist. I'm a white woman and I'm saying it. And then I heard you say it again. You go, as a white woman. So I think that a lot of y'all need to be wary of people like, I think Jess is the most harmful people to the black community. People like Jess. Because basically what Jess did inadvertently was basically saying, guys, I'm the white woman, so my voice speaks louder than everybody else, and I'm calling Bella a racist. So now believe me because I'm the white woman and I'm saying it. And I think, Jess, you're inadvertently not understanding what you're really doing here. Is you're basically saying, Jess, you're basically saying that because you're a white woman, you have the authority. It kind of came off kind of weird here. And I didn't really understand that whole part of it. But we'll move on from all of it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think that cops are bad. Do I think cops get a bad rap? Yeah, I think cops get a bad rap. I think that every single person on this panel, if shit hit the fan, like if we're in our home and someone's breaking into our fucking home, or if we're somewhere with our family and some shit's going down, I think every single one of us would call 911. We would all call the cops to come help us. Every single one of us. So for all of us,
I think you know that.
That's cap, brother. Don't be saying that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's cap.
So if someone's breaking into your home, you wouldn't call 911?
No, I'm calling the Crips.
You're calling the Crips?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, well, actually, that's serendipitous of you here. Because, E, I wanted to ask you a question, E. Earlier, you mentioned...
Yes, sir.
Earlier, you mentioned about... And these are your words, so don't hold me to this. You said the most traumatized people, and I agree with you. The most traumatized people are gangbangers and cops, I think is what you said.
Bro, stop speaking on gangbangers, bro. That shit not true, bro. Y'all steady speaking on gangbangers like y'all.
Bro, he said this, dude.
Right, I'm just saying, you saying gangbangers and cops like you a gangbanger, bro. I'm a real life.
So he...
Mike Allen, let him land, and then you guys can respond. Let's let Mike Allen land. Go.
So anyway, so E, and again, I don't want to misquote you here. I think, and I agree with you. The most traumatized people are gang. You use the word, not me. Gangbangers and cops. I'm not misquoting you, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you use that word. So now I just want to ask you a hypothetical situation. Let's say, because this is going to harken back to the whole ID thing. Let's say you're walking down the street, and again, these are your words. Let's say you're walking down the street, and two gangbangers walk up to you. Now, I don't know your name, and I don't want you to give anybody your name, but you have an E right there, so let's just say your name's Eric. And two gangbangers walk up to you, they're like, hey, man, I know who you the fuck are. You're that fucking dude, Kyle. You're fucking Kyle, bro. You fucking did something to a friend of mine. I'm going to fucking kill you, bro, Kyle. And you're like, bro, I'm not Kyle. And they're like, yeah, you are. You're fucking Kyle, bro. Prove you're not Kyle. Let me see your ID. Would you give an ID to the gangbangers to prove you're not Kyle?
So before I answer that, I do kind of want to understand what exactly, because obviously a gangbanger and a cop are two completely different sides of the coin. And I don't think that somebody's going to walk up to, I don't know, I just don't feel like you're giving
do you believe the gangbangers are violating your rights by asking you to prove you're not the guy Kyle?
I think that the streets is very different from a situation when you're encountering police, because first of all, if I'm in the streets and I'm in some shit like that, I know what comes with the territory of it. So, like, if I'm getting pressed about something like that, then I don't have a right to then ask to request protocol. We don't have a constitution for the streets. We have so I just don't feel like this is I think it's a false equivalency in terms of what you're comparing it to. We have a constitution for our government, and we have the right to hold police officers to a standard that they're legally supposed to enforce. And I don't have to pay out of my taxes to fund gangbangers. So, like, that's just I don't see how the comparison that you're making holds any water. But I mean, I kind of want to understand where you're going with it. But
like, you're walking down the street and the cop walks up to you like, hey, you fit the description of that's name's Josh. And you're like, yeah, I'm not Josh, dude. And the cop's like, well, let me see your ID so I know you're not Josh. You'd be like, well, fuck you, cop. I'm not that's violation of my rights. But if the gangbangers walk up to you and they're like, hey, dude, yeah, I know who you are. You look like this dude Kyle that fucking I have beef with. And you're like, bro, I'm not Kyle. And the gangbanger's like, well, let me see your ID. I bet you your ID. You show the gangbanger. You're like, dude, I'm not Kyle, bro. Here.
Well, a gangbanger would never ask you for an ID. That's correct. Just to be real, a gangbanger would never ask you for an ID. And if they really thought that I was some nigga who really did some shit that I wasn't supposed to do, I'd probably be dead before I could really even explain myself. You know? So I don't.
That's a non-answer.
I get what you're saying. It's not a non-answer. I feel like it's a false thing. I'm gonna pass it right back to you.
In your defense, it's a trap.
I feel like it's a false.
I'm being a dick. It's a trap question.
Well, I feel like it's a false equivalency in that sense because obviously I'm gonna deal with a situation in the streets very different than I'm gonna deal with a situation with the police officer. And Mike, just out of respect to you, brother, I just wanted to clarify something that I said when I said that gangbangers and police officers are the most traumatized people. What I'm really saying is that people who are caught up or people who are in gangs, at the end of the day, they see a lot more shit than the average person is ever gonna see. They got people, you say you're crip, you know what I mean? No hate on you. People who are in that type of lifestyle, they're gonna see shit that other people haven't seen. You got ops very likely if you're involved in shit like that. So obviously that's gonna change the way you look at shit. If you go to certain places, I imagine when you go out to a bar or a club or something, you're looking out for shit that the average person ain't necessarily looking out for. You're looking out to see that if somebody, is somebody's looking for you or somebody's hunting you or some type of thing. So when I say that gangbangers and cops are the most.
Hold on. See? Whoever moved her, thank you, because I don't understand what's going on. Or maybe she moved herself. People come up loud and proud and wrong on the mic, and we can't hear. We don't know what's going on. It's 12:03 my time. It might be time for some of y'all to take your meds, just in case you're not looking at the clock. Go ahead, NYKE. Mike.
All right, I just want to say I appreciate that brother clarifying, man, because you feel me? It's always a bad look or a bad representation on gangbangers, man. That shit not always true. And like y'all said earlier, if a nigga had to call the police, or if who I was gonna call, I'm gonna call the Crips, because at the end of the day, I know they gonna have my back regardless. Why would I call the police? And they gonna fuck around and arrest me. They gonna start harassing me. That shit dumb. I'm gonna call the Crips. We got guns. We got everything we need.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, for those in the room that aren't Crips,
that's why we have police.
I really want to move on from this.
Brother, you were caring on my mom.
I want to move on from the gang talk, okay? Because I don't want no smoke with the Crips, the Bloods, the BLM. I don't want no smoke. I've already been cursed out twice by a Crip on this.
Then why are you
We're not doing it tonight. Okay? We're not doing it tonight. I'm done fighting with thugs. Okay?
But we're done
with the gang. Leave the gang members alone. Y'all better go hire a gang member for protection. Point blank period. Now, Bella, did you get the rabbits out the house?
I did.
Okay.
I had to chase her. I totally had to chase her out of the house. It was totally. She's the Benny. Yeah, she's a pain in my ass.
those fuckers shit everywhere.
They do, and she lives outside, so she's fine. But I'll open up my back door and she'll sneak in, and then I have to chase her out of the house, which is what was going on.
Mike, I'm not scared of Crips. I'll put you through a fucking.
You scared, nigga. Drop your location, nigga. I'll pull up on you, nigga. I'll drop my location.
We're not gonna do this.
The space opportunity.
And tell Mike.
Y'all can't be
here.
What are you fucking from the fucking
nigga? Drop your location, nigga.
Here we go.
I'll drop my location.
Here we go. I keep telling y'all.
Well, you better stop playing with.
I'll put you through.
Okay. I don't know who moved Mike. It wasn't me, but I really need y'all to be peaceful. We're not gonna do this. Both mics have been moved. Okay, for the record, because we have to. Thank you, KP. Mike Allen,
speaking.
Yeah, thank you, KP. No, thank you. Mike Allen, as JB would say, I love you like a fat kid loves cake, but we have to keep the peace on the stage. Okay? And now you see what happens. I was trying to build with Bella, and she's gone too. You see what happens, ladies and gentlemen? When y'all want to fight, take this shit to the back channel.
So you go take this into a private room. You guys go hash it out there. When you have a moderator speaking, respect the room. That's all we asking. What's up, MG? Long time no hear from. If you're still there.
I am. This app is glitching really bad. Hey, KP. Nice to see you.
Cool. What's up? Nice to hear from you. It's been years.
I do just gotta say that, okay, if somebody comes up here and they say they're a Crip immediately, I do expect, a certain behavior. But from the other Mike, who gave me like a very long lecture about law-abiding citizenship, to then say that I'm gonna put you through a wall and everything, it just wasn't exactly what I expected. It feels like it kind of contradicted a lot of the.
Did you not see what you wrote in the chat? Did you not see what you wrote in the chat?
But you're a law-abiding citizen, right? Aren't you? You present your ID. You stand on one foot.
Do I have the right to defend myself?
Do you have the right to defend yourself against police? I just think it goes against the narrative of what you were saying prior. And then it was like, fuck all that shit I just said a moment ago.
Are you serious?
This Mike on Mike violence has got to stop.
Bro, the dude wrote in the chat that I'm fucking terrified of Crips and I'm gonna get what's coming to me. Bro, I'm not scared of any fucking gang members. If that dude's gonna go call the Crips and be like, hey Crips, there's this guy on the internet that we need to go handle because he talked shit about me. Go ahead, bro. Fucking bring as many as you want. I'm not scared of any fucking gang members.
Wait, hold
zero.
on.
I'm scared of zero gang members. Zero.
Listen, this is wait. Let's not do race violence because this house is not my house. And there are a lot of people behind the scenes who work years to build up healthy debates. And I don't want to get this house clipped because folks are threatening violence on the stage and in the chat. So let's stop. Let's stop it now. Let's not entertain it. Mike, you have every right to stand on business and defend yourself. But I don't want to put healthy debates in the crossfire of being clipped.
Fair enough. Okay? I apologize, and I will say this.
This is why I get those.
Fair enough. I just want to say this real quick. Mike with a Y, I would expect him to give me the same amount of animosity if I were to come at him like that, because that's what men do. So I wouldn't expect anything less from the other Mike as he's going to get from me. So that's all.
If I can't speak, if it's not wrong, the mic is yours. Frank, back to my man E. I kind of disagree with what you said. This little bit right here, when you said, what is it, police and gangbangers are most traumatized. I believe in a male like myself, who I consider myself an L7. I'm 50 years old.
Wait, Frankie, I don't mean to interrupt you. Hold on. I'm going to give it right back. You don't even have to mute up. Let me just address Mike Y in the chat. He says, so why is White Mike on stage when he started it, but kicked Mike down? Mike with a Y, I have no problem with you coming back up, but I'm not doing this with y'all going back and forth and arguing. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the violence. If you want to come back up and answer the conversation, cool. But I'm not letting y'all back up to argue and fight and threaten each other on the stage. So the people are calling for you to come back up. I'm going to bring you back up. But the minute y'all start arguing again, you're going back down. So if you want to come up, raise your hand. Go.
Nah, I just wanted to say, I'm 50 years old, been married for over 25 years. But when I was living in Chicago, which is very gang orientated, I used to run with a certain clan, and so when my man Mike had spoke on that, I don't know, I was out west for a particular time. Me and some homies, and the way we were confronted about were we from the area, from the neighborhood, that question gets asked a little bit different than how it's being explained up here. And the reason why I say I'm the most traumatized being an L7 married man, God bless, I found my wife, is because when I come out my door, and this is no disrespect to my man Mike, because I'm not saying his character is built like that, but I know, because I live in North Carolina now, a lot of young kids gangbanging, they claim something. But when I come out my door, I got to worry about their attitudes, because they flagging whatever they flagging on. I got to worry about the simple-minded police officer. And then on top of that, I got to worry about these scary ass, because my wife has been through 2 incidents that she's told me about. These scary ass white boys come riding through screaming nigga. I believe I'm the most traumatized when it comes to the situation. And I ain't saying, oh, woe is me. But when you out here It's just a fucked up situation. I'm gonna be quiet. I feel like I'm the most traumatized.
Nah, I'm not discounting that. The only thing I'm saying is like, especially in Chicago, if you've been, I know Chicago has like some of the highest crime anywhere you gonna find. So, there's all types of innocent people who get caught in the crossfire. I'm not discounting your experience at all. The only thing I'm saying when I say that gangbangers get it pretty bad is because if you are in that lifestyle, man, there's a difference between being caught in the crossfire and being actively targeted by it. So all I'm saying is that they see stuff at a disproportionate rate, than an average human being is going to see, and it's going to cause, some hypervigilance and some bad dreams and a paranoia, and like it changes people. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not discounting your experience.
And why? Can I say something? And why?
Sure. And then we're
Because
gonna go to
Frank, probably you had to battle with GDs, OGs. You had to deal with Vicky Lou's. It was so much shit back in our day. You had to deal with all this shit. We was inner fighting. It was crazy as hell. So I get Frankie B.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on, I ain't had nobody call me Frankie B in a minute.
So we're gonna go to let Mike speak, and then I see Elmo's on the stage, so we're gonna let Elmo go too. So go ahead, Michael.
All right, I just want to say, like, it really bothers me about how people really view gang members and Crips and shit. Like, me personally, I have a whole college education. Like, I graduated from college and everything, bro. The streets honestly saved me, bro. Like, so to hear people always just having a negative image, a negative opinion on gangbangers and all, they just be so scared of gangbangers, bro. That shit crazy. Like, because to be honest, if it wasn't for the Crips, I would probably be dead right now. I would probably be in jail. I don't know where I would be, bro. The white people ain't give a shit about me. The police ain't give a shit about me. The Crips took me in. So at the end of the day, I'm not tolerating no disrespect from nobody, bro. You ain't gonna disrespect no gangbangers. You're not gonna disrespect the Crips. Because at the end of the day, y'all don't know them. Y'all honestly scared of them. But if y'all get to know them people for real, instead of judging them niggas, y'all see it differently on Crip. That's it.
Thank you, Mike. That's why I say, listen, I've been on this app long enough to hear so-called members, and I say so-called because I don't know these people personally. I don't know if they're really gangbangers or not. If they proclaim to be, I believe them. And I've heard enough of them crash out, pull up, and in one instance, somebody got shot. So I want no smoke with the gang members. Okay, that's why we have a brother on the app who is an alleged Crip, and he offers $300 package for protection. You got clubhouse beef, pay him $300, he will handle it. And I've got him on speed dial in case I have any problems. Thank you to the gang members for offering their services to protect ninjas. Go ahead.
On with my woman, I can't talk.
Okay, no problem. Guys, go ahead, KB. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's popcorn style. We're gonna keep the room open for maybe another 15 minutes or so. Go ahead, Truth.
When I came up, and I'm from the south side of Chicago.
I'm from Chicago. We got a lot of Chicago people in here today. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Chicago too. Get together.
Right.
We gotta get together. Chicago. Yeah, girlfriends, we gotta get together.
Right on.
In a banger and someone who is a member of a gang, they're totally different things. So when we talk about someone who's a banger hit, quote unquote, banging, that's different than I know. There was in my old neighborhood, and I stayed off 75th and Emerald. My dad did. That is Gangsta Disciple territory at one point. And there was one of the head leaders there who was highly educated, a very smart man that you would not know that he was the leader of this particular gang. Because he gave off this nerdy disposition. But that was just the thing. Not that he was the one who was doing the acts, but the bangers doing the acts. So I think that there's a gross difference between the two. And I think we've never experienced that. Or if the new schoolers, I don't know, because it was a different code back then. So things have really changed. But
Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
79th and Halstead was a bad, fucked up area. If you know.
And not to continually bash on her, Bella, when she was here, but I think that's why I didn't resonate very well with a lot of the shit that she's saying, is because what it sounds like is somebody who has really no cultural knowledge whatsoever and is just making comments about a myriad of different subjects without actually even, and not even caring to try to understand or to listen, just assuming that because the perspective differs from her morals or differs from her lived experience, that must be ignorant. And I think that's why it came off so offensive. And quite honestly, it did come off racist.
And that's why I'm disappointed that the men started going back and forth about gangs, because y'all let Bella quietly weasel off the stage before she got this tongue lashing. And but that's cool. That's cool. Y'all, she will be back, and the world remembers.
I want to say to Mike, you're embellishing this gang life. I've been there, done that. And to Eric, I went to college and got myself better. So it's not cool, Mike. You're just going to end up doing what, 25 years.
That's not true, brother. I'm not going to allow you to speak that type of narrative, brother. I ain't going to cut. There's a lot of good gangbangers. There's a lot of good Crips, brother. The Crips saved my life, like I said.
Okay, cool. Stay away from it. Been there and done it. I was in GB for a long time. I'm the sergeant in arms, and I still bear those scars.
Then you should know what's up, bro. That's crazy that you're speaking that.
That's why I'm telling you. You're younger than I am. Leave it alone. That's all I'm asking. Growth and development, man. Because you don't want to sit at that table and have to make those kind of decisions. Please leave it alone.
Wait, hold on. I hear a female voice. Go ahead to the lady.
Yeah, it's me. I couldn't get off mute earlier. I had worked in Chicago public schools for 16 years, and I can say I'm no longer teaching there now, but a lot of my middle school, a lot of my former students are no longer with us because of being in gangs, and it's very unfortunate. I wanted to say that to Mike.
Listen, guys, not too much on Mike. I don't want no problems with MYKE. But I appreciate everybody trying to speak.
Damn, sister, why you scared of him? I ain't never threatened you, sister.
Can I address some of the stuff in the chat here?
Hold on. No. Wait. Mike, I'm not saying you threatened me, sir. I just said I know how I say this out of respect. And if it's coming out fucked up,
I mean, it sounded like you scared me.
No. It's just coming from a place of respect, because I know y'all are no joke. You dig? Y'all are no joke, and that's what I'm saying. I understand folks on the stage are compelled to offer you some advice and encourage you to leave that life behind. But I think you've made it perfectly clear multiple occasions that the gang saved your life, and that we should not judge gang members. There's some good gang members. Some of them are community leaders. They protect the community, et cetera, et cetera. So if my submission in response to you sounds sarcastic, or I'm not articulating it properly, I will stand down and apologize. But I'm saying from my experience, especially on this app, I've seen not saying you, a number of gang members crash out on these stages, threaten people, and then if the female mods, specifically the female mods, don't respond correctly, don't handle the situation correctly, then they end up in my back channel threatening me. So that's why I'm trying to put this whole crib conversation to bed.
All right, sister, you good? It's all love. It is
love to you too, sir. But I will allow you to have the final say on this if you like.
All right, I just want to say, man, to everybody out there, man, I hope y'all look at Crips differently, just gangbangers in general differently. Just try to get to know a Crip, try to get to know a gangbanger before you just think, oh, we're all about drugs and killing people. Like, just try to really get to know us first, bro.
Okay,
I'm a promoter.
What he's saying is, don't judge a book by its cover.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Facts. Like I said, I have a whole college education.
Because I can put my life
There's people out there with degrees, they racist. There's cops out here killing folks. But yes, judge gangbangers. Come on now, let's be honest.
Wait, hold on. Let me say this, and I'm gonna give it back to UKP. First of all, I've heard too many black people on social media, black liberals specifically, claiming that as a part of Project 2025, Trump is going to deploy ICE to start rounding up foundational black Americans. Some of you all who believe this are in this room right now. You might be on this stage. And if that's you, if you are under this wild delusion that Trump is coming to take black Americans out of their homes and put them in alligator Alcatraz or ship them off to some foreign nation because you're black, you better find a gang member to help you build the new underground railroad so you can save some Negroes. Leave the gang members alone. Go befriend a thug to save the community. Who was the new Harriet Tubman? Who was the new Frederick Douglass? Go befriend a thug and a Crip and a Blood to save these ninjas from thugs. Because y'all talking like your sons and your nephews who claim to be about that life ain't gonna do shit when ICE comes to round you up. If you believe this nonsense, I've heard it. I was on Fanbase a month ago. It was a whole black ass room of black liberals literally crying real tears because they believe Trump is coming to get us. Who's gonna protect and save the black community? You better befriend a thug. I'm done. Who wanted to speak?
I just want to say to Mike real quick, and I'll end on this on the subject. And to everybody else, I think exactly what you're saying is valid. You know, I personally never got involved in gangs because I have family who was on both sides of it, so it really didn't make much sense for me to get involved or to pick a side or anything like that. But you know, I think that people are very dehumanizing toward gangbangers. And just kind of look at them like essentially all they are is violence and care about their set and care about their hood more than anything. And it's like, I do think that's problematic, but I will say on the other side, you know, I have lost a lot of family and lost a lot of friends over it. And from my experience, what I've mainly seen is a lot of pain. And it doesn't end. You know, the war never ends because people don't get over shit. And then somebody kills somebody, then it's a whole other thing. And then sets keep breaking up into more sets, and it's more and more cliques, and then a bunch of people you were cool with, you're not even cool with them no more. Now it just is so ugly and it's so tragic, you know what I mean? And so it's nothing to dehumanize the person who's in it, and a lot of times it's tough because, you know, my auntie was the first gangbanger I ever knew, and my auntie, her mom was a dope fiend, you know, and she started selling crack when she was like 12 years old, so she got clicked in with some Crips, you know. But at the end of the day, it's like her life didn't turn out. She ended up doing time, and her life was hard, and now her daughter's life is hard. And, like, you know, it's all I've seen come from it for the most part is pain, and I've seen it be used as a coping mechanism for difficult upbringings. But, you know, I respect you, and I respect where you're coming from, and I got a lot of people in my family and friends who are involved in that type of shit. But for the most part, what I feel toward them more than anything is concern generally. You know, because I don't want to lose them, you know. So I hope that while I respect that it saved your life, and I respect that it plays a large sense of purpose, I hope that the violent aspects that are associated with it, the aspects that could put your life at risk that are associated with it, I hope that becomes less prominent in your life. So that's all I can say.
I agree with you, E. Because I made mistakes in my life and lived that life. It's not, nothing comes from it, man. Nothing at all. And I just want to say this, though. I was black and blue to the day I died because I took that to make it up to be a sergeant. Leave it alone, man. And I had to walk away when my children was born because I saw life. I said, I'm done. How we gonna do this to get out? Okay, cool. And guess what? No one challenged me. I'm just banished because I said no. I want to do something better because I'm having a family.
walk away from that shit, man.
All right, I just want to say this, bro. I don't really want to center myself too much, man. You feel me? I want y'all to get back to the topic for real. But when you really sit down and think about it, though, like, you feel me? It ain't really no Crips, no gangbangers. That's when you really think about it, like, who's out here being pedophiles? You got your rapists, you got your weirdos, you got, like, all those people, they're not Crips, they're not gangbangers. Those are your normal people. So, at the end of the day, yeah, gangbanging is a dangerous lifestyle, you feel me? But anything is dangerous, bro. But at least we not doing none of that weird shit. Most of the time, we standing on business, and we only do shit if it's out of disrespect. Like, niggas in the chat that be talking all tough. Bro, drop the location, gang. Like Mike Allen, what to get scrap out.
Nah, hey, look, hold on,
06 Crip, nigga.
what's your question?
No more violence, please. Oh my God, let's let it go.
I want to say something too, because I moved to Chicago 8 months ago. And
Go ahead,
I live on the west side in Chicago. And I have a gang in my neighborhood. These guys are at the end of my street every single day. One time I got in a little altercation outside. Who came in at my back when the cops came trying to get all tough? The Bloods down the street. They all surrounded the cops. They had the cameras out. They were talking shit, put that pressure on them. They literally saved my life that day. So I owe my life to the Bloods. It's what it is.
Real shit. People don't want to understand that, though. They just see gang.
They never tell you about that shit in the media. They'll never tell you about that.
I know I'm old because when I left Chicago, there were no Bloods in Chicago. But I want to say this.
I could put them on the phone right now.
Okay, let's go somewhere else. Come on, guys.
Yeah, Seneca. We want to hear Seneca.
Y'all want to keep talking bad on Crips and shit again?
Yeah, we're not even talking about anything game-wise. No. I just said no. We're done with that. We're done.
We're done with the gang talk, guys. We're putting a button on crap.
We're going to talk about what we're going to have for breakfast in a couple hours.
Yeah.
Something.
As a matter of fact,
We want to hear Seneca.
Seneca spoke a lot tonight. If you missed it, you got to get a ticket for the preview show next time. Okay? If Seneca has any final thoughts, that's cool, but we're slowly about to shut the room down. But Seneca provided a lot of commentary this evening, very spicy. He got the crowd going. He helped generate, guide the conversation. Whether we agreed with his submissions or not, we heard a lot of responses.
You got to punch your ticket in. Come on now.
That boy is legit. He's very good lad.
Yeah. Anyway, as we start to wind down the stage, anybody have any final thoughts not related to Bloods and Crips and gangs, please?
Yeah, I'm running for Congress.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, John.
Okay, sorry.
And then you got it, Miss. But let John go, and then you got it.
Yeah, I'm running for the 16th district of Illinois for Congress, and Matt Cool down there has been challenging me, as well as Dr. Adams, who has the Darren LaHood PTR at the top of this room. I just want to challenge these green bean moderators and super Darren LaHood fans to create a room after this healthy debates is over, and I will answer any questions, debate, and upset any super LaHood.
That was last night, John. You missed it.
Oh, it's going tonight.
John, we're going to bed. John.
I got a single vote on it, so.
We are going to bed, John. Where nobody's hosting a room afterwards. We're gonna have to do that.
No, it's late.
It's not too late. Matt Cool is in the chat right now. Look at Matt Cool. Matt Cool is going to organize it in one house.
Dr. Adams has been
They had a room last night. 2 rooms that your name was brought up in. You did not appear in any room. So you missed that one.
He was probably there. He was just not there on stage. But John is here, there, and everywhere. He's got 100 phones recording every room on this app. So he was there, no doubt. He and one of his iPhones was there listening. He physically was probably just not on the stage.
So if you want to have a set up a room that you want to have a discussion with these people,
Y'all are doing it.
That's all. Don't go down.
Listen, Matt Cole, if you set up this debate this week, if you actually do it, Matt Cole in the audience, please be sure to pay me.
And I'm pretty sure
I don't want to listen.
Matt would do it.
And if Adams is there, John is there, make sure the team is there, Matt Cole, I have no doubt is going to be very, very entertaining. Yes, we cannot miss it. Okay, so this is, yes, I meant to do that. Mike with a Y, let me go and add you because you might come in handy one day, sir. You might need me. I might need you for some protection services or some ice to help. I need ice to stand down. They come knocking on my door. Mike with a Y, we might have to name a Negro baptism symbol. You know how Batman has a back symbol in the sky. We're gonna have to create a so one goodness, one ice is on the way. So I guess
we call them neighborhood heroes. Like Mike is a legit neighborhood hero. That's what he is.
That guy's legit. If there are any thugs in the house tonight that are from the Shy, add me. So we gotta have some protection. Trump is coming with ice, and I'm not going down quietly. So I need some shooters, and I'm done. Anybody else?
Be Chicago PD, and honestly, might be Chicago PD. Chicago PD is right.
They don't like a white terrible. I'm there with you, girlfriend. Let's go.
Right? We gotta protect everybody. And just for the record, that Looney Tunes, Beth or whatever, everybody can be protected from ICE. If they come for the white blacks, they come for the white women next.
That's a shout out to Elmo. If we finish here, we gonna go to the mansion now. We're gonna go there, bro.
Meanwhile, we have crowdfunded for Mr. Seneca. We need a shrine in his name in Africa.
Listen, white girls, y'all saw Handmaid's Tale. You know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen. Right? Oh, shit. That's right. They're gonna put me in the kitchen making pancakes and cornbread muffins, and you guys will be the breeders. Fuck around and find out.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Blessed be the fruit, goddamn it all. Okay, so any final thoughts? Anybody in the group?
Yeah, shout out to the group, shout out to the bud, shout out to all the good members.
Shout out to Mr. Seneca.
Shout out to Mike too, man. Yeah, real
Mike too. Yeah, Mike too.
I just want to say, NY, thank you, and your banter is unmatched. And, it's been a lot of time laughing and pretty hard while I got this microphone, so I appreciate that. And I appreciate all of y'all just for having, y'all made my.
Well, I appreciate
we're gonna roll to the masculine mansion.
Yeah, hey, Pete, go ahead and plug your house right quick so people did it. We have
roll to the masculine mansion for anyone who wants to stay up and have some conversation. It's gonna sway left, sway right, but guess what? We gonna stay centered.
Masculine Mansion, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and search for the house at KP. I appreciate y'all keeping the peace. You know, I spend an unhealthy amount of time on this app, and one thing I don't like is when I go into rooms and everybody on the stage is talking over each other. You can't hear the moderators don't manage the stage. So it's just when I'm modding, it's just a JB's like this. Healthy debates is not my rule, it's the healthy debates policy. We have one mic policy for those wonderful. And I just like to let everybody say their piece. Whether I agree with their submission or not, it doesn't matter. Everyone has a say, everyone has a voice. Black, white, gay, straight, it does not matter. Male, female. I just ask you, right? When you come in here, just be peaceful. Try to be respectful. Don't hurl any death threats. And just let people say their piece without you being, interrupting them, and we can move along. And I appreciate everybody for being overall respectful on the stage. And so shout out to everybody in the audience and everybody in the chat. And if you have not joined the house, cash in your pink tickets. JB usually hosts rooms early in the morning, so he'll be back in a few hours. And if that's it, and by the way, if anybody likes entertainment, for those who don't know, I work tinfoil hat and go down the rabbit hole of conspiracies, getting actors, directors, writers to the room. We also do how-to sessions, how-to legend, how to, land a job as an actor, how to work with media, how to get guest spots on podcasts, et cetera, et cetera. So follow me if that's your cup of tea outside of talking about politics and racial profiling. We want to keep it light and fun and conspiracy theory kind of conversation. Go ahead and give me a real follow. Other than that, MG, thank you. Adams has been asleep, but we love Dr. Adams, and that's it. I'm going to end the house now, and we'll see you guys next time here in Healthy Space. Bye, everyone.
People still here?
Hey, Jessica, gonna come by and pick your ass up.
That nigga keep playing in this mic.
Oh, shit.
Guys, Junkie Congress.
Give you a full job as a tester. Being a loser, empty. Just look at me. Women on behalf, we're all lies. It's all lies. Tristan, you the fucking speaker. I brought so much. Got it. Women on behalf, you the fucking fuck this bitch. You know people that. You're a fucking loser. No, there's not a father on this fucking planet. You would want to hear their fucking daughter. You piece of fucking shit. You know it. You're a fucking cockroach. We need this shit. Addresses and social security numbers. Okay, oh wait, this is against me. Hold on, no, stop. Okay, I gotta go to the other place. I can't be involved in this conversation. So I literally, I put $1,000 on it. If any time where I ended up giving up somebody's social security number or address or family member, it's not happening. Find the fucking clip, and I'm leaving this on replay. Okay, find one fucking clip. Years I've been here.
got some clips of you from last night, Pepe, because I cross-streamed your room into Roger's room. And so, we were all listening to your room last night, but I'll put those clips in a minute. Go ahead.
Guys, come into my rooms. Please don't go into the rooms. I need the attention. I'm the top dog. I'm the one on the app. What kind of gay shit is that? That's fun? What the fuck? You know, any of the people who have big rooms on this app that can actually do it on themselves, they didn't suck people off in order to get a fucking audience. Like me, motherfucker, I got this goddamn app. I was Clubhouse famous, bitch. All by my goddamn self. You stupid, goofy motherfucker. What have you done? You end up leeching off, you end up finding the Million Man Marathon. You end up weaseling your dumb, narcissistic, antisocial ass onto the Healthy Debates admin team. And you moderate. You don't produce content. You don't have an original thought of your fucking own, bro. But then, and I'm sure you're glad Roger's gone. I have to introduce her. Oh, you look lovely in your PTR. Dude, do you understand that you do that to everybody on your fucking stage, you fucking creep? You're funny. I mean, the sad thing is that people with J's, you can look this up, narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder. People with his illness, those are not treatable. And they're lifelong. This motherfucker can't change. He's always going to be a parasitic person. He's always going to be a person that charms and cons projection. And speaking of mentally ill, I mean, John, look at you, dude. Like, here you are, a grown man in your fucking 40s. You're sitting around in your fucking underwear. You have, like 50 goddamn cell phones all pointed around, streaming to different fucking platforms. Nobody fucking listens to you. You have zero goddamn audience. You sit there and respond to one of your accounts with all of your other accounts and vice versa. And you just say stupid fucking shit. You can't string along a fucking coherent opinion or belief or anything. You don't, I mean, you're barely even funny. Sometimes you have your moments. Like, what the fuck are you doing with this? I mean, in all reality, John, what the fuck are you doing?
What the fuck are you doing, Pepe?
You just annoy everybody on here. You're constantly fucking streaming their rooms. Everybody on this app looks at you as a mentally ill, deranged fucking person. John, you're not fucking normal. I mean, this is fucking stupid. But I'm actually one of those people, John.
I agree.
That despite how much you told me I'm a dumbass, I'm a piece of shit, I don't read books, I don't do any of this shit. I never cuss you out. I don't, the most I usually do is put you in the audience. And you're getting played for a fucking fool by Roger.
Where's Roger?
I mean, but I'm guessing you're smart enough to know that, but you're willing to utilize the attention and the platform for whatever fucking reason. But dude, whatever the fuck you're doing, John, why? What?
I'm a retard reporting retards.
But let me look at another fucking clip. More clips. Saying
asked me for my ID. I haven't committed a crime. That's my Fourth Amendment right. Not to, she's like, it's not your Fourth Amendment right. Your Fourth Amendment right doesn't have anything to do that on yours if you're on private property. And I'm like, that's not how that actually works. Actually, Fourth Amendment right pertains to be a search to seize. Personally, that's why we don't have to present our ID. Is because that's an unreasonable search and seizure unless you have what she was saying was true because she seen it on CNN. So that was just done as fuck. Then she's telling the other lady, I forgot what her name was. I mean, drunk, honestly. Because she sounded like a female, like that I would be dealing with while she had been drinking. And then I have the realization while in the argument, like, fuck am I talking to this bitch for? Like, it was just so very traumatic. And why I just had all the information that comes out on the news, even though we see the this amazing plan. He did a great job exposing the evil, also, through exposing the evil. But she was looking for good, and they're starting to try to add her. Just like the quarterback charities addicted to read. Yeah, I just looked it up again. Like, the homicide rate was falling. So much power. Like, and also we're learning. I mean, I guess, like, if you believe in Trump's vision, like, this makes sense to people. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Ice doesn't make sense. Ice makes no sense. So it's like one thing maybe if you say you want to, I'm not saying that they should, but I'm saying it would make more logical sense if you said maybe you wanted to, like, I don't know, if National Guard or SWAT or like something that would put whatever we can do for like Ice. How does he think that? What does he think is going to happen in a state like Illinois or California? Because he did list Chicago. Look at it like this. The more you do this, I know this will sound fucking crazy, but the way you're looking at it, hey, what we're doing versus what taxes we draw, what you know, so it's a profit. It's for you. It's a profit for them, regardless. It's a profit. Like, for them, that's right. You can think they're wrong, but they think they're right. You think that your God is the right God. So people have their own personal, what you call God. You need to understand that first. So when you talk about a personal God, just like they think the black woman of God, if I say, well, there's a power that is energy, and they be like, and I say this energy is it? Yeah, I'm gonna say you're trying to push my meat back. We're gonna get to the bottom. You've been breaking the internet over there on the dark side. They've been whooping your ass for about 4 days straight. What the fuck did you do over there, CJ? You know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. I mean, I don't know. Anybody in here knows the 411 on Brother CJ? Yeah. Reach out to me through my official. For you, for Twitter, I don't know the proper channels to get a hold of you, sir. Anything that you can do to help, we appreciate it. Just give him a follow. Okay, I'm putting the website in the desk right now for the office locations with the phone numbers. I was actually on college. I was a staffer there for a little bit, so I've been dealing with those phone calls. Thank you, Amanda. Right. If you guys can get me that info, I'd really appreciate it. We'll do it. They've been like putting a bunch of really old accounts that hadn't been used for a while. I had a couple old accounts that I got a message that it was suspended for violating blah blah blah. Son of a bitch! They fucking put the old Chatman account. Some sex bot picked it up. Son of a bitch. Sorry, buddy. Jimmy, that's a bot. I have a new beef now. You have a
nice road, run 30 miles an hour. Yeah, man. You see the fence.
No shirt, like, just the size of an AI. Oh my gosh.
Or they have a button-up shirt, but it's open, flapping in the wind. Absolutely.
Okay, you interrupted me, so let me finish this thought. Okay, so now I mean, like 20 years, I think is what it was. I broke up in 1914. No, well, no, but that's what happened. It wasn't 20 years, you just wanted. No, I haven't. World War I started. I had also served in World War I. So the claim was made. Became deliverable to wood. Yeah, and you know, actually, 1, 2 hours. Stop it.
Yeah, he's next.
Hey, Sharif, what's up, buddy?
Not much lately. Working on some next way.
Did I see you make some videos out of Imagine?
What?
Did I see that you had made some longer videos out of Imagine where you were like taking Imagine clips and putting them together?
Yeah, I think I did that. I created a Tesla or something. The thing, I'm sure you have watched it. It's cool. I use like a and cinematic shots with the prompt that I can do things and make a video. It exactly looks like Tesla app, like logo, tags, and everything. Extremely accurate.
Yeah, I saw it. I thought it was really good.
Yeah. I think the prompt there is a little bit hard for Imagine right now, and I'm sure they're improving that. It's hard. You need to extremely prompt it precisely to get the results, and most of the time you don't get it. So.
like a shock absorber. And by the time the punch makes contact to your glove or to your arm, now your job is to
into the intent of people pushing out the term like opium and spreading that, and specifically using that particular term to attack people like LT and attack people like Dave from the X22 board. Step back and just think about that. You sit in the nefarious deep state media operations. They infiltrate the alternative media space too, and they get people pushing these things, these narratives. It's bad. Hope is bad, right? Too much opium. Well, I'm here to tell you, you can't have too much hope. The opposite of hope is despair. So you have these people telling you hope is bad. They would rather you be in a state of despair, apparently. So they're pushing all this negative connotations associated with the people who are giving us this hopeful message. And they're calling it opium. Right? And they don't want us to listen to opium. Why? Interesting, right? What do you think about it from that perspective, Dr. Paul?
A couple of years ago, someone came up to my cafe lockdown, and he grabbed him while they were protesting on the steps of the Parliament and said, "You have an obligation. You have to listen to me. I never come out and never come protest. I'm coming to this one. I'm going to tell you something very important. You have an obligation, a moral obligation, never to steal hopelessness." And it's never about principles, you know, not to sell hopelessness. And I remember the people kind of sitting around people who were, I guess you call them blue pills, and they were all sitting there telling me, resistance is futile. You know, there's nothing you can do. That's good. You know,
No, those we call them black pill. The blue pilled ones would be the ones who are still walking around in ignorance. I think that would be the appropriate corresponding metaphor for blue pill. But yeah, they're calling those people the black pill, the black pillars, right?
And of course, we rejected that, and I rejected that from the beginning. The idea of hopelessness. So if you see how far we've come, and how much of the stuff we're talking about in the last 4 years has come to pass, and begin to wonder about our ability to manifest in the future. And
it's real.
Yeah, well, you know, I watched the video where it was talking about the dead stream, the eternal now, and the levels of control on the horizon of them. And so, you know, our thoughts I'm worried that we could manifest it, so we better be manifesting possible things. This is a lot like that. But to the extent that you start to get too much right, you may just start to believe in manifesting it. And so there's the implication that also manifests in the world, not straight.
And how can we manifest a better world? Well, by giving it attention. What is attention? Stretching out your mental energy in order to grasp concept. Attention. So, how can we continue spreading this positive message while also seeking truth, covering some of the dark topics as well, because people need to know certain things, unfortunately. It's the reality of the situation. Crimes must be exposed, right? Truths must be revealed. People must be let's take a look at LT and Dave. Both get attacked with this narrative, right? You know, these guys are opium pushers. Oh, you listen to X-22. Oh, these people are cute people, right? And little did they know, they were laughing at us years ago, right? Little did they know. No, they're seeing the pedophiles get arrested, and they're like, wait a minute, are they pedophiles? They're seeing the Liza-Gate Coke stuff come up, and they're like, holy shit, Russian collusion. They're seeing the panic in DC, and they're just like, holy crap, no, I understand. This has all been planned. It's the largest sting operation you guys have ever seen. Global operations in effect. Assets have already been seized. People have already been removed. The public will be briefed on certain things, you know, as it's appropriate. And, you know, the most recent messages that we're getting is that it's time, right? And you guys have seen so much movement as it relates to the declassification of files recently. And there's a lot more coming. You know, they're just getting started. You know, when it started, people were like, oh my God, they're going to get shit on mortgage fraud. And I was just like, just wait. Yes, one. And sure enough, what happened? Oh yeah, she's in a whole lot more trouble right now than just mortgage fraud. All the Russiagate stuff is connecting back to him when he was on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Eric Swall was being implicated too. Told you, right? So who's in control? Well, right now it looks like the Patriots are in control. But the battle has always been for control. Was it obvious that the Patriots were in control? Probably not. Even some of the things that I saw, I wasn't really too sure. But, you know, I had seen enough in the past to be a bit reserved in my judgment and watch and see how things play out so I can make a better assessment. Well, I had my speculations that they were gathering evidence in the background and they were waiting on the right time to move. And yeah, all those speculations were confirmed. Now we have multiple grand juries that have been convened. And the stuff that's happening right now, as I told you guys before, it's going to make Watergate look like a puppy show, like a joke. The level of the conspiracy that's about to be unveiled, and you guys are all living through it right now. Just think about that. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It has already been very interesting, as we have seen. Are you guys paying attention to what Trump has done with the IRS? And the stuff he's saying about the Federal Reserve recently? I mean, people, we have arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rock! I don't know what else to say. There are significant developments that when I look at the bigger picture, I get more. So here's the thing. This is a commonality between Dave and LT. Both of them have a hopeful message. Both of them also are familiar with the keyboard. They may not be like expert decoders, like some of the deep divers out there, right? And by the way, I'm definitely not any expert decoder, but I've read the board. I'm familiar with the post and I know how to access them, right? And when certain connections are made and people are posting certain references, I can connect the dots. Definitely people are pointing it out. So you're both familiar with the board. So they are also aware of ongoing operations happening in the background. So both Dave and both LT review the board, review the information from the board. They listen to what Trump says, right? They listen to what guys like Scavino say. They're paying attention to those comms, right? Communications, right? And of course, you saw a lot of people lose their security clearance. Interesting, right? Well, all these things are connected. Now you're taking away the criminal syndicate's ability to see what's going on. Now they can plan and react to certain things. And slowly but surely Trump is stripping away power and control from different areas. The intelligence right now is being cleaned up. Big time. Big time. Right? Here's the I'm not sure if you guys know what's happening with the IRS. But let me give you, before I get to that. So Dr. Both LT and Dave follow the Q board. They understand certain things are happening in the background, so they have a more optimistic outlook than a lot of people. Because, they're at least privy to certain intel that the majority of the public isn't privy to. And that makes them a bit more, assured that there are people in the background doing what they need to do to hold these people accountable in the right way. Now, that this assurance and optimism doesn't mean that we can be relaxed. That's another thing that the media took advantage of. They started to put out this narrative that these people that are pushing opium, they just want you to sit back and relax and do nothing. Well, if you read the Q board, the first thing you understand about the plan is that you, me, we, the people of the world, are a part of it. It's not about sitting on your ass and doing nothing. That's the first damn thing you actually come to understand after you go through the Q board to some degree. Yeah, there are operations happening in the background that we have no impact on. Okay, no problem. That's fine. But that's one part of the plan. That's not all of it. The other part of the plan involves we, the people, coming into knowledge, understanding what's going on, understanding who these conspirators are. Why? So that we can do something about it. Why? So that we can remove them from positions of power. Knowledge is important, and knowledge changes the landscape. The reason why the media, the same global criminal syndicate that pushes out propaganda, attacked the Q board and came up with QAnon is because of the threat of the information that it poses to their system. It's quite simple. The Q board told us all about these people who are in high places, who are doing things to children. Not only that, they told us all about Hunter Biden, all about Hillary Clinton, all about Obama, all about the syndicate intelligence network, right? The information was fed to us publicly in an open source manner, decentralized. Anybody can access it. And it was done in this way, for public purposes, so that so that there could actually be a civilian resistance. And now enough people who understand what's going on have started to inform others about what's going on and about their, need to act and become part of the solution and not sit down on their ass and do nothing. But before you can do something, you got to get informed. And that's why you're here in the Truth Seekers Tavern. So welcome, everyone. Grab your coffee, grab your tea. Years ago, I mentioned the term quo warranto. And we got to see it being used in a very interesting affair with the whole redistricting in Texas. You remember that? Yeah. So what's a quo warranto? This is a
provision by which you guys can use this provision to remove public officials that are not serving the public's interests. And there's a specific procedure, and all you need to do is activate it. But you need to know who you need to target first. And that's why you need to pay attention to what's happening in your states and your counties. We have all the information. We know what to do. We know how to remove these people. Knowledge is power. Just ask questions. Right? I wish Jen Rich was here right now. I mean, we talked about this stuff years ago, and when I saw
everyone is welcome here. You just gotta do it the right way. But you can't do it the right way, man, because like I left not too long ago, went out of the country, and recently went to Colombia.
In so many ways, that's the right way.
Explain. Let me say what I mean by you can't do it the right way. I recently went to Colombia, and it was not hard for me to go from the United States, fly to Colombia, go do what I wanted to do, come back to the United States, okay? It's not a hard thing to do for most people. The people who are coming across the border illegally, it's a hard thing for them to do because they don't have the paperwork to do it. They don't have a birth certificate.
You just said, you already said it, illegally.
Right. The reason they come illegally, right? I recognize that there's a law, man. I just disagree with the law, man. It's not like I think there's not a law and they're not illegal.
Should we go? Hey, let's bring back Obi Trice. Whatever happened to Obi Trice back in the day? Obi.
Rock the artist, period.
Tupac, Biggie Small.
They're dead. I'm talking about old rappers that dead. I'm talking about today's music.
Okay.
Just like how they tried hard to get people to hate Donald Trump. They tried hard to convince people that QAnon is a cult. Yeah. Same people pushing the narratives. Pay attention.
Stupid.
And this is what discernment is about.
We thought that QAnon was.
So,
they didn't know it was
a lot of time I come in and I get flack for the Q stuff. I just let it slide because it's just like, people who don't know, they don't know. It's not their time. They're not ready to know. So you don't force it on them. Right? But I'm definitely not going to let anybody come in and just make some brash statements that are way off base. If you don't agree with it, yeah, that's one thing. That's fine. You haven't seen it, no problem. Maybe you should take a look at it. Right? There's some interesting information there. Right? I mean, you go to those boards and you type in key phrases like Clinton. The amount of information that pops up. Yeah. Well, the Clinton body count is definitely something the public is aware of. The Clinton email scandal is now coming back into the forefront. So, I have no idea what's going to come next. I can't even guess what they're going to declassify next because, Tulsi Gabbard, the morning that Trump went to meet Putin, she declassified files proving that they basically, and by they I mean the deep state within the intelligence community, former DNI and those people, right? Clapper and Brennan and Comey and these people, right? They basically tried to sabotage the relationship between Trump and Putin, US and Russia. Sabotage diplomatic relations. Like there's freaking emails that prove that these guys are spinning this nonsense and spinning this story. And she declassified bombshell stuff right before Trump goes to Alaska. Timing is everything, right? So it's crazy.
Researcher, speaking of emails and controversy, we were talking about, giving just a very dead shots to people what a scandal that was. Well, there was a character.
They got a lot of streams going.
Called Dr. Tom Schumacher, who led the vaccine safety data link. for the CDC. And he was behind some of the papers that purported that, this is safe. We haven't started with it. This is safe. Give it to any paperwork. And he's come under fire. Senator Ron Johnson asked in the Senate, permanent subcommittee on investigations, to issue a formal subpoena to the Department to the HHS, asking for all the emails and Slack communications and server logs related to C-19 safety that was issued by this Dr. Tom Shibakura. It was explicit, it was comprehensive. And guess what happened? 2 weeks after that, there was destruction and a sudden deletion of it, of all the records related to this. So stay tuned. This is a story that at the moment no charges have been led, but this Dr. Shibakura is he's not in his office anymore. Someone else has been given his position. There's been no public comments. He hasn't testified. He hasn't been charged.
Wow, interesting. So they're just trying to they're shuffling him out and hoping nobody's gonna pay attention.
It's very suspicious that this guy, and like I say, he was the one who wrote the papers that reassured millions of people that it was safe, and he's gone missing, and all the communications and files have been deleted, which stinks to high heaven, and may well be a setup for criminal action. So I just want to mention that because that's also emailed skullduggery, and it's hot off the press. We were talking about it last night.
Okay, wow. Yeah, that is very interesting, Dr. Paul. Thank you so much for sharing that. And guys, Dr. Paul, yeah, I was just about to say that there. Go ahead, tell them about the article.
Yes, so this is James Lance Wheeler, his Substack called Popular Rationalism. This is what I'm reading from. And if you don't know James Lance Wheeler, he's an amazing scientist and very good researcher. So I can highly recommend the Popular Rationalism Substack.
Yeah, I can get behind his publications. I have seen a few articles he's written on the Brownstone Institute. So yeah, very good stuff. I like it. I actually am not familiar with this Substack, so I'm glad that you also dropped it there. Thank you.
No problem. I'm mindful that it's past your bedtime.
Yes, it is approaching my bedtime. It is 1:37 a.m. here in Kingston, Jamaica. Producer, we're going to need your streaming services for the next one. So before we dive into that, guys, the floor is open. Any comments, any perspectives before we hand the mic over to producer for the X22 report, which is going to be a late night stream here.
Hi, it's Glenn. I just put a notice in the chat on a 37-year-old bodybuilder from Massachusetts that died suddenly. You couldn't paint somebody that worked harder on their health, and it's getting a little more visibility in certain circles in the United States. My plan.
Thank you for
Oh,
sharing.
you know, it also happens to be in Massachusetts, RFK Jr.'s hometown.
Yeah, it's sad to hear that, you know, even bodybuilders are succumbing. But yeah, we do need to understand what's going on. This is how severe these toxins are, these inoculations. Right. Yeah, genetic nerve is right. All right, thank you, Glenn. Wow, awesome. All right, I'll grab that link. Okay, any other comments before we close the panel to start the exploit report?
Just staring at climate change, it seems to go straight to the heart and to the bodybuilders. It's the coincidence in climate change. Big time machine. I noticed the LP also mentioned gold and silver. Big things I think are going on there. I wouldn't be surprised if that came up in Alaska and hasn't been reported. So stay tuned, keep your eye on those markets because I think a sea change is coming. It's coming this year. So pay attention. All right.
Oh, thank you for mentioning that. Right, so I forgot to tell you what I learned about the IRS. So guess who has a new position at the IRS, guys?
Scott Bassett.
Yes. Nobody? Is it too open?
Joe Biden.
Oh, hell no.
I would say Satan. I would say Satan, but that would be an older point.
Okay. Have any of you heard of the name Gary Shapley? Gary Shapley? Anybody? Has anybody here heard of Gary Shapley? Okay, well, for those of you who don't know, Gary Shapley was an IRS whistleblower. And he is now the deputy chief for the IRS Criminal Investigations Unit. Oh boy, they're screwed. Enjoy the show. No, nobody didn't find that funny. Guys, this is like this is gonna be good, right?
I don't think anybody's a weight researcher.
I mean, I guess not, folks, but you know, he is now the deputy chief for the IRS Criminal Investigations Division. Yeah. IRS whistleblower who was blowing the whistle on fraudulent activity, criminal activity within the IRS is now the deputy chief of Criminal Investigations Unit within the IRS. And this comes after he was being harassed by, he was fired, I believe, unjustly. Yeah. He blew the whistle and, some stuff happened and, I don't remember the full details, but it's funny how things kind of turn around, right?
It sounds like
we're winning.
It sounds like putting RFK in charge of the HHS. It's a good sign.
It is a great sign. These are the type of people we want to put in those positions. Why? Well, partly because I think they've earned it. But aside from that, well, Gary Shapley has shown the courage to speak out and do what's right and blow the whistle against, criminal activity happening within the agency. What better person could you put as one of the heads of the criminal investigations divisions? It seems appropriate. It seems fitting. It's poetic, right? Yeah. Poetic justice. Is that the appropriate term
here? In that area, researcher, are you expected to play Sunday morning with Maria Barlova? Because
not particularly. I wasn't planning to. Yeah. What happened?
Great interview. The whole interview with Marco Rubio, and then at the end, she had the lead person doing aggressive accounting at the DOJ, and he talked about delving into January 6th. All of it, including the destruction of records by the first congressional team.
Oh, wow. Well, that actually sounds very interesting, Glenn. Do you have a link to that particular report? And I would stream that definitely. I don't see why not.
Don't speak because.
Is it on YouTube yet?
Well, what happens generally is it's on YouTube, and it usually lasts for about a day, either on YouTube or on Rumble. That somebody puts it up and nobody bothers them, but because it's Fox channel, it won't stay up for forever. I see it because it's part of my bundle, Fox News. So and I DVR it all the time, so I can get it anytime I want. But the average person, like I say, either has to look for it under today's date in either Rumble or YouTube for somebody that grabbed it.
Is it like a 30-minute show?
1 to 2 days.
Is it like
I'll look for it. I'll look for it and bring it back if I find it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I will set up, I guess, a few short streams after the X-22 report. But for now, we're gonna start the report. Before we do that, is there anyone who would like to chime in? Last call.
Just good night, all.
All right. Good night, Dr. Paul.
Yeah, good night.
Thank you all so much. Good night, Michael. Thank you all so much for joining us here tonight, guys, in the Truth Seekers Tavern. And it's been a great conversation. Great report from LT, and we do have another one, which is probably going to be good too. So strap yourselves in, adjust your device volume accordingly. You are connected to the Truth Seekers Tavern live on Clubhouse, and we're about to start the report. I think most people are asleep. So let's do this. Producer, you're up.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. All our street people are our whole neighborhood banner. The hospital sign, banner. The road signs, kilometer. It's it's all Spanish.
You said they're Mexican. Well, let me just ask really quick, just to make a differentiation really quickly. Are you saying that they're Latino or Hispanic or Spanish or however you want to define it? Are you saying that they're Mexican? Because when you're saying that they're, just to clarify, when you're saying that they're Mexican, that means specifically that they're from Mexico, that's their nationality.
Ethnically, they're Oaxacan.
Okay.
So ethnically, they're what the people that naturally live from Mexico up through into Colorado. They're Oaxacan. So these people have been here for generations, like 40 or 50 generations. They didn't move over the border. The border was set in place, and their community was split. But they have lived here. All the street names aren't them. We have whole barrio neighborhoods that are all Mexican traditional houses. These are all Oaxacan or native Mexican people, not Hispanic people, not Chicanos. These are all different groups of people. The Chicanos live north. They're in northern Mexico. The Ovenepec are down here, which are the Christian and Catholic versions, all the way up to San Xavier. Most of the native people here are, they're native to Mexico and America. Like the people who live on the Indian side.
Should there be any level of filtration?
Like, have you ever heard the phrase "an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure"?
Well, right, man, but this is like you have to understand that when you're in this area and you drive from, say, Tucson into Nogales to Mexico, there's no change in the people of the diaspora.
It sounds like we're a pretty accommodating country.
No, I mean, it's not that we're accommodating because the
are there any
changes in the structure
predominantly
of
American
government.
cities in Mexico?
Are there what?
Are there any predominantly American citizens, like city? Like you said, the Phoenix and Tucson area is predominantly Mexican. Are there any predominant American cities in Mexico?
Yeah, the coast south of Rock Beach, which is I forget the Mexican the Spanish name for it. It's Guajero. I want to say it's Guajero.
You're saying there's a higher population of Americans in there than Mexicans?
Yeah, 100%. Americans and Europeans.
I'm sorry, could you tell me what's it called again?
It's south of Rock Beach, so it's like 45 minutes, maybe an hour from Nogales. I think it's Guajero.
I've heard of it.
It's in southern Sahara. It's in southern Sonora, and it's the community like by the ocean where all the nice houses are. Almost that whole area is like Australian, New Zealanders, Chinese, like white people.
Oh, no shit.
It's not Spanish.
No shit, I didn't know that.
And you can't really own property. You have to buy property outright. You can't get a mortgage, so you can really only buy those properties if you have the money to like the cash to buy them, which most Mexicans don't.
But like to E's point, you would agree that we shouldn't wait for like you said in Colorado when they take over we shouldn't wait for them to take it over for us to be like, oh shit, it's a problem. Like it'd be good for us to kind of be ahead of that. Like I would assume you'd agree with that.
Well, I mean, you are. The problem is that those Venezuelans came in without ID. So I'm saying if you have everybody that's coming in and you give them the ability to come here and work, and you just have to show up and get an ID and get your fingerprints and go through the process, right? That stops that person from having multiple identities and living a criminal lifestyle. I think people are incentivized to live a criminal lifestyle when they have trauma and all these things in their life because I'm a determinist. So if you take the deterministic route and you say, oh, if we give these people good societies to live in, if we do the broken window policing from like a maintenance perspective, where the neighborhoods are good, the neighborhoods are policed, there's cameras at the corner, i.e. South Korea, right? If we build that society, then the people coming in isn't the problem, because the 1 or 2% of people that are criminalistic will be monitored and rounded up and arrested and go into that system, and in that system they will be a profit mechanism for the country.
It's an interesting thought.
Yeah, it's ironic. I'm also a determinist, but I just tend to take the complete opposite perspective in terms of borders, because in the same regard where you're saying that I'm not acknowledging that what about the artists that come in? What about the, factors like that? I mean, I feel like I can make a similar argument to what we were talking about earlier pertaining to gang violence. Is like, hey, I'm from Sacramento, and like some pretty good music comes out of here and out of the Bay Area and stuff like that. But like a lot of niggas died over it, and so in the same regard, I just don't feel like the the good always is outweighing the bad, you know, and I think that's, I certainly can imagine there's a lot of amazing people even out of some of these really tough countries, you know.
One of the arguments
it's
I hear
just that
is that black people commit twice the amount of crime as white people. Like that the gang violence in Chicago outweighs, like you have a poor neighborhood in Alabama full of white people, and for some reason, all the violence is in Chicago. Right, okay. It's still 0.001% people. So 99% of black people are doing the right thing and not getting violence, not causing murder. But the conversation that we have is about the 1/1000th of the population that isn't doing. Yeah, you're gonna have bad things happen with an increase in population. You're gonna have more crime. If you go to New York City, you have more crime than you have in the middle of Illinois near Olympic.
Right, obviously. Yeah.
Right? You just have more crime because you have more people, you have more social interactions, all those things.
More opportunity.
Right, but people are still criminal at a level of about 2.5% of the population. So about 2.5% are criminals for any given population size. That increases in raw numbers, but it doesn't increase psychologically. Like people don't change the pecking hierarchy and all the different things, the hierarchies of people, based on the fact that they're poor.
Can I ask both of you guys a question? I've never heard the determinist thing before. Can you guys explain what that is? And both of you, where's that gray area where you guys are both determinists? I want to say that wrong. You guys are both.
The book he is talking about
endocrinology. Yeah, I am frozen.
Nurture, right? Like what happens, your experiences in life determine who you are as a person.
And where's that gray area where y'all are both determinists, but there's the gray area where y'all kind of have to.
Well, philosophically, I'm glad you quoted Robert Sapolsky. Robert Sapolsky is probably my favorite neurobiologist / primatologist / endocrinologist. Yeah, exactly. He's absolutely a genius. But yeah, no, essentially on a philosophical level, in terms of, and I don't want to go too tangential because it's kind of a deep concept.
Come on now.
But this is because of stress that we're arguing about stress.
Well, yeah. As far as zebras don't get ulcers, right? There's basically 4 camps you could fall into, you know, and we're kind of in the middle one. So you got people who believe in. I'll try to keep it layman's. You got people who believe in fate. That's like a predeterminism. Like they believe in that everything is orchestrated. Everything is, you know, that there's no escaping it. You know, kind of prophetic in that sense. You got people who believe in determinism, which is kind of a rejection of free will in some regard. It's not believing that everything is going to happen predetermined, but that things work in a deterministic manner. So that I am essentially, everything that's going on in my mind is a product of what's going on with my brain, my body, my nervous system, my stress hormones. I was predisposed to a lot of these things by genetics, ancestry, stress that I was exposed to while I was a fetus. And all types of things. My whole political perspective, you know, 30 years later is ultimately formulated by a whole bunch of things that I didn't control. And then you got people who are in the compatibilist camp, which means that they realize that their brain works in a deterministic structure, and that, but they also think that they believe that they can reconcile it with free will. And then you have complete libertarian free will, where these are people who believe that they can make choices individual and separate from what their biology.
That would be
so essentially.
Where do you lie? Where do you lie then, John? Where do you lie?
Me and he agree, and this is what surprises me. If he believes in determinism and a person is derived by all these factors, therefore the Venezuelan that comes here, that moves into an apartment building, is, you know, if he was in his same position, like if he and Venezuela switched hands, then he would be committing crime at a higher rate. And I believe that the Venezuelan comes here, he's formed by his decisions, but the factors, like here in the United States, the better living situation, therefore change the organism. And you have a chance that most people that come here would be better behaved as opposed to worse behaved.
So the surroundings determine what happens.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to, and where are you falling on this?
For the most, it is funny because, well, first of all, I'm philosophically very oxymoronic, but I don't think that that's by intention of trying to be provocative. I do fall on the same spectrum that I think that it's that yes, if I was in the exact same Venezuelan, I'd probably be doing the exact same thing, because I only can really account for two things that are going to influence behavior, and that's going to be biology and environment. And outside of that, I don't see much room for anything else. So if I see a schizophrenic on the street, who's homeless, and I were to trade biology atom for atom, neuron for neuron, I would be exactly him. If I had his exact experiences that shaped his biology to be exactly what it is, then I would be exactly him. I wouldn't be not schizophrenic. I wouldn't have the disposition. Trading it on, I think that what helps is not just going on the biological level, but looking at it on the physical, like the atom aspect of it. That how could I have done anything different than what he is doing? And if I had his exact experiences, exact genealogy, all of that. So yeah, I do believe that. I think that we fundamentally agree on the philosophical level, but I think in terms of prescriptive level of how we should address that is probably where we differ, because he tends to look at it more like open borders, and I think it's ultimately a compassionate view that he has. So that's why I really do think that he has a positive intention behind it. I just think that there's such a thing as pathological compassion, where the road to hell can be paved with good intentions, and that compassionate view could also come at the cost of deregulating what is a society that's producing something good for the rest of the world. So I think, like I said, philosophically we agree.
Primates migrate in a bifurcational pattern that does not respect 90-degree angles. It's not a natural way of movement right now. It's artificially attractive, so you can't just free will movements.
I understand that's not.
I really hate price and trade.
I understand it's not natural, but neither is capitalism. And so I think that it does fall into the genetic fallacy concept that just because it's natural or not natural doesn't necessarily mean that it is the right way or wrong way or effective way of having governed, how we govern a society.
It's an anthropology path. I apologize for not knowing the term. There's different types of animals that operate. They're all mammals. They operate differently in how they stage their young. So their young, for some animal groups, stays with the mother stays at home. For some animal groups, the mother leaves the babies in a nest, and her and the dad go out. And in some parent groups, the dad leaves and the mom leaves the nest, search of berries, or the dad leaves and search of bees, or whatever. So all these groups act different and do different things that support, but they're also mammals and very closely related, like moles. Any mammal that's kind of at the edge where they have a technical thought. You know what I'm saying? So lemurs, that kind of thing. This is the same way humans are. And to crush that down is like you're really fucking with evolution here. And I think it's a really bad thing to do because of all the things that Wolfie mentions with stress. Right? When you have these criminal groups, why are they criminals? Because of stress. There is not a change in hierarchy. There is a change in epidemiology or endocrine. There's an endocrine change that ups the amperage, right? Like adrenaline does not change your behavior on who you think you can be in the hierarchy. What it does is give you a temporary, it does what you would normally do. So if you're going to run, you're going to run. If you're going to fight, you're going to fight. But it doesn't change your behavior.
Yeah, I understand. Actually, I want to, Mike, I want to hear it.
I'm actually enjoying listening to you guys. I've never actually heard this. There's choice factor to this all, or is it all about environment and stuff like that, or can just a bad person be a bad person regardless of their environment? They're just a bad person.
So it's not fun to think about, and if you don't like it, I would recommend not thinking about it because because you don't always come to a conclusion you're gonna like with these types of conversations, whether it's true or not. Like I don't particularly like that I fall into the determinist camp, but it's very like it would be nice to believe in it, if I anytime hard because it's like you almost like you can philosophically not believe in free will, but you can only really like,
These guys will go all
hold it
night.
down for like 30 seconds until you start feeling like you're making your own choices again, you know? So it's only a philosophical point that we can come to. You can't really, and that's because agency is such a fundamental pillar of mental health that I think we evolved an illusion of free will to feel like we are making choices and things, because if we didn't feel like we were, well, then what the fuck is the point of life? You know, why would we even attempt to do anything? So, yeah, when you say just bring into it,
What's the point of life? What's the point of life? Read a book.
Yeah, essentially. But you know what? I don't think so anymore. I think that, humans are a far more evolved species. I think that 1% genetic differences can make a very big difference, and our neocortex is significantly larger than over the last 7 million years than the species that we evolved from. So I think that, and I think that also, let me ask you this really quickly. Have you reconciled how the Pareto distribution would be relevant to the rate of evolution over the last 7 million years compared to the last 4 billion?
Yeah. And
so like how
I've been thinking about that when doing a lot of analysis on the Pareto principle in the past 8 million years.
Advances in the last 7 million years than we have the prior 4 billion.
Right,
in terms of how much that differentiates.
Population.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I'm sure we can agree that the primary thing that separates us as a species of Homo sapien versus our chimpanzee ancestors is the development of a neocortex and the capacity for articulated speech and complex thought. Like, that's fundamentally, it's not just, we don't just have consciousness, we don't just have awareness anymore. We have awareness of our awareness, and we sit and contemplate our awareness, and we think about things like life and death and morality and all types of things that other animals don't even contemplate.
Lemurs think of that.
Yeah, but not the way we do. Not the way we do. There's no determinism.
I think that's tool development, though. If you have before tool development and the hierarchy of needs, we don't have the ability to think about those things because we're in constant survival mode at really high levels of stress. And as that stress changes, it allows brain formation, neurological formation, those different, thought processes. And, you didn't know what you didn't know because it wasn't available knowledge. Nothing's created by AI.
But that's my point, is that there's no, yes, animals do exhibit a form of morality. That's demonstrated by the way they organize themselves, dogs. But, they know what they're doing, but in some regard, but, we don't have any determinist dolphins, we don't have any Christian dolphins either,
we know of,
and so we know that
it's like they're back to the galaxy, man. Like you're saying that dolphins aren't as complex because they don't have cities, essentially. But we don't know what their neurological formation is.
We do know what that's the thing, though. We can actually study what their neurology is, and we can study their patterns of communication. Like, it's just like when people say, like, a dog is barking and it's really its own language and we don't know what they're really saying. Okay, no, yes, we do. Actually, that's not a language because it's not how a language functions. We can measure their brain activity and see that they're not saying specific dog words, that bark can only mean a couple of things. It could be distress, it could be affection, it could be a combination of emotions out there. But we know that it's not a language like Hindi or Chinese or English or something like that. So we know that ultimately the level of brain activity and complexity of thought is nowhere near the level of a human. And what is the number one thing that separates us as humans?
So I don't think this is settled science.
You are right.
Dolphins don't study
it. Vitamin more.
You saw what? Oh, yeah.
Because you're going to bring John up, bring him up, because I can't give out any more advice to him.
And dolphins don't study us. They're not studying humans. We can learn from
so here's my theory, right? I think this was because of brain food, because primates got pushed to the coast by an increase in size, and that's why the same reason you have migration. And then you have social groups forming because of the increase in size, which leads to some members of the group being able to focus on intellectual tasks, and some members of the group only be focusing on hunting, and the group starts to bifurcate like that within the social system, where the people who are good at hunting go hunt, and the people who are good at thinking and think and make tools and
it's just the primates are like we're a split off from primates, so we are that evolutionary track, and caused by socialization. More of our groups are getting closer. The closer you get, you're fighting all the time. So the people they pick to reproduce with were more social animals, and millions of years of picking the most social animal, you get speech.
So where's the term? I don't want to say it wrong. Deterministic theory come into what you just explained. Like some people do this, some people do that, some people do this.
Well, essentially that there's realistically no species that has free will. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. There's all types of arguments that you can make for free will, and there's better ones than others. But I find it really difficult, like exceptionally difficult, to make what is the intuitive argument for free will, because it feels very intuitive that we have free will. Because, hey, look, I can choose red or green if I want to. Look, see, I thought I was going to choose red, but I can choose green, right? But fundamentally, there's some biological process that I have to account for that made me even have the curiosity to contemplate it in the first place. Like, then I'm measuring my personality and looking like, okay, well, my personality temperament leans more toward openness to experience, and that's not something I chose. That was influenced by my genealogy and my ancestry. And if I like music, it's like, okay, well, I choose to listen to this music. But then again, if 500 years ago your ancestors were nomads who participated in particular types of rituals, that makes your genealogy more predisposed toward liking certain music and being susceptible to enjoying dancing, and that shaped your preferences over the last 500 years. Like, pretty much every single decision and thought and neuron you have can be accounted for by some prior cause to it, and can be explained no matter how complex that explanation is, because we have trillions of neurons, billions of neurons, trillions of synapses. There's so much complexity, but just because it's infinitely complex, or not infinitely, but immensely complex, it doesn't mean that complexity can't be accounted for. It just means that it's difficult to be accounted for, and under the logical frame, it seems that obviously, just because we're not able to account for every single neuron doesn't mean that it's not having a reason why. It's kind of it puts a different perspective on everything happens for a reason. When people say everything happens for a reason, they usually mean it fatalistically. When they say, like, everything happens because it was meant to happen, because, like, some type of prophecy or some type of reason of the future, as opposed to everything is happening, everything that's going on right now happened because of a prior cause. Something led to it happening, and that's basically determinism in a nutshell. Everything happens for a reason.
Like trying to put meaning to something that we really can't have meaning for, so to speak. We're just trying to apply a meaning to it. Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, it's not. That's why I say it's not nice to think about very much.
This is heavy shit, bro. You guys spoke mad, but this is heavy. This is fucking heavy shit right now. Fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Because there's layers to this, right? Like, you start, there's layers, there's little layers, little layers. Like, well, fuck, dude. Now we're like, whoa. I've never even heard of this.
Not really, man. This is mostly like thinking about evolutionary biology. I don't have all the answers to it. This is just thinking about evolutionary biology and how, like, this is leads to, like, artificial intelligence. It's where it came from.
Well, it's like subconsciously, or from what I'm getting from it, like subconsciously, you were going to make the choice you were going to make, whether you knew it or not, because of whatever factor you had, either in your ancestors or where you were raised or blah, blah, blah. But you were probably going to go down that path regardless.
Well, almost. I mean, if you look at neuroimaging data, for example, if you look at, like, before somebody has a thought that they can identify with their thought, if you were to look at neuroimaging data, you'll actually see the part of their brain associated with those thoughts or behaviors light up before the person is consciously aware of the behavior.
Get the fuck out of here. Seriously?
Yeah.
That's nuts. Like, that's actually nuts.
Yeah, it is.
That's actually
so. It's like I said, it's
thinking about.
Yeah, if you think about it too hard, it's kind of
depressing. On the wrong to regular people shit. God damn.
Yeah, no, we can go back.
Yeah, the lack of free will is depressing.
God damn, y'all talking some for real, man.
Bro, I'm trying my best to keep up here, K, bro. I fucking Jesus.
Yeah, I got freedom distribution. It's like where the population is splitting with people who work and don't work. Like they, a corporation is said to have 90% of the people that just fucking stand around with their thumb in their ass, and 10% of the people actually make the money. And so that's why you see corporations with smaller and smaller groups of people.
What's even worse than the 90-10, it's actually the square root of the amount of people in a given domain produce 50% of the results. So if you got, it's 90-10 if you look at like 100
worse than what I said.
Oh, it's worse. It's like infinitely worse, right? Because it's like if you have 100 people, that means 10% of them produce 50% of the work, right? Which doesn't sound too bad because like, okay, top 10, produce the same as the other 90. But then that also means if you have 10,000 people in a given organization, then the top 100 of them produce 50% of the work, and then the bottom 9,900 produce the other 50%.
And this is
and so on.
Time.
So exactly. So and so on. If you have 1 million people in a given industry, the top 1,000 of them produce 50% of the work, and then the bottom 999,000 of them produce the other 50%, and so on.
This explains why China's so fucked up, because it's got billions of people, right? Do the square root on that. How many people are contributing to the work? How many people are sucking on the team? His contention is, hey, we open up all the borders, millions of people come in here. Now what? Now 4 of us are fucking supporting 300.
Yeah, you were right, man. You were right. You guys suck. This is tough shit to swallow, bro. This is tough shit to swallow.
What the fuck want to do square roots right now?
This is tough shit to swallow.
Please go. I'm gonna do this shit. Oh, good. Yeah. That's why we have spreadsheets and GPT. Just ask why they you a nerd.
Dude said China's got billions of people. Take the square root of that. What the fuck?
Well, there's a distribution of intelligence too, right? So
you know what, John?
People, you also have higher amounts of really smart people to solve problems.
Yeah, and John, I tell you what, I blanked out probably about an hour and a half ago. That's why you didn't hear me say anything. Motherfucker, I gotta go do some operations in the morning. I ain't got time for this shit.
Well, funny thing is, Kay, you have no choice whether you want to do the operations or not, bro. You're gonna do it.
That's predetermined to do that.
Yes. Yeah, it's predetermined.
Mike, you want to?
That's true.
Man, you're good people. I like you. You're good.
Mike, look up PV.
Yeah, I'm cool, but it's like I'm gonna think that hard in the morning.
PVNP is a math problem. It's PVNP completeness.
It's talking about
it's a how you can figure out how, like, if a process will end in a certain way, right? And this is just as true for organic processes as it is for electromechanical. So PVNP, if we solve that problem, then we'll solve determinism and we'll know whether it's true.
Yeah, fuck that.
Who the fuck is being this hard and they're fucking morning? God damn.
That's not. These are old problems, man. These are just. This is old shit.
Well, despite our agreement on a lot of the philosophical domain, it's interesting that we don't extrapolate in the same direction to the political domain. Because we seem to be not completely antithetical in the political domain. I mean, we probably agree on some things, but I think Kay and Mike, what it really comes down to is like your political beliefs. I always say that politics is just like a cultural and economic manifestation of philosophy. So that's essentially at the core of your political beliefs are really just your philosophical beliefs.
Would you say religion
I'll let you guys know the politics. I don't care.
You said what, Mike?
Would you say religion kind of falls into that kind of thing too?
Yes, religion is a philosophy, for sure.
I still had this conversation with my kid and just had him do the political compass to show him this. And his philosophical beliefs, alter his political beliefs. And he doesn't even realize it's happening when he answers the questions. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, like,
he's 14.
I mean, although sometimes it can go very odd directions, such as with myself, as you pointed out, Don, that like I'm a determinist who has a lot of conservative views, but doesn't fall in the category of conservative. So it can sometimes go very protections, but yeah,
me too. Well, I feel like it comes with age, right? The older you get a little more conservative.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know. I guess you definitely do. I've become more liberal. I was like super conservative when I was like 16, and now I'm a lot less conservative in that regard.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess I feel like the more that you think, yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. I'm actually kind of more of an asshole than I was, but I think that the more that you think about the issues and particularly attempt to agree with the side, like agree with what's counterintuitive. So whatever you think, whatever your perspective is, the strong. And this is kind of what me and you were differing on earlier. You and Seneca were very strong on the, take accountability. I don't mean to not strawman you in any way, but kind of like pull yourself up by the bootstrap type of position. And to be honest, I generally lean a little bit more toward that side of the argument, but I think that you have to be really careful and precise with how you formulate that argument. So I think the problem with where I agreed with some of the stuff Seneca was saying, there's other problems that I disagreed with what he was saying.
We were forgetting about the determining factors that lead.
Well, I think. I'm
just trying to say, right?
Yeah, well, I think when I looked at Seneca, what he had was like, first of all, he's fed up. He's fed up from his perspective with black people who don't take accountability in their life. He's fed up with the guy who walks into the store and steals some shit, gets caught, and then it's like, oh, it's because I'm black, right? Yeah, okay, people like that are really bad representation of the black community. And I think he's seen a lot of that. And I think actually what it really is at the core of his belief is he's found a very empowering message for himself, which is that, hey, it's not the white man's fault. They're not holding me back. I actually can take accountability for things. I can change my life. I have the ultimate authority and power over my life. America, we're not dealing with these same things we were dealing with before 1865. I think that he has a very empowering message, but I think that the way that he's taken that empowerment is, one, he's using it very condescendingly toward other black people, and also he's being overly general when he says the term black people, that black people need to learn to do this and this. When you make a statement like black people need to learn to do this and this, it's never going to be perceived well. It's not going to be persuasive for people who have the counter argument. I think that what happens is that it's just the same concept as a Candace Owens complex, where you had somebody who had this liberal mindset at one point and had these beliefs like, oh my God, we're being oppressed, these things, and then they had a wake-up call like, hey, actually I have way more power. But then now you've literally swung the same way the pendulum has just swung to the other side. So now you're just going into all these right beliefs, and now you're not accounting for how you felt prior, which was that there actually is some oppression, there actually is racism, there actually is things that go on. And I think it's really difficult to find a balance view, because what you have on the left is you have a bunch of liberals who are complaining about the white man and how, everything, it's so impossible for the black man. And then you got people on the right who are saying black people can do anything and don't deal, and that racism isn't real. So you have to synthesize a balanced point of view. The only thing I felt like he wasn't synthesizing a balanced point of view into what he was saying. And that's why I didn't fully disagree with everything he was saying. I did very much so disagree with the way he was expressing it.
Yeah, it's not absolute. It should be applied. Sorry, go ahead, Kate. Go ahead.
No, I came in at tail end and he didn't even speak. That's why I want to get that conversation going, because and why I wanted to shut down the room, I said, well, we just roll it over here, because I wanted to learn more of that conversation.
From what I got from it, I think you're saying like it's not an absolute thing, it shouldn't be applied that way, which I actually agree with. And I think what I thought was off a little bit about what Seneca was saying was that like he for lack of a better term, he was basically saying they bring it on themselves. And I thought that was kind of a weird way to look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he was saying you reap what you sow.
Yeah, right.
There's aspects of it where it's like, okay, this is what isn't properly accounted for. Where he's right is that the solution ultimately has to come from a place of responsibility because we don't have other options outside of responsibility. So, like, if my life is shit, even if I have an oppressor, it fundamentally is my responsibility to figure out how to surmount these obstacles in my life. You know, like, I didn't have my dad in my life and whatnot, and I didn't have a good relationship with my mom, and I still don't have a good relationship with a lot of people in my family. But I found a way to make a pretty decent life for myself and make some decent money for myself and be in a decent enough position to where I'm happy with my life. Now, ultimately, that comes down to my responsibility, but at the same time, I also have advantages too, you know, that I have to account for that other people may not have. So I think where the problem with conservatism sometimes, and there's problems with both liberalism and conservatism, is liberals think everybody can do anything, you know. But also liberals, at the same time, while they think anybody can do anything, they also take no responsibility. Like, they think that if something bad has happened to you, like if you experience trauma, then you're just like hopeless and like nothing is your fault. And I know that's a little bit overly generalized, but I'm just saying that's one of the progressives. Or the progressives, yeah, thank you. And when you have like a lot of conservatives don't take account for the fact that like they're like, well, I grew up and I didn't choose to be in a gang and I didn't choose to do these things. But it's like, also look at what your background was, dude. Like, look at your life comparative to somebody else who would have been in that circumstance. So I feel like a lot of conservatives lack compassion. And I don't even mean, maybe compassion is not even the right word. I think just empathy, like the ability to actually put yourself in another person's circumstances, and they could say things like, oh, well, I never chose to do drugs. I never chose to do this, this, and this. Yeah, some people don't choose to drink because they literally don't like how it feels. That's why they don't drink. It's not a moral thing. It's not because, oh, I just don't drink because, no. And there's people whose, dopamine receptors are 20 times more sensitive to it, and their mother did crack, and they're predisposed to addiction. And if you were in that same person's circumstance, you would be struggling with addiction as well. I mean, my grandmother doesn't smoke weed. She doesn't do anything because she doesn't like the way substances feel. I love the way alcohol feels. I just choose not to do it because I think it can be destructive for me. So it's like we're fighting a completely different battle. But I'm also not interested in eating like fast food or high sugar food because I just don't really like it, but she is. So we're all predisposed to different things. The problem with conservatives is that they're not accounting for people's predispositions. They're not accounting for people's background. They're not accounting for their history. They're not accounting for the fact that even the motivating message that they might have for themselves that's empowering, other people don't even always have the same intellectual opportunities to process those ways of thought because the stuff that they're going through has not enabled them to be able to do that. So it's easy to just say anybody can do anything and we can all pick ourselves up by the bootstrap, but that realistically is just not true. That we can all do.
Yo, I can ask you a question. How high are you?
As high as my profile picture.
This motherfucker's high as an eagle ass.
I hate to admit it, but there's a little bit of truth to what he's saying there. It's fair.
Yeah, I can tell.
It's fair. Well, no, I mean, it's as conservatives, we kind of get caught up in the whole thing. Well, just make the fucking right decision. Like, what's wrong with you? Just make the fucking right choice. And we kind of
this motherfucker that been around the whole realm of reality.
We kind of like forget to take a step back.
I was trying to talk about the IQ distribution. Like, that's like the key problem here. Like,
this nigga's high too. God damn it. 50%
of these people are really dumb, and they just do not have the ability. They don't have the horsepower to make the right decision. They just, no matter what group you're talking.
And I don't know what it is, Adrian. I need to get high. I need to start indulging in that
The more complicated the world gets, the more of the IQ distribution is not able to compete, which is why we have the poverty problems that we're having.
They got that medical.
And Adrian, you're more than welcome to come out, Mike.
They got that medicinal shit, Kay. We can't get that shit.
And Mike, I just want to address what you're saying.
I don't indulge in marijuana. I just don't. I like the smell of it, but I don't. Like, I've been high one time, and that was it for me.
Nerd.
Sorry about that, kid.
Yeah, I'm a nerd, but I'm good.
And Mike, I just want to address what you're saying real quick too. Like, as far as like the conservatism. I'm not saying that conservatives aren't right in terms of their solution. Their solution is actually 100% correct, because there's two primary pillars of mental health, and they're agency and gratitude. And when you look at, for example, something like appreciation, it actually is a fundamental pillar of your life, of your mental health. Appreciation, you have to look at it not just like love, being happy about the things that are in your life, but look at it like the opposite of depreciation. Look at it like in terms of economics. Appreciation is the psychological mechanism you use in order to preserve the positive things that are in your life. So you need that preservation, and then you need that sense of agency to feel like you're able to make decisions in your life. These are the two primary pillars of mental health. So conservatives have got that down. They appreciate, hey, we're in the greatest country ever. We have the most opportunities ever. They're in that. They also have the sense of agency. Hey, I can do anything. That is not the problem. The problem, like, they actually really do have it right in terms of their assessment. The diagnostic is proper, and what's not what they're getting wrong. What they're getting wrong is the prescription. So the modality on how you influence somebody to take accountability, the modality on how it's like what it's like as a diagnostician who doesn't understand operant conditioning. And what I mean is like a psychologist who understands how to diagnose but does not know how to treat. A psychologist who understands how to diagnose can see, okay, this person has narcissistic personality disorder in combination with bipolar and these other mood disorders and stuff like that. But they do not have any sense of like, okay, what's the proper prescription to prescribe this? What kind of cognitive behavioral therapies do I need to give this person? How do I treat them? So yes, the conservatives do an excellent job at diagnosing problems, but they don't always
that would be a psychiatrist. That's a psychiatrist.
Yes, a psychiatrist.
We can do that.
Well, the psychologist is going to do the cognitive behavioral therapies. The psychiatrist is going to prescribe.
Correct.
But yeah, in the sense that but a diagnostician is not really going to do either one. You know, a diagnostician is just somebody who's capable of assessing the problems without treating them and prescribing it.
That's so right.
Not crazy. Yes. Wow.
That's interesting.
And Mike, what I'm really saying is that you guys have the right diagnosis, but by just telling somebody, well, just get up and do it, that's not going to work. Like, you have to get them. And the crazy part is, like I said, I tend to align a little bit more with you guys' way of thinking about things. Ironically, despite the fact that you probably, it is, and despite the fact that I probably came off like the opposite perspective, I actually tend to align a little bit more with where you guys are thinking of it. But I also look at the other side of the perspective that if you wanted to reach out to those people in order to change their perspective, you have to deeply empathize with their plight and start on a step-by-step basis, which is that, you know, you can't, like he said, you're telling crippled people to walk. You can't just start off telling them to run. You can't just start off, like when I'm talking to old brother Mike, who was the gangbanger and stuff like that. I've grown up around these type of people my whole life, and some of the smartest people who taught me the shit I know were gangbangers. But at the same time, I'm at a different perspective where I would never want to be involved in anything like that, but I have to empathize where they're at, meet them with where they're at, see what their individual circumstances are, what's motivated them to want to be in that in the first place, and run a proper set of diagnostic criteria, and then assess what is the way that I can communicate with this person in a way that's going to be effective, that's going to be empathetic, and that's actually going to inspire a change in them. And conservatives just do a fucking awful job at that, despite the fact that they have the issue, right? And liberals oftentimes have the approach, right, in terms of how to be,
I think just trolling.
I think you guys just like punishment. Like, liberals and conservatives like to punish people who step outside the bureaucracy. They love rules, and they love to keep the game on their side. And when somebody starts winning against them, they want to change the rules so that their group gets the win. The people who think like that. It's like
I feel like liberals are like, just be nice to me and give me compassion, and like, it's hard for me. And then conservatives are just like, get the fuck up, and like, but they're telling get the fuck up to like people who like can't walk sometimes, you know? Like, they're like Andrew Tate, we're like, cancer, just fucking get up and walk it off. What the fuck? You know? Like,
yeah, you only got one leg, but motherfucker, you better get the hot leg.
Put some leg. You got one leg? Sounds like a fun for a bitch. ask you, could you differentiate progressive, because you corrected me earlier, and I appreciate it, progressive versus liberal?
Yes. I think most people are liberal in certain instances versus progressive. Your progressives is what you're seeing now within the last 10 years, I would say about 10 years, 10 to 15 years, that everyone is free and let's give money to everyone. That's progressive. There's no rules. It's going to be Lord of the Flies.
You know what frustrates me about this is we're always talking about these things, but this is like this is old school philosophy that came up that was anybody. There's no rules. You know what I mean? From an art, like there's a deep social of progressive. There's a deep social connection between postmodern philosophy and literature and thought and the Michel Foucault's of the world, and then that kind of spawns progressive. Right?
Do you guys think that progressives have to be liberal?
Yeah. Your viewpoints are generally liberal, and you're also about control, right? You end up in the top left group now.
And that's why you see your liberals, the old school liberals, are more right to center right, I should say, now, because I was a die-hard liberal.
Yeah, just to make another point about the fundamental problem between conservatives, because there's a lot of aspects of it, and a lot of them come down to personality. But another thing that is problematic, they all tend to have the exact opposite problem, and it's not even surprising because they're opposites, is that liberals are way too flexible. That's the purpose of liberalism, is to you want to stand on the shoulders of giants, and you don't want to be radical iconoclasts, but you don't at the same time, you don't want to be radical iconoclasts and just, tear everything down. But at the same time, while you're preserving that tradition, you want to be susceptible to software updates that are useful, so we're not just keeping the same old software. So the conservatives not that right in the sense that I haven't heard of Terrence McKenna. But I know maybe I should look into it.
No, I'm sending it to you right now. Give me a minute. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But the problem with conservatism in that sense is that, yes, they can be, a bit too rigid because they see the value in the tradition. They realize that, like what people have said, like Douglas Murray said, he said, these are people who think that they're smarter than all of their ancestors and haven't even bothered to read their ancestors, and the conservatives are the ones who realize that hey, tradition has value, and there's people who come before us who are way smarter, but they're not always, they get rigid with that, and they're not susceptible to update, and so they can get stuck in that ideology. But the fucking left is the exact opposite. They're always so willing to try something new and be so flexible and not set boundaries properly, to where they're willing to say, hey, yeah, let's let men participate in women's sports and have all types of crazy ideologies.
So do you see that men the women of Sparta stories, right? The women of Sparta are the greatest athletes, all that.
I don't know about the greatest athletes.
So the socialization of women in Sparta was such that women were put in the same position as the men for generations. So by late in Spartan history, the women were considered tougher than any man in any country other than Sparta.
I don't know if that's true, and we didn't have a way of properly assessing that the way that we do now.
Right.
Yeah, but the Spartans got their ass whooped by a bunch of gay guys.
Well, I mean, yeah, women, a woman just can't fight her. Like a woman.
Look at Amanda Nunes versus John Jones.
No. Hold on. From an evolutionary biology perspective, there are plenty of different groups, like hyenas, for example, where the women are much bigger and larger than the men based on socialization. So
they're not with humans.
Well, it's because humans aren't socialized. But
it's not just humans. It is in our Yeah, but that's the anomaly.
Zoology, not mine.
But what's that anomaly based on? It's based on their genetics. And how were their genetics selected? They were selected in
No, that's not true. It's not based on their genetics. And the reason that it's not based on their genetics is because if you have women who are conditioned to be larger based on what their genetics are, then the men will also proportionally be larger than that demographic of women as well. So if you have, for example, Samoans who tend to be bigger, have larger features, yes, the women will be larger than some men if you look at like Korean men, for example, or Filipino men. But that's comparing apples to oranges because you're comparing Samoan women to Korean men as opposed to Samoan women to Samoan men who are going to be way larger than the Samoan women and the Korean men and women. So you have to compare it to its proper counterpart with the demographic.
With this conversation,
Well, because what he's essentially saying is that, I'm saying that I don't think men should be able to participate in women's sports and that the left has lost their fucking mind with all the transgenderism shit. But I imagine that he might be a little bit more sympathetic to those.
I'm not even sympathetic to it. I'm just saying that if you, for generations, thousands of years, if you just let men and women play together, the women that get produced from that over time will be way tougher than they would have been otherwise.
No, I don't think
they
so.
They might necessarily be tougher than the men in any given year, but over time, the women will be, if you choose all the women who are more fit to have children with, and the women who are less fit are not, you will, get a genetic trait of women that are more fit.
Yeah, this is what boggles me.
It's just evolution selecting for fitness. Like, this is a
okay, what does this have to do? What does this have to do with men playing against women?
What he's saying is he's trying to make an argument that men don't have an inherent advantage. He's trying to make a biological argument that men don't have an inherent advantage against women. But I'm saying that's absolutely crazy.
That's been disproven. That's bullshit argument there. I'm sorry.
And what I'm saying is
men have denser bone structure, more muscular. We can dominate any female in any sport. You can have a high school boys team can outbeat anybody in the WNBA because we just better. You can take the same thing in soccer. When the purple-haired girl was sitting there and stumped on the flag, that played for the U.S. soccer team, she disrespected the flag, got their asses whooped by a collegiate team. Got their ass ran. Men are just better and dominant at sports than females because of our genetic makeup.
Right, but what just your genetic makeup over time? Do humans never change?
Yeah, but it doesn't. No, they do, but they don't change over the course of short periods of time, like 100,000 years. When these have these things that are.
I'm just saying that if you have women who are competing with men, the women that you produce on the outside of that, they're socially selected. If you socially select all the women who are physically fit, who are larger people.
But what I'm saying is that what you're saying is incredibly hypothetical because what it would take.
You're below that is
species socially selected. I'm just saying that if you look at hyenas, the women who are larger, so there's no woman, there's no man.
They're not women, they're female.
Okay. There's no male hyena that can beat up a female hyena because they're just.
Yeah, but that's the thing is we're not hyenas and we have millions of years of evolution.
Differently, correct, right? So I'm saying if we.
But even if for the next 10,000 years, if we decided to socialize females differently to make them the dominant species, they still would not be able to dominate men because the level of how long it has taken for men to develop to be physically dominant to women is not something that's happened over the span of human lineage. It's something that's happened for millions of years because you look at chimpanzees, and the male chimpanzees are still dominant. Even 7 million years ago, we're still dominant to the females. We're not going to breed this out in another 100,000 years, or maybe probably not even another million years.
If you can take your gorilla, it's the same thing.
Exactly.
Female gorillas would never go up against a male gorilla because she knows she's going to be pulled apart.
And And I think it's more rational to conclude that instead of trying to shape evolution for the next 20, 30 million years to where females can compete with men, we should just establish that it is not fair for men to be able to compete in women's sports when you have someone who's a swimmer ranked 200 and something, and then now suddenly ranked 1 when he starts competing against women. I think that it's just better to separate them as opposed to let's wait 30 million years for us to be able to compete.
Now, put that Leah Thomas, when you speaking of Leah Thomas, put him against Michael Phelps and see what happens.
No chance. He gets smoked. And the same with these.
But you wouldn't go sit here and beat up on women. That's bullshit.
You know, and it's the same with these UFC fighters. You can take pros who are not in the UFC. You could take amateur fighters and put amateur male fighters and put them against. There is no woman in the world who can beat rank number 50 in the middleweight division of a man. There's just none. It's such a disadvantage, and that's where I say liberals lose their fucking mind with this compassion shit, because where they're coming from is really, I think, to some degree, trying to be like, well, look, we need to let everybody into spaces. We don't want these people to be, ostracized from life. If I was in that person and I was born transgender, I want somebody to treat me and I want to have the same opportunities. Yeah, I see that it's coming ultimately from a positive perspective, but we got to not be willing to lose our fucking minds in order to support people.
The boxer out of Michigan, Jackie, like her, she was Olympian like 3 times, gold medalist. She tried it. She said, "Oh, I could beat a male." Got her ass knocked straight the fuck out.
Straight the fuck out. Terrible. But that was.
And then she tried to say, "Well, his gloves were unpadded," made up all kind of excuses. What the fuck is her name? Clarissa Shields. Great fighter. They're gonna knock her for a woman, because now she wants to go on this campaign to fight Layla Ali.
And I can see to the somewhat irrelevant point. I'm not saying you're making this point, John, but like this is a point that's commonly made that is irrelevant. Ronda Rousey would fuck me up. Amanda Nunes would fuck me up. And I actually train. I'm a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I've been training boxing for 10 years. I'm just not as good as them. And I train with like female black belts, and female black belts fuck grown men up even when they're 110 pounds. There's no debate about that. We know a highly trained female will fuck up a grown man who has no training. Absolutely. But
because the skill.
Exactly, because the skill. But then when you put another man who has the same level of skill or the same level of training, there is no chance that woman, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. Like, there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing you
just
can
like
do about it.
Putting your top degree jujitsu lady against what's the famous podcaster?
So Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan. Well, fucking break your leg in a minute.
I like Joe Rogan.
I would never fight him. I'm 30. I have my third degree in Taekwondo. I would never try to fight that guy.
You don't want to get kicked by Joe Rogan. That's the
fuck no. You don't hear those snaps?
Oh my god.
Shit. Fuck that.
So this seems to be the same in chess. And I mean, chess IQ, there's a lot of correlation here, right? Where men are just dominant in the field. And I've always asked the question that, like, I looked at, like, what's competitive and, I don't know, has a physical attribute where, so chess is one of those things, endurance running is one of those things, but it does not seem
you're about to make me get real toxic.
No, look, I don't think there's any woman
masculine match.
I don't see any woman that's competitive in the endurance racing and like
or chess or video games.
Look at chess or video games, right? Piloting. I mean, anything that's kind of mental and physical. Formula One, IndyCar. You remember Danica Patrick, right? That was fucking.
Yeah, couldn't win a fucking race at all.
Right.
Which
So why do you think this is? Is it because my very progressive liberal self in the past would have said that at some point women will, there's some women out there, but now I'm less and less believing that that's going to be the case.
Well, literally, like as far as the chess problem, we know why that is. And you were talking about IQ literature. So let me ask you, because I'm not sure how you've done a lot of research, but I've done a lot of research too, and very likely our research has also differed on. And you probably know things I don't know. I probably know things you don't know. But I want to see if you know this. What is the differences in IQ between men and women?
I think it's a standard deviation.
No, it's virtually none. It's virtually identical in terms of their IQ differences, but there is a difference at the outsets of it. So in terms of average IQ, they're virtually identical. There's no difference that you can really find whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm talking about the high end.
But yes, but also the low end. So the reason it's average is because all the stupidest people in the world are men, and all the smartest people in the world are also men. So when you're looking at the people who tend to get the really fucked up 55 IQs that they just are pretty much totally useless to society in terms of productivity, right? Or developing any skills. They're all men. And then when you got the people, the Bobby Fishers and the people with the 180 IQs and 190, most of them tend to be men. They're virtually all men. So when you look at what does it take to be a Magnus Carlsen, there's no training to become a Magnus Carlsen. And KP, if you don't know Magnus Carlsen, best chess player who's ever lived, pretty much. Basically, there's no training to be a Magnus Carlsen. This is a superior, just like there's no training to be a Usain Bolt. Like you could train your whole fucking life. You're never going to be able to run like this man. He's just got freakish genetics, similar to a John Jones guy who's just got freakish genetics.
Women with freakish genetics, like even Olsen or whatever her name is, the German chess player, he's the best woman ever lived. I think she's 24, 2500, something like that. She ain't even close to Magnus Carlsen.
Yep.
The Queen's Gambit. Yeah, the girl who did the Queen's Gambit too.
Yes.
He's also way far apart.
She wouldn't be able to. Yeah, the level of
not even in the same ballpark.
Yeah, it's insane.
The greatest programmers that ever lived that are on the women's side, like Ada Lovelace, that the programming language is made out of, not even raise a candle.
Not even in.
What was the chess player that ended up fleeing Canada because of charges he was getting charged of? Huge in the 80s.
Bobby Fischer?
Yes.
Bobby Fischer still wasn't as good as Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he was really good, but Magnus Carlsen.
That what got me into playing chess.
Even Hikaru is better than Bobby Fischer ever thought.
Oh yeah.
Because of computers and all sorts of stuff, there's not even a comparison between people today and chess and people.
But that's where we go into the patriarchal domain, where I'm willing to slightly be misogynistic, but more so patriarchal than misogynistic, is that
I just don't
women can't compete with men in pretty much most competitive domains because they're not wired to be competitive. They're wired to be well, yes, they're wired to be social. They're wired to be connected. They're wired to be what's the word that I'm looking for that I can't think of? Nurturing is the opposite of competitive. Collaborative, in that sense. So when you look at a male, what do you think? Protect and provide. When you look at a female, why does she have breasts in the first place? It's to nurture her children. It's to be caring. So exactly, but that's the thing is they're not wired to be competitive. Just like we're not wired to be docile. That's why society doesn't reward us for being docile.
My wife is a very smart lady, but she doesn't have any interest in chess and or things. Like I like chess and cameras and engines and electric and all these things. She has zero fucking interest in that shit, bro. Biology, chemistry, like zero interest. Smart lady, works in medicine, has zero interest in doing medicine or learning about it on her time. Like it's just because it pays her bills. It's very utilitarian. So,
but I would tell you, she's a Nelson, right?
Yeah, she went in the
If you
like
notice,
girls do egalitarian.
But if you notice, maybe her female friends that's in medicine as well, how they are trying to become so masculine. It's insane. I can't stand talking to them fuckers.
Well, dude, my wife's very egalitarian. I mean, we have a lot of kids. She puts on makeup before I get up in the morning. You know, she's not.
But I get what you're saying, KP. You're saying that you can't stand the fucking modern. This is why I don't like female rappers. I'm sorry. It's very rare that I can appreciate it because it's an imitation of trying to be a nigga, and you're not. And it's like it don't even sound right when they say certain stuff. Like they be like, yeah, that nigga ate my ass, and I put it like, and it's just like, no, that's not.
Or even hear young women say, "Suck my dick." It's like,
oh my god, it's just like you're gonna be single for a long time, baby. You got another thing coming.
It's like I'm damn near 50. I'm damn near 50 years old. I don't want to hear that shit.
Bro, I really like since I've become like you know I'm the big 5-0 now, so I have in my old age, man, I can't listen to rap anymore, bro. I really haven't been able to listen to it since I was like 40 years old. Like 35, 40 years old, I've been done. I just can't.
Yeah, you know, I was done with the great era. We had Pac, you had Biggie, you had Nas, you had some other people.
Oh yeah, there were some good folks.
That was a great era.
Oh my god.
Now you can go back to Houdini was one of the dopest groups. This new shit, like what the fuck did you just say?
I ain't gonna lie, there is certain motherfuckers that you can't knock Mac Dre, you can't knock E40, you can't knock Larry June if you know Larry.
E40 is hilarious.
Well, that's our age.
They're all old school though. Yeah, they're in our age.
Yeah. So, and you know Larry June's a little bit older than me. Actually, let me ask you, John. How old do you think I am?
32.
32. I'm 25.
Yeah, I was pretty close.
Yes, sir. But that's why I say like certain.
Wait a minute, I'm old enough to be both y'all daddies.
I'm 50. We're retired.
Oh, not you.
Yeah, I was born in 75. I'm an old father.
Yes, you're not brother.
KP, you was fucking real young.
I got 30-year-old children.
Well, my eldest is 31. My oldest is 31.
Yeah.
What's up, Midas?
Sure, I got a 26-year-old almost.
You got it, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not sure the singers is in your heart.
In my time, man, we really changed what liberal meant. When Kate talks about liberal and progressive, like I think George Carlin was out right now, and I think if him as a liberal, he would be cancer. Terrence McKenna,
done. He would be done.
They would have thrown that motherfucker out in the street. Like Terrence McKenna be more canceled than he was over the Senate. You know,
I'm talking about shit. When he did his stand-up, that was like 92, 93-ish, I think.
Yeah,
his ass would have been cooked.
1997?
He would have been cooked.
Yeah, I think he died in like 04 to 07 or something like that. Maybe 08.
When he said, hey, there's a big club, and your ass ain't in it.
That dude was hilarious. But he was what I thought of as liberal, like a free speech advocate.
Yes, he was very liberal.
But everybody else down at progressives do not want that. They want now. Like everybody's got to follow our social policy, or we're going to socially exclude you. Yeah.
That's why I wonder, like, how do we get?
And if he was alive, he'll be way far right now. He will be on the right.
Yeah, he'd basically be a Trump supporter. That's how far the Overton window is.
How do we get back to a classical liberalism where people haven't lost their fucking mind? You can still fight for women's rights without saying bitches gotta be niggas. You can still fight for, I don't know though. I don't know. I think that you're seeing, you are seeing a shift back because you have, with men, what's the epidemic you have? With men, the epidemic is that you have a bunch of lonely men who are involuntarily celibate, right? You got the incel problem with men. But then with women, you got the involuntary childlessness, right? And involuntary can't end up getting married. So they're experiencing something too. It's just that men are experiencing it younger, women are experiencing it a little bit later, and they're having older. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
like
so
30, 40 years
in
old.
the same sense, there's a bunch of unhappy women out there, and there's some young women who are starting to say, do I really want to take my advice from this old, ugly, blue-haired cat lady bitch who is giving me all this shitty advice on how she understands men? And the last 40 relationships, that she was in, it wasn't her fault that it didn't work out, you know? But she didn't get it by like relationship number 3 that there was something she needed to improve upon. So like these young
because I can tell you from meeting several women, just friendships, not situation, anything like that. Between 40 and 60, they have no man, never had sex in 20 years. It's insane.
They stop looking at only one fucking.
That's why they start buying them roses and all that shit, dildos and whatever. It's fucked up.
But that's what I'm saying is that young women are starting to catch hold of that, and then now you got young women shifting back like, oh, I want to be a traditional wife. You got women who are so scared of what these old bitches are going through. They're like, I don't even give a fuck if my nigga cheat on me as long as he's good to me, you know. And so they're shifting back. God bless them.
Then the pendulum is swinging back for the older women, saying, I ain't had no.
Yeah, you know what I wish I could do?
I ain't been laid in so many years. They starting to switch. Say, I can shut the fuck up and give me a man.
Yeah, I want to say to these 20 and 30-year-old men, just focus on your business and your house and your life because your wife isn't born yet.
You know, that's another thing.
You mentioned Kevin Samuels.
No, because his profile pic, I just said I thought it was funny that he had a profile pic of Kevin Samuels, but he joined right after all the patriarchal conversation. But no, in terms of what you're saying, John, I agree. I agree with what you're saying when you say, you know what I mean, don't focus on your woman right now. I have very strict policies for the type of females that I deal with, you know, and they have to be providing some type of value to me, to my life. And so I don't even even like standard shit that people be talking about. I was listening to Charlie Kirk talk about, you know, what's he saying? Don't ever split the bill and this, and this. I'm like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not paying for no bitch. I just went over to a female's house a couple weeks ago. She was irritating me, so I blocked her for 6 weeks. But one thing I did say is every time I came over, she was like, hey, are you hungry? I got some food. She's like, I got a bottle for you, this, and this. I'm not doing shit for this bitch because you're going to need to justify the value that you bring to my life before you begin trying to get anything out of me. I got to choose a date. Like, I think that's exactly how the problem with a lot of young men is that at the end of the day, if you really value yourself, if you're really investing into yourself and you're investing into your mind, your body, your fitness, you know what I mean, your finances, and you have built something for yourself. I got other men around me. I have a standard for the men that I have in my life as well. I'm not looking at this female like she's the prize just because she has a pussy. That's the one thing every female has. So, you know, when you have a bunch of females who are manipulating the fuck out of men constantly because men are so starved for some pussy, that is your superpower, is not being capable of being manipulated. Your value is predicated upon your ability to walk away and not give a fuck and keep it pushing.
Yeah, I'm just the person. I'm not a person, right? I'm obviously.
I need to get in this Monte Carlo so I can tell you my nigga. Training niggas out, my nigga.
But I kind of have a family value system. And I've always been in long-term relationships. Right? So I've been with my wife. I'm divorced, but I've been with my wife currently a little over 10 years. And we just have a family unit. Yeah, like my household, my wife, my ex-wife is kind of a purple hair. But we have more of a family unit that's more of a conservative household overall, but we have very liberal ideas. In a lot of cases, like you've seen with me talking about the border, we live in Mexico, right? We hang out with mostly Spanish people and Black people, and we travel a lot. So we have a weird, we're kind of the 1% of people here. But I really have a long-term, I want to be in a long-term relationship viewpoint. Like most of the people that I see do not have that mentality.
I certainly don't. don't see how I could justify it possibly. And this is the thing. I was just talking to my boy yesterday when he was watching these fights. He said, because he's super Christian, he was like, I don't see how, unless you were a Christian or unless you were somebody like me, how you could even justify monogamy for somebody like you. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't see. I'm not saying I would never, but like, god damn, this bitch better be like the Prince of Dubai or Princess of Dubai or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would have to really be some special type of, because outside of that, why is that a good even marriage? Like, the idea that I'm gonna split half my shit with somebody, you know, over like.
No, we just have an agreement in place, man. We don't. You know, when I got married the second time, we put a legal agreement in place that we don't split anything. Really, we have stuff that occurred during the marriage, and we have stuff that is our own.
But I guess what does a woman offer to you in that regard that makes it worth considering her to that high of an esteem?
She on my back. Like, give you for instance.
Outside of pussy and companionship.
Yeah, I was in New York and I needed some shit done in Phoenix, and she took a flight to Phoenix, bought a house, didn't need my help, and just got everything right so that we could get up there when I got back, so that I could, you know, move the business forward up there.
So then, what I would actually go, that's dope. And I can respect that she's of utility. I don't mean that to be condescending in any way, right? But like my homie, for example, you know, he be taking.
I don't even care. I don't know.
Okay, but you don't care. You don't care. There's other people that don't have knowledge of this that may care, right? So this whole entire room is being streamed to fucking Twitter. Okay, this whole entire room is being streamed.
He's been here for hours.
Okay, I'm again. I believe in having people having consent, right?
That's you. It was
right. So as long as everybody on stage knows that what you guys are saying right now. Again, as long as everybody on stage knows that you guys are being the stream to fucking Twitter. Okay, all right.
The replays are on, bro.
It's a pro-nuclear family room. They can stream it wherever they need to.
That's what.
We already know what he does. That's it. So just chill. And if you don't want to be streamed, guess what you can do? Leave the fucking room. Simple.
Well, you gotta stop using weird, bro. Weird gets weird.
Weird as shit.
This dude's wild.
What the fuck is he on tonight?
Dude, the internet is on
somebody's. Give a fuck, somebody's strings him.
Oh no, Kate.